The man who slapped Erin was standing in a luxurious, bejeweled hallway. It was her fiancé, Archduke Damian Keene. Damian's eyes were emerald in color and had an elongated shape. He looked at the girl with deep hostility. It was her fiancé, but hostility towards her was clearly visible in his gaze. Without saying a word, the girl turned her gaze to Damian's companion, a woman with beautiful long red hair. The red-haired girl named Lillian patted the guy on the shoulder, reassuring him that she was fine, trying to make fun of Erin with this gesture. The feeling that Damian was left with for his bride was not love, hatred, or hostility, but simply intolerance. She fell in love with him like a fool at first sight several years ago. But the guy did not experience mutual feelings and was never attracted to her. 4 years ago, Erin fell madly in love with him and ran after him everywhere. But Damian only ridiculed her persistence. She pursued him even in his worst days, just to be near the Archduke. To attract the guy's attention, Erin cured the disease from which he had suffered for a long time. The girl was from the Circe Count family, which was under the protection of the imperial family. The power of healing was passed on from generation to generation, along with blood in the family. Seeing Erin's abilities, Damian suddenly proposed to her. The girl was beside herself with happiness, although she didn't imagine this moment like that, but the result was the one she dreamed of. Erin knew he did it to use her, but she hoped that if he tried, he would look at her at least once. Damian kept postponing the wedding with various excuses, and the day he was injured was the only time Erin was able to touch his body. All this was tolerable exactly until the moment he brought a girl named Lillian into the house. The groom begged Erin to cure this red-haired girl. She could not refuse the man for whom she was ready to do anything, which is why, without further questioning, she healed Lillian. When Damian's companion came to her senses, he immediately rushed to her, his eyes filled with happiness. He had never looked at Erin like that. Finding her fiancé in her room kissing another, the girl felt as if the ground had disappeared from under her feet. At that moment, her feelings disappeared. In fact, Erin understood that 3 years of her efforts were nothing more than futility. She simply denied it because she loved Damian too much. Having gathered her thoughts, she offered to break off the engagement to him. The guy's eyes filled with anger. He began to shout at Erin, but she was calm as ever, repeating that she was only a hindrance and thus removed herself, wishing them to live together happily ever after. Taking the engagement ring off her finger, Erin threw it aside. Damian grabbed his bride's hand. He couldn't believe his ears. There was no talk of breaking the engagement. Finally, Erin lost her temper, shouting throughout the entire corridor that the stupid girl from Circe, who loved Archduke Damian to death, was no more. Having expressed everything she thought about her fiancé, the girl ran away, but she did not take into account one thing. Damian turned out to be crazier than she thought. Sticking a dagger into Erin's back and watching the blood ooze from the wound, the Archduke said that he hoped that she would be a good girl, but alas, he could not allow her powers to be used by someone else. The girl couldn't believe that she fell in love with a man who was worse than trash. If she went back in time, she would never do such a stupid thing again. He tore her heart and mind to shreds, so she decided to do the same to him. Erin woke up in her room. Her father was standing in front of her. Pain and horror were visible on his face. The man gently stroked the hand of his beloved daughter. The girl could not understand what was happening because her father died 2 years ago. The father said that today was Erin's birthday. How could she sleep for so long on such a day, especially as if she were dead, which scared him very much. The girl tried to understand what birthday her father was talking about, but the man just laughed and ordered her to get out of bed as quickly as possible. Erin asked her father to tell him what year it is. With a puzzled look on his face, the man replied that it was now the year 829, according to the imperial calendar. Erin fell to her knees. She was completely confused. She went back in time to her birthday 4 years ago. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked the man if it was really him standing in front of her, her father. The man laughed, confirming that he was her dad, and she was his daughter Erin. Her beloved dad followed the lead of his terrible daughter, who insisted on marriage, betrothed his greatest treasure to the Archduke, and went to the battlefield. That day, Erin saw him for the last time, since his father did not return from the war, went to his mother in heaven, and now she sees him in front of her, completely alive. The girl could not believe her luck and threw herself on her father's neck. Tears did not stop flowing from her eyes. She really hoped that this was not a dream. Holding his daughter tightly to himself and stroking her head, the man calmed her down. She must have had a terrible dream. The Count ordered the cook to prepare everything as Aaron likes. Giving time to get ready, he said that he was waiting for her for breakfast. Closing the door behind her father, the girl did not believe that it was a dream. Unhappy days at the Archduke's estate and their apparent end. Aaron decided that no matter what it was, she would never miss this opportunity. The only thing that made her happy was that Damien was sick and no one, not even the most famous doctors, could help him. The Archduke still does not know that Aaron is the only person capable of healing him. The girl wondered if she could use this to destroy her fiancé. But if she approached him without any preparation, then the one who would be destroyed would surely be herself. Aaron needed to find and recruit someone who could protect her family and go to war instead of her father. Only one person came to her mind who met all the conditions. The only person in the empire superior in strength to Damien was Cadan, a man who, despite being a slave, caught the eye of the crown prince and became the commander of the imperial knights. In his past life, he had countless nicknames: the God of War, the right hand of the crown prince, the handsome man blessed by God himself. Aaron understood that she could not lose her father in the war again, so she thought of Cadan as a person who was stronger than Damien and would return unharmed even if he went to the battlefield. In the entire continent, there was no one more suitable than Cadan. Right now, Cadan will have to act as a gladiator slave. About a year later, the crown prince found Cadan and brought him into the imperial family. Aaron decided to find him before the crown prince, raise him properly and feed him, and then tame him. The girl was going to make a slave a sword that would protect her and her father. There is nothing left of the past, Aaron. If all this protects her and her father, then she will not hesitate to use others. The girl went down to breakfast. The table was full from the abundance of dishes on it. For the father, all this was natural, because it was the birthday of his beloved daughter. The man prepared thoroughly for this day, buying various jewelry and dresses, but also asked Aaron if she wanted anything else. The girl asked her father for her younger brother. The Count choked on his food from such an unexpected request. He asked his daughter if he had heard something wrong. She began to reassure her father that there was no need for him to remarry. She was thinking of bringing her younger brother herself. Aaron was the only person her father trusted, but her request for a younger brother took him by surprise. In the Civil Empire, as soon as war breaks out, one man from each family must go to the battlefield. Breaking this law can result in loss of title, confiscation of property, or death. Aaron believed that if they accepted into the clan the desperate Cadan, who now lives as a gladiator slave and is almost desperate, if they keep him close, feed him and treat him well, he will become a younger brother who will go to the battlefield in his father's place. Even if Damien targets Aaron, then Cadan could be a stopgap because he was the only person who could defeat Damien. The father believed that it was enough for him that only Aaron was his family, but the girl demanded that her father listen to her stupid thoughts. The girl began to press for pity because she had never asked her father for anything like that before. The man, even in his dreams, would never have thought that his daughter would ask him for this. He knew that Aaron would never say something like that without a reason. There must be some deep meaning in this, because since childhood, her daughter was much smarter than other children. The Count had only one request, be it his younger brother or anyone else. She had to introduce him to him first. Aaron was overjoyed that she managed to persuade her father. She immediately stopped hugging him. In front of the maid, Sasha stood an incredibly beautiful girl. This blue dress suited Aaron so well, it emphasized her eyes. The maid suggested that the Countess wear earrings and a necklace under her dress, which matched it perfectly. Sasha asked where Aaron was going to celebrate her birthday. The girl arrived at the gladiator arena, which she had been talking about all day. Fortunately, the people of the imperial family were not visible. She needed to seize the initiative and do it before the crown prince. Having provided enough money, Aaron asked to be taken to a place with the best view of the arena. Apologizing for jumping in line, the girl was going to pay for the tickets for everyone else. Aaron's family was incredibly rich. In exchange for the imperial family monopolizing the healing power, the Circia family received imperial protection and accumulated wealth from generation to generation. Of course, this fact was a secret that only the imperial family knew about. However, Aaron broke the unwritten rule and revealed the secret to Damien. The girl understood that she had shown her abilities in vain. In the end, she was taken advantage of and died. She was sure that she would not repeat this mistake again. Judging by the screams of the fans, it was safe to say that the majority of the audience came to see Cassidan. Aaron did not take her eyes off this guy, when suddenly he raised his head and gave the Countess an incredibly beautiful look. This guy who played as a gladiator slave turned out to be the most handsome man Aaron had ever seen. It was a treat for her eyes, but the girl found herself thinking that appearance means nothing when you are a gladiator slave. Before starting, the leader of the fights began to tell the rules. There was only one rule in this game: kill all opponents and stay alive until the end. Erin was beside herself with surprise that the public simply did not consider slaves to be people, but treated them as things that could be safely thrown away. In their society, it was assumed that if slaves were useless, then they were sold here to participate in the show, thereby eliminating them without much effort. The host announced the start of the match, and the slaves all rushed to the battlefield. Only Cassidan stood in place without moving, watching his competitors kill each other. Even knowing that slaves are treated worse than cattle, but seeing this live, Erin could not contain her emotions. Finally, the one for whom the girl came into the game. He easily eliminated one opponent after another. It is not surprising that almost half of the arena came to watch him. Having defeated the last slave, the audience began to shout Cassidan's name and applaud him. The host presented the winner of this match. Such strong and beautiful slaves were extremely rare. The rule was that whoever offered the highest price for him would be able to spend a hot night with him. Erin could not believe that a person was being traded so easily. The audience immediately began to offer their bets. Someone shouted 1,000 gold pieces. Someone immediately raised it to 30,000. The presenter announced the last bid of 500,000 gold in the hope that someone would give more, but the audience was silent. Finally, Aaron raised his hand, offering a bet of 5 billion, and the room seemed to freeze. Her condition was that she pay 5 billion gold. But Cassidan would not stay with her for one night, but she would take him forever. The presenter immediately fell to his knees in front of the girl and began shouting that this was quite enough for her condition. The hall was filled with exclamations. The spectators were extremely surprised at the end of the auction. Left alone with Cassidan, Aaron didn't have time to say anything when the guy began to unbutton his shirt and gradually take it off. The girl stopped him, asking what he was doing, but the slave replied that this was not what they bought him for. Calling Aaron his mistress, Cassidan added that he was going to spend the night with her right now. The Countess tried to explain that she did not buy him in order to spend nights with him, but the guy fell into confusion, not understanding why he was bought then. Aaron explained that she could not take her attention away from his eyes, which seemed to beg her for help. She understood that in order to lull Cassidan's vigilance, she had to skillfully mix facts and lies. The girl took the guy's hand and found a huge number of scars on it. Aaron said that initially she was going to simply ransom him and free him, but then she realized that the guy would be sent to the gladiator arena again. Touching Cassidan's hand, the girl healed his wounds. The guy screamed, not understanding how this could happen. She explained this by using a magical ointment that is passed down in their family from generation to generation. The slave asked why she used such a precious thing on him, but Aaron believed that it was nothing compared to human life. Cassidan suddenly felt uneasy. She was the person who had killed countless people. The Countess began to reassure him, since this was not his personal choice, but an inevitability in order to survive. She was very interested in how the guy became a gladiator slave and whether he even had a family. Cassidan had no one left. Everyone died long ago, left alone. He began to wander and eventually ended up in the arena. Plucking up courage, the guy asked Aaron who she was. Smiling, she replied that she was the only daughter of Count Circe. Her mother died shortly after giving birth to her. During the conversation, Aaron found out that Cassidan is 18 years old. That is, she is 2 years older than him. Finally, she asked the question for which this dialogue took place, inviting him to become her little brother. The guy was at a loss. He asked her what she meant. Aaron suggested that Cassidan get rid of his slave status by becoming a member of her Count family. Then he would not have to live as pitifully as before. He would not have to kill others to live, and no one would dare to neglect him anymore. Extending her hand to the guy, the Countess invited him to become her family. He extended his hand in response, saying that if it pleases the lady. Erin introduced herself again, asking her not to call her that officially, because they would now become a family. Cadan thanked his savior. He was happy that he came across such a kind person on his way. Erin suddenly felt terribly disgusted, because only she herself knew the real motives for this proposal to become a family. She tried to reassure herself that all this was just to protect herself and her father, so she should not care what Cadan thought. The girl brought the guy to meet her father. The Count was beside himself with anger that his son would be a gladiator slave. He began to shout at his daughter that she was crazy. Even if she asked to make him an accompanying knight, it would be unacceptable. But a younger brother? It didn't go anywhere at all. Erin apologized for acting willfully, but asked her father to think carefully. If war breaks out, the Count will be the only man who will have to go to the battlefield. All this can be avoided by simply adding a man to the family, especially such an outstanding man as Cadan, who can return from the battlefield alive and well. The Count caught himself thinking that his daughter had been thinking about this from the very beginning. He couldn't believe that Erin was going through such thoughts alone. The man asked his daughter to leave him alone for a while to collect his thoughts. Walking outside her father's room, the girl noticed the sunset. It was as red as the day her fiancé killed her. She remembered her lover. She was terribly offended because she healed his heart and he pierced her with a sword. These bird cries, similar to a human cry, reminded her again and again so that Erin would not forget because of whom she died. At least in order to return her pain to Damien many times over, she could not miss Cadan. He had to be made her younger brother. The guy washed himself. Now he stood in front of Erin absolutely clean, and not like when they met, covered in blood. The lady ordered food to be prepared and brought to the room. Her guest was probably incredibly hungry. Having changed clothes, Cadan felt strange. But Erin calmed him down, because this whole outfit really suited him, and the room seemed to have found its owner. The guy wondered whether someone like him could receive such treatment. Erin asked him to never say that again. Since she brought him here, it means he is her family, and she will talk to her father again. Holding the Countess's hand tightly, Cadan promised that he would definitely prove his worth. The Countess knew that this was true. She asked if he needed anything else. If so, then let him speak and not be shy. The guy immediately asked for some kind of sword. He felt uncomfortable without a sword in his hand, probably because for some time he lived exclusively with it. Everything seemed like a dream to Cadan, but one thing he could say for sure was that he liked Erin. He couldn't take his eyes off her from the moment he saw her. If this was a dream, the guy hoped he would never wake up. But even if the girl left him, he would never be able to hold a grudge against her. Erin understood that the slave she saved was in deep despair. The beast, who had chosen his words very carefully from the very first meeting, indeed had a reason for surviving for so long. He looked at the girl with pleading eyes, asking her not to leave him. Erin promised that she was not going to leave him. She decided that she would tell him all sorts of stupid things and be a sweet sister until the guy opens up to her. The girl led Casadina to his room so that he could have a good rest, showing that her room was nearby, in case of anything. Before going to bed, Erin read a book about healing and poisonous herbs that grow only in the north. It would be incredibly difficult for a non-healer to get such a book. 19 years ago, around this time last year, the emperor's illness was cured, making her family even richer. At the age of 20, at the prince's birthday, Erin met him, the same one who ruined her life. A huge amount of money went directly to Damien, and she eventually met a sad end. Erin could not forgive him. There was a month left before the prince's birthday. The girl needed more information to confront Damien. The north was his territory. The Countess should not have missed a single piece of information. Erin was already trying to fall asleep when Cadan knocked on the door, saying that he wanted to tell her something. He knew it was not polite to come at such a time, but he could not sleep. The Countess told the guy to come at any time, so he risked being rude and came. The girl reassured him that there was nothing to worry about, especially since she was still reading the book. Cadan, paying attention to the book, read its title, which surprised Erin. She did not expect that he could read. The cost increased as the product became scarce. There were many things that had to be learned to survive, such as reading and writing and etiquette. Slaves were simply a commodity in this empire. Aaron thought about it, because the more a slave knows, the more difficult it is to control him. In the Seville Empire, slaves did not have the opportunity to read, let alone learn to read. Cassidan could not sleep due to worry. Leaning close to Aaron, he asked if he could sleep next to her. The girl thought that this was a test, so she did not fall for it and easily agreed to accept the slave into her bed. The Countess assumed that Cassidan was restless, sleeping in a new place. But it turned out that this was not the only reason. The people he was forced to kill appeared in his dreams every day, bloodied, as if crawling into his bed, asking why only they had to die. Aaron began to calm him down. These were not deliberate murders. The guy raised his sword to protect himself. It was the first time anyone had said such words to Cassidan. The girl was very interested in what kind of life he had led so far. The guy didn't even have anything to tell. He believed that he lived an ordinary life, so boring that there was no point in even telling. Patting his cheek, Aaron said that she hoped that now he would not have to endure the pain of festering wounds alone, promising that only happy days awaited him in the future. Cassidan was happy. Then there was only one person in the arena exuding happiness. But when he got to know Aaron better, she began to shine brighter than the sun for him. The slave thanked the Countess for taking him from there. The girl tried to fall asleep, lay with her eyes closed, and felt Cassidan's gaze on her. She was right. The guy bent down in front of her, wished her pleasant dreams, and left. As soon as the guy left, Aaron opened her eyes, and it immediately occurred to her that her new acquaintance was a liar. Just as she wore her sweet sister's mask, Cassidan wore his mask. He had been through a lot in the gladiatorial arena, so it was not surprising. The girl did not flatter herself with hopes that the slave would begin to trust her right away. Aaron was just waiting for the guy to naturally become part of her family. At the prince's birthday banquet, he would inevitably run into Damien. Until then, it was necessary to officially add Cassidan to the family registry and tame him well. But the problem was that she knew nothing about him. Even after turning over the memories from her past life, all that Aaron could remember was how they once met their eyes when the guy stood silently next to the prince. The girl decided that she would do everything in her power and give him everything he wanted, asking only for himself in return. The next morning, Aaron's maid Sasha called out to her in the corridor, informing her that her father was waiting for her in his office. The Countess at that moment was worried about only one question: where did Cassidan go? His room was empty. Kneeling, the slave stood in the Count's office. He obtained sedge, the smell of which was difficult to confuse with anything else. Aaron was beside herself with anger. Sedge was a medicinal herb that grows in caves on the steep cliffs to the west. There were rumors that there were monsters in those caves. The Count spent all last night in thought. He thought about none other than Cassidan. The man decided that if he successfully passed the tests that would be assigned to him, he would be accepted as a member of the family. The first test of obtaining sedge was passed. A second test awaited him. Aaron rushed to Cassidan. He was covered in blood. She began to examine him, but the guy calmed her down. The blood on him belonged to the monsters from the cave. The girl believed that the tests were no longer needed. No matter what they were, the guy would cope. Especially since he was already convinced of this when the slave took out this grass. Aaron insisted that her father allow Cassidan to be registered as her younger brother. She was sure that he would definitely become the pride of their family. The Countess has already taken extreme measures, declaring that if the Count does not want to accept the guy because of his status as a slave, then he should also kick her out of the family. Hearing this, the father was beside himself with anger. Aaron had no other choice. Even if she looked like an impulsive child, she couldn't continue wasting time on registration problems. These words tore the Count's heart. He did not understand why his daughter was so fixated on this slave. Aaron gave an example. Her father loved herbal tea, and it was the slaves who grew it on the farm. Most of the slaves on the plantations were former aristocrats, suddenly trampled by the empire, deprived of title and property. They are now forced to live as slaves. The title was an insignificant thing, like a midsummer night's dream. Like a sharp frost in the middle of winter, it could disappear in the blink of an eye. Cassadine was the same person as her and her father, so she begged him to stay and register. They said that there are no parents capable of defeating their children, and the Count was one of such parents, so he allowed his daughter to do as she wanted. With great gratitude, the girl threw herself on her father's neck. At this moment, Erin felt like she had moved one step forward. While taking a bath, Cassadin recalled the conversation between his savior and his father. He was happy. He understood that this was an impulsive action on Erin's part. The guy was very interested in what she was like when she was angry. But so far she was acting like a capricious child. He had nothing against this girl. After all, he only had one goal. Cassadin was going to use Erin, use everything he could to achieve his goal. The Countess went into the city to choose a sword. She decided to present it to the slave as a souvenir when accepted into the family. Finally, she found what she was looking for. This sword looked quite comfortable to carry. It turned out that it was not just a sword. It was rumored that it belonged to the crown prince of the destroyed kingdom of Cadan himself. The price of this sword was incredibly high, but Erin decided that it would suit Cassadin. Without waiting for the registration day, the girl presented the sword to the slave. She really wanted him to unpack it as soon as possible. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. The question immediately arose where the lady got this sword. Erin said it as it is, that it was sold in a tent nearby. As soon as she saw this sword, it immediately reminded her of Cassadin, but it did not have a sheath. The guy knew for sure that this weapon should have a sheath. The girl told the story of this sword, that it belonged to the crown prince of a fallen kingdom. Most likely it was the kingdom of Cadan. Cassadin did not react to this story. Erin offered to order a sheath, but the guy refused. This was not necessary. In the arena, he dealt with different swords, so there would be no problems with the sheath. Besides, it was a gift from Erin, so the slave was already happy. The Countess congratulated the guy on the fact that he is now a member of their family. Cassadin considered his savior too generous. Meeting her was the greatest success of his life. If it weren't for her, he would still be in the gladiator arena, touching Erin's shoulder. The guy said that he didn't want to lose her warmth. In the arena, he saw only one person, and it was the Countess. She looked like an angel descended from heaven. Erin also thanked him for becoming her family, but the girl made a remark that brother and sister should not hug like that. Cassadin seemed not to hear this remark. It turned out that the slave had not felt such warmth for a very long time. Taking Cassadin's hand, the girl assured him that now he could lean on her at any time if things were difficult. Acting like a sweet little sister, Erin said that if he couldn't sleep, she would sing him a lullaby, and when it was a clear day, they would go to admire the flowers in the garden. The slave asked permission to come to the Countess's room again. She agreed, promising to hold his hand until he fell asleep. With irony in his voice, Cassadin asked if that's what siblings do. Embarrassed, Erin said that in this case they would not be ordinary brother and sister. The guy was very interested in why the girl wanted to accept him into the family so much that she was ready to leave it herself. But the answer was simple. She simply promised it. Erin remembered what Cassadin had said last night, that he wouldn't be angry even if she left him, but the girl had no intention of leaving him. When he asked not to leave him, he looked as if he was about to cry. At that moment, the Countess wanted to make him happy, no matter what. The guy couldn't answer anything except that he was already very happy. Today, Erin decided to sleep all night and thus weaken Cassadin's vigilance. That night, she saw Damien in her dreams. Waking up abruptly, the girl felt very heavy at heart. Finding an empty bed, she wondered if Cassadin had left during the night. Her gaze fell on the shelf with books. One book was missing. The maid Sasha burst into the room. She wanted to say something important to her mistress. She knew that her words would sound rather strange, but perhaps Cassadin was not a slave to begin with. Erin didn't understand what Sasha meant, so she asked her to explain in more detail. The maid barely managed to meet the slave trader who was the one who found Cassadin. He said that when he first saw him, he was lying on the road alone and in expensive clothes, which were completely uncharacteristic of slaves. That is why the slave trader thought that the guy was from the aristocracy. The slave trader said that he clearly remembers where he found him and what his first impression was. These words did not look like a lie. Nobility is not something one can learn by imitating, unless one was born noble from the very beginning. Erin decided that in the future, Cassadin should be treated even better. The maid did a good job. For her work, Erin gave the girl one of her jewelry. Sasha began to cry. She didn't do all this for the sake of reward. Lately, she had been worried about her mistress because she didn't look like herself there. Erin had been very tired lately. No wonder the maid thought so. She gave her the day off for her good service to her. She handed the box with her jewelry to Sasha. She would really like her to take it. It would be strange not to change when returning to the past after death. However, Sasha was the first to notice this. Erin wondered if at least one such maid had served in Damien's mansion. Things would probably have been different. The groom did not allow the Countess to take a single maid. She was locked like a bird in a cage. The guy was affectionate only when the girl was treating him. The abandoned bride became an ideal prey for her subordinates. Erin suddenly wondered, on the day of the prince's birthday banquet, what kind of facial expression she would have. The girl led her new friend into the garden. She loved this place very much because of the incredible number of beautiful flowers. Cadan really liked the garden. He associated these blue roses with Erin. Unlike red roses, blue roses were very valuable, the guy noted. In the language of flowers, blue roses meant impossibility. It was difficult to grow them to such an extent. The guy also saw them live for the first time. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful a flower is, it will still wither, despite its value. Erin believed that a rose is of no use after it blooms. From the moment it withers, it becomes a problem for the gardener. The girl remarked to Cadan that comparing people to flowers could be offensive, depending on who the words were addressed to. Erin remembered that one book was missing from her shelf, so she decided to ask her companion if he knew where it was. Cadan pretended that he did not understand what was being said, but if the lady allowed, he would help find the loss. The girl realized that in front of her was a liar who came to her room every night, his radiant smile, words about a blue rose. All this was a lie. From the moment of their first meeting, Rai constantly wears a mask in front of his mistress. Erin did not understand why he was so devoted to the crown prince back then. A series of peaceful days followed. The father officially accepted Cadan into the family. In return, he set the condition that his slave origins should never be revealed. When he first went out into the world, passers-by admired the guy's beauty. He looked like some kind of aristocrat. No one could even think that it was a slave. Erin asked him who his parents were. His father was a good-natured man, and his mother was tougher than anyone else. But both of them were good people. The guy had no brothers or sisters. Cadan changed the subject by saying that he liked to walk outside the estate like this. Erin also liked such walks. She asked her companion if he needed anything, or maybe he wanted something. Instead of all this, he always wanted to stay close to the Countess, Cadan admitted. The lady said that very soon, literally in a week, there will be a banquet on the occasion of the crown prince's birthday. Every year, their family is invited to events held in the imperial palace. This time, the father will not be able to attend due to inspecting the lands. Pulling Erin closer to him, Cadan asked her to take him with her, citing that there would be many people in the imperial palace, and he was afraid that someone might steal his Erin. The girl reassured him, saying that she was going to go with him anyway, and he didn't have to worry. No one was going to steal her. Erin said that she would do whatever he wanted, if only he would stop checking on her. The guy pretended that he didn't understand what we were talking about. This was the first time he felt such warmth, that's all. If so, then the girl asked directly why he stole her book. It disappeared 3 weeks ago and then magically appeared in place. Cadan was caught off guard and didn't know what to say. The guy began to claim that he did not take this book, but Erin stood her ground. Since that night, only he visited her room. The important thing was not that he stole the book, but that he lied to the Countess, looking straight into her eyes. Cadan could not understand. If Erin knew this from the very beginning, then why she accused only now? Taking the guy by the hand, the girl answered. She didn't blame him right away because he was her precious family. From now on, the slave promised that he would never lie to his savior again because she is his only ray of light. Erin warned that if he wanted, she would give him any book, and if she didn't have one, she would find it. Cadan thanked the girl for such kind words, admitting that he just wanted to see what kind of book she was reading. If he had known that this would happen, he would never have done this. The Countess invited her companion to choose whatever he wanted. It was important for her to know what interests him, and in fact, there was such a thing. Without a twinge of conscience, Cadan said that he only wanted her, Erin. The girl understood that she shouldn't expect a normal answer from this guy. From that day on, Casadine did not come to the Countess's room at night for some time. On the eve of the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, news appeared in the newspaper that Archduke Damian Kindius was the winner of a fencing tournament. After reading the news, Aaron thought that he was a damn monster to win a tournament with such and such a body. No one in their right mind would even think that this guy had some kind of heart problem. Even she only found out about this when she saw with her own eyes how Damien fell, and this despite the fact that Aaron had been following him around for a whole year. In the evening, Cassidan knocked on the Countess's door. The girl asked him why he had recently stopped coming at night. The guy admitted that he was happy that his savior was waiting for him. Now almost nothing bothered him at night, and all thanks to Aaron. Casadine believed that if others found out that he came to the Countess at night, they would have problems, so he always left before dawn. But the girl had a different opinion. If the slave was worried about this, he would not have come at all. This guy liked to see Aaron during the day, but also liked to see her at night. Her blue eyes were like a calm lake, and her face was illuminated by the soft moonlight. The girl, too, when she looked into Cassadine's dark purple eyes, thought about many things, especially when he looked into space. His forehead wrinkled. She became curious about what he was thinking about at the moment. Without saying anything new, the slave replied that he always thinks only about his savior. Aaron reported that a few days ago, one person saw Casadine leaving the mansion at night. The girl did not take her eyes off the guy, looking at his reaction. Without thinking twice, the guy replied that he just went out to get some fresh air. The Countess looked at him suspiciously. Did he really think that she would believe this? Sasha then said that Casadine returned to the mansion right before dawn. So a night full of lies passed, and the morning of that very day came. The maids were fussing about getting the mistress ready for the birthday celebration. One was combing her hair, the second was looking for earrings that had gone missing somewhere. Finally, the preparations were over. The lady was simply magnificent. Aaron was supposed to become exactly the main character of today's banquet. One could envy the person who would dance with her. The Countess was convinced otherwise, that Casadine would be the hero of the evening, not her. Seeing Aaron in front of him, the guy thought for a moment that an angel was standing in front of him. Giving his savior his hand, the slave led her into the carriage, and they headed to the Crown Prince for a holiday. The seat opposite was free, and Casadine could have let go of his hand long ago, but he liked being next to Aaron. Putting his head on the girl's shoulder, he said that she emanated a pleasant aroma that he was ready to inhale all his life. Casadine said that now he would like to stop time. In the palace, a lot of people will be looking at his Aaron, but he doesn't like that. The girl still could not understand why her companion behaved this way. They are brother and sister, and most importantly, why he still continues to lie to her. She really wanted Casadine to open up and tell her the truth one day. The guy paused for a long time, putting on an innocent face. The slave again asked why the mistress did not believe him. When Casadine lied, the corner of his mouth lifted and the eyelashes on the right side trembled slightly. His lies were rather clumsy. Smirking, the slave asked Aaron what kind of person she was, but she didn't have to answer that question as they arrived at their destination. The emperor's palace appeared before their eyes. It was of incredible proportions. Aaron has been visiting the palace since childhood, and the fact that their estate was close to the palace was also done so that members of the emperor's family could be healed at any time. Because of this, rumors even began to circulate that the Countess was a possible candidate for the position of crown princess. Coming out of the carriage, Aaron read on Cassadine's face as if he wanted to say something, but as usual, he did not say anything worthwhile, except that his companion was very beautiful. Today, the guy gave the girl too many compliments, as if he was asking for a compliment in return. With a straight face, the guard asked who was accompanying the lady. People around were whispering who this handsome man was. No one had seen him before. Aaron introduced the guy as expected, that this was her brother, Casadine. The doors to a palace of extraordinary beauty opened before the family of Count Circe. Imperial Palace, Crystal Hall. Aaron remembered everything like that. Damien would be late for the banquet today. The only difference now was that today the girl came with Casadine. Lady Christine ran up to the Countess to say hello. The girl was very flattered that her mistress remembered her. Avali Kristen, daughter of the Count's family, Kristen, who became rich in diamond mining. They killed hundreds of slaves in their mines and spread rumors that the Aaron family was hiding the mine. Evely was very curious. She immediately drew attention to the Countess's companion, asking who this handsome man was next to her. Cadan introduced himself first. The girl immediately became embarrassed. The guy had a magnificent voice. Aaron introduced the slave as her younger brother. A buzz immediately arose in the hall. Everyone was actively discussing this. Usually they talked and laughed among themselves on the sidelines, but now they surrounded him like a pack of dogs on the hunt. No one could believe it, because as far as was known, Lady Aaron was the only daughter of Count Sergius. The Countess did not understand why everything turned out this way, but she simply did not want to waste her mental strength on this meaningless struggle. The girls gathered in a crowd near Cadan. They all admired him, saying that they did not understand how such a handsome man could be hidden. Evely Christine went on the offensive, asking if the young master had a girlfriend. One of the ladies invited the gentleman to her mansion. Finally, the new brother Aaron broke his silence and said that he does not have a girlfriend, but he has a person whom he keeps in his heart. Evely Christine did not let up. She directly asked who this stranger was. Without hesitation, Cadan replied that the day he met her, she was wearing a light blue dress with her collarbones exposed and a blue sapphire necklace around her neck. The guy could not take his eyes off her because she was so beautiful that when he looked away from her, he felt guilty for it. Casadan's heart belonged entirely to her, and there was no room in it for anyone else. The girls asked to name the name of this stranger. At that moment, Aaron became very tense. Luckily for her, when it was announced that His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived, all attention turned to him. All those present greeted the small son of the empire, Crown Prince named Leon de Crassibel. The prince thanked those present for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend the banquet. Initially, Cadan was supposed to become a close confidant of the Crown Prince. It was God's best choice to protect her family, but she couldn't help but feel guilty towards the prince. Having completed his thank you speech, Leon de Crassibel said that today we should forget about all our business and worries and have a lot of fun. As soon as the prince touched the glass of wine with his lips, he fell dead. There was poison in his glass. Aaron couldn't believe her eyes. In her previous life, the Crown Prince was not poisoned at the banquet. The banquet lasted into the night, Damien arrived late, and the only difference from then until now was that the lady came to the celebration with Cadan. The thought came into the Countess's head that the person who poisoned the prince might be her newly made brother. But why? Slowly, the picture began to take shape. It was Cadan who could be the crown prince of the kingdom of Chiron, which had completely disappeared from the map, and if this is so, then this fully explains his action. However, in his previous life, he was the crown prince's closest assistant for 3 years. That's it, this is most likely pure revenge. Aaron found it very interesting how much Cadan had to suppress this strong desire within himself. The feeling of having to hide everything behind an outer shell seems something the mistress could fully understand. Taking her companion by the hand, Aaron whispered to him that she knew everything, that he was the crown prince of the kingdom of Chiron. Casadan's eyes were full of surprise, and he stammered and asked what the lady just said. The guard announced that from now on, no one would leave the castle walls until the interrogation was over. This was the order of His Majesty the Emperor. The criminal may be here. If anyone behaves suspiciously or tries to get out, they will automatically be considered guilty. Those present could not believe that among them there could be such a fool who poisoned the prince at the banquet itself. Touching Casadan's hand, Aaron felt a trembling, but this trembling was not from fear. The guy was angry with her. The girl sheltered a wild animal. The Countess began to reassure her companion, but asked him not to do this again. This advice was for his own good. Cadan looked at the girl silently, not knowing what to say. The girl once again took the guy by the hand and promised that she would protect him. The herald loudly announced that Lady Aaron Sergia was being summoned by the emperor. The girl walked and thought that now rumors would spread that she would become the prince's bride. Entering the room, Aaron bowed her head and greeted the shining son of the empire. The emperor called the lady to heal his son. The prince was pale, which means the poison had spread throughout his entire body. The poison had neither smell nor color. The poison poisoned the blood throughout the body, It was strong and fast-acting, and also odorless and colorless. Aaron realized that it was poison from the crow's eye, a plant that is found only in the north. In the book that Cadan stole, it was written that by mixing the juice of a raven eye with jade, you can rid the poison of the smell. If you delay, the prince will be bedridden for the rest of his life. The poison was deadly. Aaron's expression changed. She immediately thought that Cadan was completely crazy. Having unbuttoned the prince's shirt, the gentleman began to heal. After some time, the girl still managed to please the emperor. She removed all the poison. Aaron saved His Majesty from grief. In return, she could have asked for anything for her merit, but the girl did not need anything. She only did what she had to do. Now the main question was who dared to do such a thing on the prince's birthday, whoever it was. He clearly wants to die. It's so good that Aaron knew how to heal. The girl decided to take advantage of the emperor's trust. She was afraid to say this, but this was the only way to save the emperor. Aaron decided to divert suspicion to another person, telling the emperor that it was poison from crow's eye, a plant that grows in the north of the country. The northern territories were ruled by the emperor's younger brother. After his death, he left his only heir, Damien. The emperor noticed that Aaron made a bias towards the fact that the plant grows exclusively in the north. It was enough for the girl to sow doubts. Damien's father was never interested in the throne, but his son was completely different. Even after the prince was named heir to the throne, Damien never looked him in the eyes. He was most suitable for the role of someone who could encroach on the throne. The emperor loved his son very much, and therefore, although he was able to avoid the first suspicions, now he will not escape the imperial interrogation. Aaron will do everything to prevent her cute little brother from becoming suspicious. Before leaving, the emperor had one request to the savior of his son. He asked the girl to stay next to the prince until he came to his senses. The emperor himself was going to go to the aristocrats, since he could not simply lock them in the hall and not go out to them. Convinced that Cadan was now above suspicion, Aaron promised to carry out His Majesty's orders. The girl was still alarmed that the emperor trusted her so easily. She really hoped that His Majesty had not begun to consider her as a bride for his son. Aaron wanted to take a break from everything. She began to think about Cadan, what he was doing now, hoping that he was not causing another accident. The crown prince began to moan. The gentleman could not understand whether he had come to his senses or was talking in his sleep. Bent over Leon, Aaron began to button up his shirt buttons. The guy opened his eyes. He woke up. The prince stared at the girl in bewilderment. After a minute of silence, he asked who she was and what she was doing here and how she even dared to touch his body. Aaron said that she was a healer who healed him of the poison that had spread throughout his body. And if she had done this a little later, everything could have ended badly. The guy began to remember that his father told him about the existence of such a girl. The Circe family was the only one in the empire that possessed this gift. The prince had heard that the girl from this family was the greatest healer of all time. He couldn't wait to see Aaron's abilities. The lady was confused. She tried to explain to Leon that this was impossible, since she had already cured his illness, so there were no more terminally ill people here. Just as the girl was about to leave, the prince suddenly screamed and began to complain of pain in his heart. Aaron rushed to Leon to help, believing that there seemed to be some poison left. After some time, she reported that she found no illness, and the prince's heart had a completely normal rhythm. The guy recovered incredibly quickly. The poison disappeared completely. Leon laughed and began to joke stupidly that it seemed that the girl really was a healer. Aaron knew that the prince was a year older than her, but she could not understand whether he behaved this way because he grew up in the imperial family or because he was still just a child. The girl was about to take her leave since her work was done, but the guy suddenly grabbed her hand, trying to detain her. He said he was still worried about his health, so she should stay with him for now and observe. Aaron resisted until the last minute, trying to call the servants. For the prince, such behavior was incredible. Other girls would have done anything just to talk to him, but the healer, on the contrary, tried to escape as quickly as possible. Leon was a strong narcissist. In her past life, they did not exchange a word. Aaron could not even imagine that he was like that. The countess believed that not all girls were the same. She wanted to get away from here as quickly as possible. She needed to come up with an excuse. The girl tried to explain to her interlocutor that in the future he will probably meet many ladies, and not all of them think the same way since each person has his own values. The prince grabbed Erin by the hand, pulled her towards him, and asked what she thought about him. His face was getting closer and closer to the mistress's lips. She tried to move away from him, quickly throwing out that for her, he was only the crown prince and nothing more. Leon laughed loudly. The girl stood in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening to him. As if flirting, the guy said that if something else happened to him, then she would certainly heal him. Releasing her hand, the prince said that they would see each other again, and now she could go. Erin really wanted to punch him, but she left only with the hope that they would never see each other again. Entering the palace hall, the girl discovered that the guests had all disappeared somewhere. Only the servants were clearing away the remains of food and drinks. The maid said that everyone had been sent home. Erin exhaled calmly, which meant Cadan was safe, but the question was where he was now. Finally, she found him. He was standing in the complete darkness of the corridor and talking to someone. The lady called out to him and the conversation immediately died down. With a smile on his face, the guy began to shout that he was glad to see his old sister. Erin came closer. Looking at her was the friendly face of her younger brother, who had good manners. But recently, he looked at her as if he was ready to kill. The girl asked who her little brother's interlocutors were. The countess's eyes bulged out of her head after she saw Cassidy's interlocutor, a gentle but full of pretense voice with which she was all too familiar. The closer he was to her, the more vivid the memories were. The guy introduced himself, saying his name, Damian Kindeus. Erin understood that she needed to calm down, because she had been preparing for this meeting for a long time. Her fiancé in the past asked if she was feeling well, as the lady looked rather pale. Putting a smile on her face, Erin replied that she was fine. Thanking for the concern, she introduced herself. The lady asked what Damian was talking about with her younger brother. The guy made a surprised face and asked if he understood correctly that Cassidy was her younger brother. The new acquaintance thought about it. It seemed strange to him that Erin and Cassidy were completely different from each other. Damian said that he was late due to some business, but it turned out that the banquet was canceled. On the way here, he met the lady's younger brother, and he explained everything to him. Pretending that he was sorry that this happened to the prince, the archduke made a sad expression on his face. Erin understood that this incident probably gave him pleasure, because he was so eager to take the throne that did not belong to him. The lady almost set herself up by calling Damian an archduke. The guy looked at her questioningly, asking how she knew his status. But the girl justified herself that his family was quite famous in the empire. In a past life, Damian lost to Cassidy, who took part in the knightly tournament for the first time. Erin remembered how shabby her fiancé looked, as if it were yesterday. That day, the archduke's arrogance was trampled into the dirt like toilet paper. Suddenly, Damian asked the lady a question why she stayed in the imperial palace for so long, when everyone else had already left. Before Erin could say a word, the knights grabbed the archduke. The guy screamed, not understanding what was happening, but all the knights could say was that he was obliged to go with them, since this was the order of the emperor. It was very difficult for the lady to hold back her laughter. She kept saying how it happened, trying not to laugh. Finally, the girl switched to her younger brother, who clearly had something to tell Erin. It was already very late. The guys decided that it was time to return home. The countess had only one question: why Cassidy did this. Erin tried to assure him that he could trust her. She would not tell anyone anything, and even more so, she would not accuse him of anything. At that moment, his mask cracked and fell off his face. It was no longer possible to hide the feverish gleam in his eyes. The lady understood that if she could find out everything, it would help not only Cassidy, but their entire family. Pulling the guy closer to her, Erin said that it didn't matter to her whether he was in the past the crown prince of the kingdom of Haran or a slave. He had some kind of goal. First of all, he had to survive. Gritting his teeth in anger and throwing the lady onto the sofa, Cassidy replied that if he killed her right here, then no one would even know that it was him. He expected Erin to finally say something with his beautiful lips. The slave was furious that his savior had found out, but he was even more enraged by the fact of how this could have happened. The Countess didn't even resist. Cassidan was too pathetic in her eyes because he lied even to himself. Her calmness irritated him. The guy thought that Aaron did not realize the position he was in to say such words. The lady tried to convince him that she was well aware of everything. The guy did not understand who his real enemy was, and now he was trying to harm the completely wrong person. 8 years ago, during the conquest of Chiron, Damien's father, Halikindius, led the troops. An excellent pretext was found for the war. It was a famous old prophecy left by the long-dead prophet of the Seville Empire. While Aaron was trying to find as much new information as possible about Damien, she learned something new that Cassidan did not know about. The Countess did not give up. She insisted that all her words were true, unlike the words of the slave, especially since now there was no point in lying to her either. Cassidan didn't know if the girl regretted saving him, but she didn't regret it one bit. The guy's hand weakened. Aaron pulled him closer and hugged him, whispering that no matter what anyone says, he is still her family. The voice that lulled Cassidan's worries may belong to the mistress, but he was unfamiliar to her. It's funny, but it was Aaron who used it. This night was quiet and sad. Arriving at the palace, the girl asked the maid Sasha to fill her with water in the bathroom. She really wanted to relax. She also asked to bring her all the books of the Kingdom of Chiron, all the useful information that could be useful to her in order to learn more about this kingdom. In the meantime, while everything was being prepared, Aaron went to Cassidan's room. She wanted to talk to him before going to bed. The girl began the dialogue first, drawing attention to the tea leaves, which were helplessly drowning in a whirlwind of water, and at one moment calmed down, just like the lie. The pain that seems endless, that poisons your whole life, will also one day subside. Life with Cassidan, who was ready to drag him down to the bottom at any moment, turned out to be very contradictory. What amused Aaron was that it wasn't that she had nothing to say. In her past life, she had learned everything about Damien. Therefore, in order to fulfill Cassidan's wish, her goal had to be achieved. The girl knew very well that if her newly made brother destroyed Damien and went to war instead of her father, then she would do anything for him. Aaron tried to remind the guy that she was his family, that he could turn to her at any time if she could do something for him, even if it stained her hands with blood. Cassidan broke the silence. He pulled away from the girl and exclaimed what she was even thinking about. He thought that Aaron was out of his mind and didn't understand what he was saying at all. The guy expected to be scolded for being an ungrateful slave who did not understand what kind of service he was given, but he was never even reproached. Aaron maintained that if Cassidan wanted to harm her, he would have done it a long time ago. Naturally, the one who had to become a beast in order to survive will not give up now. The month they spent together could not pass without a trace. The slave had already become accustomed to his savior, no matter how much he wanted it. Aaron continued to convince him that he could consider that his actions were her actions, because she was the one who took the initiative to shelter the guy. The girl believed that Cassidan's wrong actions were also her fault, since instead of healing his old emotional wounds, she periodically reminded him of them. The Countess sincerely asked for forgiveness from her brother. Without answering, Cassidan turned and left. He felt as if something was squeezing his heart. The girl whose face radiates the calm of a monk is not sad, but not thoughtful either. The expression on Aaron's face was as if she had to give up a lot. Good looks were poison to slaves. People did not pay attention to wounds or blood. They were only interested in a good physique and a beautiful face. Cassidan hid his true identity as best he could. For the sake of survival, he could not even allow himself to grieve about the past. But right now, he began to doubt. The guy couldn't figure out this chaos. His head ached from vague emotions. He felt safe next to this suspicious girl. Along with this came an inexplicable feeling of defeat. Having collected his thoughts and thought everything through carefully, he knocked on Aaron's door and said that he would like to know more about his older sister. He wanted to apologize to her and hear her voice. From a certain moment, his whole body was on fire. Putting the girl's hand to his chest, Cassidan asked why this was all happening to him. Having hugged Aaron, the guy told her that she was beautiful. Every time he looked at her, she shone brighter. Her hands were so soft. The girl abruptly jumped away from Cassidan. Touching his wounds, she realized that they were burns, as well as marks from swords and axes. Such traces appear when the body sharply loses weight and remains in an exhausted state for a long time. Cassidan was a gladiator in the arena, but these scars were not of battle origin. The guy got them without fighting. Aaron came to the conclusion. He was tortured. The girl asked him to tell her all the details of what happened. Cassidan agreed to talk about his life. Aaron asked him to sit next to her, touching his body, warmth radiating from her. After some time, not a single scar remained on the guy's body. The lady healed him. The guy was extremely surprised. The girl grinned. She knew that this would happen. She needed to do this much earlier. Cassidan must have been in incredible pain, but he couldn't tell it. Erin felt extremely sorry for her younger brother. Smiling as if nothing had happened, she told him to go and have a good rest. Returning to his mistress's room when she fell asleep, Cassidan looked at her sleeping and thought that he had fallen into a trap. The next morning, Erin was slowly getting ready in her room when Sasha flew in, shouting that the lady needed to get ready quickly. With glowing eyes, the maid announced that the crown prince had arrived. Erin was clearly not happy with this news. She did not understand what he needed here. Sasha said that the crown prince wanted to meet the lady in person. That's why he came. Now he is in the living room and waiting for her. The girl immediately thought about Cassidan, because it had not been proven that it was he who poisoned the crown prince. Sasha was sure that the prince fell in love with Erin at first sight, because despite yesterday, he still visited her. The lady believed that this was impossible. For sure the prince came out of curiosity, but the question was why? Did he really have other things to do? It was revenge. It's surprising that Cassidan had the patience to be with this idiot for so many years. Sasha had information that things were not calm in the Empire. They said that Archduke Damien tried to poison the prince, and now he was in the imperial prison. No one knew what the Archduke's goal was, but it was rumored that they were going to release him, since there was no evidence against him. Erin thought, of course, yesterday's incident was incredible. The Damien she knew would have gotten out of prison even if he was guilty. The Countess knew that when he was released, he would definitely start looking for the real criminal, and when he got to the bottom of the truth, he would use it to bring Cassidan to his side. The Countess shouldn't have allowed this to happen, but in the meantime, she was going to find out about Damien. It wouldn't even be a bad idea to play out a dramatic scene. The girl asked the maid to prepare something more elegant for her. She was going to charm the crown prince. Near the room, Erin was waiting for Cassidan. The guy was clearly dissatisfied with something. Seeing his sister in a chic red dress, he immediately asked where she was in such a hurry. Erin said that a guest was waiting for her in the living room. Her new brother immediately asked to go with her, but the girl was forced to refuse. She thought that this would be a little difficult, but Cassidan did not understand what the problem was. And then the Countess explained that the person he poisoned was waiting for her. On her brother's face, Erin read that the defeated beast was about to show its true nature. Smiling at him, she went to the meeting, not understanding why she was so happy. Cassidan was left standing alone, as if humiliated and insulted. In the living room, the crown prince joyfully greeted the lady, saying that he almost died of boredom while he was waiting for her. Paying attention to his happy face, Erin would never have said that the guy really almost died yesterday. The Countess apologized for her lateness and greeted the small son of the Empire. The prince asked without these formalities, after all, this is not the first time they have seen each other. Erin was confused by this. She did not understand why he behaved as if they were close friends. The girl understood that she could not lose her composure because she had come to find out about Damien. The crown prince began the dialogue first. He said that Erin was probably wondering why he came to her early in the morning, but without waiting for an answer, he made her an offer to become his princess. The girl was in a panic. She did not understand what he was talking about and whether he was in his right mind, but the prince did not let up. It turns out that even the emperor had already given his consent to the marriage. His Majesty was so happy that Erin saved his son, and there were also rumors that her family made a fortune from mining. The prince believed that the family from which he was healed was worthy of the emperor's patronage. Moreover, the emperor himself seemed to be thinking about making the countess a princess. Finally, Erin was able to get a word in. She thanked the prince for such a flattering offer, however, she was happy with everything in her current situation. Leon asked if he understood correctly that the Countess was missing out on the opportunity to become the First Lady of the Empire. The girl thanked the guy, saying that simply his gratitude was enough for her. The prince certainly did not expect such an outcome. For him, Erin was a very interesting person. Someone burst into the living room without knocking. Turning her head, the Countess saw Cadan in front of her. He asked for forgiveness for interrupting such an important conversation, but the guy thought that the guest was hungry, so he decided to bring cookies. Erin realized that her brother took the cookies from the maid to interfere with her conversation with the prince. Leon thanked the guy for the cookies and told him he could go. This answer did not suit Cadan. He insistently replied that he intended to stay here. Again, Erin had to take matters into her own hands. She introduced the guy as her younger brother and apologized for his rudeness. The crown prince noticed that the brother and sister were completely different. She was blonde, but he had silver hair, including the eyes, were completely different. The prince was not the tactful one, so he immediately said that the guys were clearly not related by blood. Erin admitted this, but noted that Cadan was her only younger brother, to which the prince said that with such a body and appearance, it was strange to be just a younger brother. No wonder the girl had high standards. The lady repeated that her brother was indeed very handsome. The prince could not help but laugh. Wiping away tears of laughter, he said that it was time for the handsome little brother to go, as he and his sister had an important topic to discuss. Cadan persistently asked what could be so important that he should not hear. Since the crown prince was not one of the timid, he immediately said that he had invited Erin to become the princess of this empire. The girl was very indignant. She shouted that Your Highness did not dare to tell everything. Since everyone present was aware of the events, she repeated that she was forced to refuse this proposal, to which the prince replied that if she intended to refuse, then let her come to the palace and say it there. He made an appointment for her tomorrow at noon at the fountain. It was important that Erin come to the meeting alone. When the prince left, the lady went out onto the porch, followed by Cadan to clarify whether the crown prince was telling the truth. She admitted that this was true and was going to go to the palace since she had no other choice. Cadan believed that this should not be done, but Erin did not understand why he was so categorical, since she was going there to report her refusal. The guy thought it might be a trap, adding that the crown prince looked so-so. The girl looked at him with a smile. She was wondering what Leon's appearance had to do with it. According to Cadan, sometimes appearance alone is enough to judge what a person really is. From one look from the crown prince, it was clear that he was bad. Erin agreed with his words, especially since she herself did not like him at first sight. And his character was generally disgusting. The girl caught herself thinking that gossiping about the prince was so exciting. But still, she and Cadan were not ordinary brother and sister. The guy suddenly became interested in what Erin's first impression of him was. The mistress thought that they were similar. She could not name the reason, but she was sure that it was so. Erin was attracted not even by her appearance, but by the look in which a long story was read. There was sadness in it, similar to light at sunset and bottomless emptiness. The Countess asked a counter-question what Cadan thought about her when they met. After being silent for a while, the guy replied that it was a secret. In principle, it was stupid to ask a question to a liar. All the same, Erin tried to extract from him. He at least thought that she was a good person or a bad one. He didn't know what to tell her. Then the girl grabbed him by the sleeve of his jacket, but he pulled his hand back, repeating that he didn't know the exact answer. Cadan thought that his sister was angry with him, but Erin was not the touchy type, and there was no reason to. At that moment, the guy decided to be honest and said that he considered her not a bad person, but not a good one either. Rather, she was strange to him. Without even paying attention to the answer, the Countess blushed all over. She did not expect that Cadan could answer honestly. The guy blushed and looked away. Erin immediately rushed to him, thinking that the fever had not yet passed, but that was the case. For a moment, the girl began to wonder if her new relative had brothers or sisters. The book she found did not have a chapter about Chiron. Apparently, Cadan visited here, although he did not leave traces, as he did then in the imperial palace. Another problem remained: what to do if Erin met Damien? She had to shed light on all his actions. His fall to the bottom was the goal of the Countess. But Damien was not an idiot, so Erin came to the conclusion that it was worth acting like a fool. She probably understood Cadan, since she could not forget the pain she experienced on the day of her death. After checking his watch, the Crown Prince was glad that the Countess had come to meet him. Erin bowed before him, greeting the small son of the Empire. The girl repeated that she had come only to reject the offer, but Leon was persistent, suggesting that they should not rush, but first talk. The Countess assured the little son of the Empire that he had nothing to worry about. She came alone. The prince noticed that the girl was quite smart and also had the power of healing. Erin screamed. It was a secret, but here they could be heard, to which Leon replied, "If so, maybe she will agree to marry him." The girl was outraged because the prince didn't even love her. She was a healer, not a toy for him. The Crown Prince believed that love is not needed in marriage. Mutual understanding is much more important. Erin will have power, and the imperial family will have the power of healing. Although Leon believed that this was a good deal for both of them, the lady was already happy with her life. However, with His Highness's permission, she wanted to ask him to make another deal. This proposal interested the prince. He asked to tell him in more detail. Erin asked if the archduke was suspected of poisoning him, and as far as she knew, he was currently behind bars. The girl wanted to meet this man. Leon asked if he understood correctly that right now she was asking to meet with the archduke. If the Crown Prince allows Erin to do this, then she promised to show her healing power right now. For Leon, this was strange, since it was she who said that it could not be used if there was no wounded person. The girl corrected her. Did she say that she could only heal people? She could make a flower that was stepped on bloom, as if it had recently opened its buds. Erin at the same moment showed her healing power. The prince could not believe his eyes. He began to suspect that this was a sorceress in front of him, and he became incredibly interested in how the girl did it. But as it was presented, everything is possible. The Countess was simply a healer. Leon picked the newly healed flower, deciding to put it in his chambers, since here someone else might step on it. Erin was extremely surprised because being torn off is the same as being trampled. The Crown Prince had the expected question, why did the girl need this meeting with the Archduke? Why come all this way to the prison to meet this man? She expected him to ask this, but still, this question took Erin by surprise. It was strange to confess your love to someone who was sent to prison. It would be even weirder if she said that she wanted Damien to see at least one beautiful face before he died. Even weirder to say to someone who was asked to become a princess. Leon was bothered by this silence, as if he was being ignored. Turning to His Highness, Erin asked if he was sure that it was the Archduke who committed this assassination attempt. The Crown Prince was not sure about this. It was strange that a person with such a title was accused of the assassination attempt. No one found evidence to prove his guilt, which means that the crime was committed by another person, embittered against the imperial family. Erin explained that the Archduke was accused because he was late for the Crown Prince's birthday ball, and because the poison was prepared from herbs that are found only in the north of the country. The Countess said that she learned about this when she was trying to heal the prince. It was she who told the emperor that the herbs were from the north. The girl pretended to feel guilty for accusing the Archduke without other more significant evidence. She was sick of this thought, so she decided to check on Damien. Erin lied. Finally, the Crown Prince realized whose mistake it was. He began to worry that if the Countess was right, the situation would escalate. Lowering her eyes, she replied that for some, the truth can become a real lie. Standing up abruptly and extending his hand to Erin, Leon said that he understood everything and would personally take her to the Archduke. In her head, the girl was happy. It was clearly a success. The gentlewoman drew attention to the knight, who seemed suspicious to her because he was wearing a helmet in such hot weather. Erin and the Crown Prince approached a tall tower, which looked very gloomy. Leon was ready that the girl was seeing this tower for the first time. It was located quite far from the imperial palace. His Highness noticed the tail behind them. He turned to the knight who was pursuing them, asking how long he had been following them. Erin drew attention to the violet eye, which clearly stood out among the rest. The Crown Prince thought that these were the tricks of his father, who ordered that his every step be reported. He considered this incredible loyalty. Leon asked his companion if she knew why he asked her to come to the palace alone. Her brother's look seemed very unusual to him. The girl thought that this was natural because the one who tried to kill the prince remained alive and unharmed, but she only answered that her brother was too shy. His Highness spoke not only about how Cassidan looked at him, but also how he looked at Aaron. It was the first time he had seen someone look at their own sister like that, even if they were not related. It was somehow wild to see it. The Countess tried to confuse his thoughts by explaining that Cassidan was dear to her, and that by talking about her brother like that, he put her in an awkward position. The Crown Prince became interested in how much Aaron loves her brother. She admitted that she loves him very much, since no one can replace him. Aaron thanked His Majesty for seeing her off, but she was going to go on alone, not wanting to cause him any trouble. Referring to the fact that the archduke was taken into custody because of her, it would be difficult to have a sincere conversation with him in the presence of the prince. Leon ordered the guard to follow the countess. There was no longer a need to keep an eye on the crown prince, so the guard was to escort Aaron to the archduke's cell. But if anything happened to her, he would answer with his head, the prince ordered. Aaron assured His Highness that he had nothing to worry about, as she would talk and return immediately. Smiling, the prince changed the subject, saying that he had not been able to properly celebrate his birthday, so he intended to organize another ball in the near future. He promised to send Aaron an invitation that she couldn't refuse, so they would see each other soon. Trying to be romantic, Leon promised to keep the forget-me-not, which the Countess revived. When the prince left, the lady immediately asked Cassidan what he was doing here. The guy was surprised how she recognized him. Smiling, Aaron replied that she could not help but recognize him, but she was interested in something else, where he stole this armor. Cassidan replied that he did not steal them, but only borrowed them. Their owner just happened to fall asleep for a couple of days. The lady was worried that her brother would be caught, but the guy was confident in himself. He knew everything, right down to how the knights moved. For Aaron, this was not the case. Last time, Cassidan miraculously escaped punishment. Looking into the Countess's eyes, he asked if she was really worried about him. The girl admitted that from the moment she opens her eyes in the morning until the moment she closes them at night, there was not a moment when she did not worry about him. Cassidan was pleased to hear this. With hope in her eyes, Aaron asked if that was why he came to the palace, because he was also worried about her. The girl heard what she wanted to hear, because if it weren't so, the guy obviously wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. Cassidan extended his hand to his companion. It was time to go. It was necessary to figure out how the prison worked. The smell, of course, in this place was monstrous. It was a labyrinth from which it was impossible to escape. The path was known only to the person who delivered food at a certain time, and apparently, the prison managed just fine without guards. Finally, Cassidan asked what Aaron could possibly need here. The girl replied that he would understand everything when he saw it. The 8th camera they needed was visible in front of the guys. The Archduke was reading a book. Once upon a time, his jet-black hair and emerald eyes captured Aaron's heart. But now she knew what was hidden behind this beautiful shell. Approaching closer, the girl asked if Damien remembered her, but it was difficult not to remember her after seeing her once. As he approached the knight, the Archduke realized that he had already met him too. Aaron tried to hide the knight's identity by saying that he was just an imperial employee accompanying her. The main question was what the Countess was doing here, since outsiders were not allowed to enter. The girl said it as it is that the Crown Prince gave her permission. This information surprised Damien extremely, and what is even more so is that the prince personally escorted the girl to prison. Aaron got to the point, informing the Archduke that she knew he was innocent of the assassination attempt. Approaching the cell bars, looking Damien in the eyes, the Countess confessed her love to him at first sight. It was obvious that the Archduke would not immediately believe this. He was confused that if this was true, then why was he in prison? Aaron was a good actress. Tears appeared in her eyes. She began to scream bitterly that he could not help but believe her, because she took such a risk for him and came here. The girl did not stop trying to get Damien emotional. Finally, some kind of shift began. The guy asked if it was true, and she really fell in love with him. The Countess's eyes burned. She confirmed that this was true, because only a madwoman could come to such a place. Aaron lied to the Archduke, looking straight into his eyes. about how she fell in love with him at first sight, although she did not believe in such a thing before meeting him. In order to achieve her goal, the mistress was ready to endure all these humiliations. It was necessary to show how the girl was hurt after she found out that her lover was taken into custody. It was better to seem like a stupid girl whose feelings were all on the surface. Erin needed to get the Archduke to trust her, so she said that she had to go to great lengths to get here, including convincing the prince. Damien tensed, thinking that the lady was intimate with the prince. In a past life, the Archduke and the Crown Prince did not get along. Damien tried to establish a connection, but Leon was reluctant to make contact. In this sense, the Crown Prince's proposal was even problematic and could turn into a stumbling block. There would be more restrictions than new opportunities, and besides, the Archduke would be wary if the princess decided to get close to him. It was also necessary to take into account the character of the prince, who, without receiving a quick answer, would lose interest in Erin. Be that as it may, the girl had to maintain a reasonable distance and use the situation to achieve her goals. The Countess pointed to the knight, whom the prince allegedly assigned to her as an escort, and if Damien did not believe, he could ask him everything. Erin needed to find out the reason why the Archduke was late for the ball, promising that in this case she could help him prove his innocence. The guy offered a deal. The girl had to tell him what kind of relationship she had with the prince. In return, he would tell him what he was doing on Leon's birthday. At that moment, the Countess realized how petty the Archduke was. Even under pain of death, he tried to dictate his terms. Erin reminded that the Crown Prince's knight was next to them, and if Damien had offered her such a condition, then she was a complete fool to fall in love with such a person. The girl pressed for pity. Her eyes filled with tears again. The Countess recalled that she had come such a long way to help her lover, and he was doing this to her. The Countess turned around and headed for the exit, saying that her heart was wrong. Now she knows what the Archduke is like. Damien realized that this was his last chance to be free, so he called out to the girl, apologizing and promising that he would tell him why he was late for the celebration that day. Erin realized that she had won a small victory, but it was still just the beginning. The guy said that he was preparing a grand gift for the prince. However, it took time to deliver it from the estate. The Archduke realized that if he told what kind of gift he had prepared, it could do him good. He was a slave. He was brought from far away because of his outstanding abilities. It took Damien a lot of work to prevent the slave from biting off his tongue and dying. The guy thought that Erin had misunderstood him. He tried to explain that slaves with outstanding abilities were extremely rare and cost a fortune. About a month ago, a gladiator slave was sold for 5 billion gold coins. Even taking into account the fact that the Empire treated slaves worse than cattle, the girl did not understand how the Archduke thought of giving a slave as a birthday present. Or was it an excuse for being late, which was due to heart disease? In any case, the Countess had to find out. With a smile on her face, the girl asked Damien to send her this slave. The guy was clearly stunned by this request, but Erin explained that the poison that poisoned His Highness was made from a plant that is found only in the north of the country, and this was the main reason for the Archduke's imprisonment. The lady cited the facts. She simply found out what was included in the poison, and Damien was simply late. It was she who then informed His Highness and His Majesty. Finally, the Archduke understood why he was arrested. Initially, it seemed strange to him that the arrest occurred due to simple tardiness. The guy had to give Erin a slave so that she could talk to His Highness and prove Damien's innocence. She assured the guy that the prince would believe her if she provided evidence. The Countess skillfully pretended that she was very sorry that the Archduke could not rely on her before, but she simply could not leave him in such a hopeless situation. Damien clearly did not expect this, but without guessing anything, he agreed to send the slave to the Countess. In return, he demanded to spend some time with him. Screaming with happiness that she was invited on a date, Erin thought about her small victory. The guy fell for her trick. Damien clearly thought that this way he could get information about the prince. The lady said that she was looking forward to their meeting, but the guy replied that he hoped they would have a good time as soon as he got out of prison. The girl understood that at this meeting, she would make good use of the chance. Returning to her estate late in the evening, Sasha brought a certain document into the Lord's room. It was written about the kingdom of Cadan. Unfortunately, the maid could not find anything new. She searched all over the city for information. Sasha met with a man who was known for having a wide variety of information. She asked him several questions in the hope that he would help her. Of course, not for nothing, the maid made good use of the jewelry that Aaron gave her. The Countess was outraged that Sasha followed instructions to her own detriment, but the maid did not allow her to say a word, saying that she had found out who might know about the kingdom. It was decided that tomorrow he would go to this man. That night, Aaron couldn't sleep. She stood near the wide-open window and was clearly waiting for someone. After some time, the door to her room opened and Cadan entered. The girl was very glad to see him unharmed. She was worried about him, asked to sit next to him and tell him how it all went, whether he was caught when he returned the armor. When the Countess asked why her brother looked so bad, the guy remained silent. After a few seconds, he asked a question that surprised Aaron, whether she liked green eyes. Seeing the surprise on his sister's face, Cadan asked again, "She doesn't love him only because he doesn't have green eyes." Handing the guy a mug of tea, the mistress began to explain that everything was not like that. Even if his eyes were not green, this did not mean that she did not love him. Cadan didn't understand. If everything was as she said, then why did she talk in front of him about that coal-black hair and eyes sparkling like the stars in the sky? To some extent, Aaron was flattered by this because the guy didn't miss a word. Moreover, he remembered everything. The girl admitted that she loves Cadan, and even if he doesn't think that this is not so because his eyes are not green. No matter how he looked, he was the most dear person to the lady. Baring his teeth in anger, Cadan pulled the girl closer and asked how many people she had said that to. The guy clearly didn't believe her. He was worried about his ranking, but for Aaron, he was the first. Cadan was so strong that the Countess even lost her breath. Gently touching her chin, the so-called brother asked the girl not to take her eyes off him. He demanded to repeat what she said, looking him straight in the eyes. His hand grabbed the girl's neck. He squeezed her so tightly, and with a sarcastic smile on his face, he said that he was already familiar with such a face. With all her strength, Aaron pushed Cadan away. She practically could not breathe from the pain. Since the pieces of the broken cup were lying on the floor, the guy noticed that a stranger would think that he had done something bad, but he had not done anything bad yet. Aaron wondered if her younger brother could cope with his desires. She allowed him to do this whenever he wanted if it made him feel better. The question was whether he felt better. For some reason, the girl was sure that Cadan was not that kind of person. Saying as if with a threat, he asked not to provoke him anymore. At this moment, the brother seemed very pitiful to Aaron, due to the fact that he could not trust. All he could do was bare his teeth, although in fact, she considered him very kind. The girl repeated that she would always be on his side. Cadan only replied that he hated her, but she did not seem to take it to heart, saying only that none of this was important, and the most important thing was that he should not torture himself. The guy was very surprised by this behavior after everything he had done and said. He silently turned around and walked away from Aaron's room. At some point, the girl agreed with his words. She really made Cadan part of her family to use later. The guy used it too. The crown prince of the ruined kingdom must have had a very rich story behind him, but she was unwilling to tell it. Cadan was also not going to talk about the kingdom of Cadan. His homeland was incinerated due to a prophecy. Aaron had no choice but to find out everything herself. Sasha was worried about her mistress, whether she was tired. In general, she did not like the idea of going without Cadan, since something could happen to them. Aaron was against this idea, because she believed that it was impossible to take her brother to search for information about him. Judging by the fact that there was only forest around the girls, it seemed that people could not live here, but they followed clearly the map that Sasha got. The maid was determined, saying that if she was deceived, then the informant would have to part with his leg. Among the wild forest, the girls discovered a small hut. When they knocked on the door, no one opened it for them. There was a feeling that the tenants had moved out a long time ago. And did ghosts live here? After some time, the door was opened, and an old man stood in front of the girls. The first thing he asked was how they got to the house of the Eunist old man. Aaron told it like it was. that they heard that the old man knew a lot about the kingdom of Hairan. She apologized that they came so unexpectedly, but it was really important. After listening, the old man introduced himself, allowing him to be called Notios. He saw that Erin was God's favorite. Despite her beauty, she was touched by God. The girl froze in surprise to hear this. She realized who was standing in front of her. It was the same prophet Notios. The old man was clearly quite modest, saying that there were times when he was called that, but now he is a simple old hermit. There were rumors that Notios had died long ago, but this was only payment for the fact that the man talked a lot about the future. Now he lived as if he were dead, but the fact that the girls came here was the will of God. The peace-loving kingdom of Chiron was destroyed because of his words. Erin was very interested in what was said in the prophecy, and since she turned out to be the favorite of God, Notios promised to tell her. Kneel the kingdom and empire. All living things in this world will be ruled by a ruler born in the kingdom of Chiron. The girls were shocked to hear this. Pretending that Erin did not know anything, she asked if the person about whom the prophecy spoke was still alive. The old man replied that the man was alive. However, the prophecy had changed. A hawk with broken wings has found its nest. The black raven, who wanted to live in the hawk's nest, rose too high, for which he would burn alive in the rays of the sun. That's all Notios could say. Erin asked to explain the meaning of this prophecy, to which she received the answer that she already knew everything. The girl decided to ask the last question. What does God's favorite mean? According to the old man, this was what it meant, because nothing happens in the world for nothing. The girl was sorry that she couldn't find out more, but it was incredible that they found that same prophet. It was thanks to Sasha that Erin learned everything she needed. The Countess thought about it, since Damien's father was already dead, which means the black raven from the prophecy is the archduke himself. The reason his father destroyed Chiron was to eliminate an enemy who could completely change history, but the question was whether he had the audacity to place his son on the throne. Since the man who destroyed the kingdom was dead, it was interesting what Cadan would do. It must have been the thirst for revenge that helped him endure the years of slavery and hardship. If he found out that a representative of the clan that destroyed his kingdom was still alive, it is unknown how he would react. Erin was very glad that she and her poor brother had a common enemy. The girl caught herself thinking that she did not deserve this strange love of God for her. In the evening, the Countess knocked on Cadan's door. A voice from behind scared her. It was her brother who asked why she had come and what she needed from him. Smiling maliciously, the girl asked if she needed a reason to see him. Taking her mistress by the arm, Cadan led her to his room, because it would be rude to talk in the corridor. Trying once again to grab Erin by the neck, but abruptly changing the direction of his hand, the brother asked where his older sister went today. Removing his hand from her face, the girl rudely replied that if he was so interested in where she was going, then he should have followed her. Cadan realized that she was dodging the answer. He was angry that he was not told the truth. Erin threatened to tell everyone who he really was. She clearly had no intention of sending her brother into the arena to become a gladiator again. Plucking up courage, she asked Cadan if he was afraid of her, and not the other way around. Squeezing his hand tightly, she said that it would be so good if her brother stopped worrying. Erin asked him to squeeze his hand tighter around her neck if he wanted, until he learned to trust her. Abruptly letting go of his hand, the guy began to shout, "Is the girl really not afraid of death, or is she just crazy?" Cadan's emotions were clearly out of control. He hugged Erin and began to ask for forgiveness for the way he behaved, that he made such mistakes. The Countess shed tears. Her little brother was so sweet. He never asked her for anything. It seemed to the girl that she had already cried all her tears in a past life. Hugging her brother tightly, Erin said that she loved him. Cadan realized that he was very tired. Last night he couldn't sleep because Erin couldn't get out of his head. He knew that she was going somewhere early in the morning, but he decided not to follow her. He was annoyed that he could not see her. However, the knowledge that Erin could be somewhere far away angered Cadan even more. The guy could not understand why the gentleman went to the imperial palace, why he felt unwanted and abandoned just because she told the archduke that she fell in love with him at first sight. Replaying the scene in his head of how she grabbed Erin by the neck and what she said, Cadan kept wondering if this emotion was fear or deep sadness. He couldn't even imagine that the girl was so crazy. What was even crazier was that the guy was drowning in it all, like in a swamp. Aaron disappeared from his arms like stars in the fog, and he could not let her go. From that day on, Cassidan began to treat his sister more courteously. There were no lies, no late-night visits. Aaron didn't understand whether that conversation really influenced him that much. She did not regret that she took the risk then. Rather, she was upset by his distrust, and the Countess was curious how he would react. The girl began to catch her brother's gaze more often. She asked why he was looking at her like that, but Cassidan could not answer anything intelligibly. In the morning newspaper, Aaron read that the archduke was suing the imperial family. The Countess considered him a coward, Sasha, on the contrary, because his reputation was ruined without significant evidence, which is why he filed a lawsuit immediately after his release. It didn't matter whether Damien won the lawsuit. Only those who had something to lose behaved so pitifully. The archduke had been free for some time, which meant he was soon to invite Aaron on a date. When meeting, it was necessary to make sure that the guy was on the Countess's side. The lady noticed that it was very noisy outside. The maid came to tell Aaron that someone had sent her a gift. The sender was not indicated, but the girl immediately understood who it was from. The gift was a slave. Aaron was shocked by what she saw. She couldn't believe her eyes that Damien was going to give this slave to the prince. Despite all the persuasion not to do this, the Countess demanded to release the slave. Meanwhile, she was also given a message from the archduke. The message indicated that the guy wanted to meet with the lady as soon as possible. Damien also handed over tranquilizers. They turned even a wild animal into a meek lamb. Of course, they could not influence the slave's abilities, but they could pacify his ferocious temper for a while. Before leaving, the servant said that if the tranquilizers ran out, Aaron could always get them at the archduke's estate. Judging by the slave's inhibited reaction, the girl realized that he was under the influence of drugs. Cassidan crept up to the Countess from behind and quietly called her. The girl already jumped in fright. The guy was no less surprised than Aaron when he saw the slave. Looking at this slave with marks from needles and imprisoned in a cage, the Countess felt as if she was now doing something bad. The girl told Cassidan that initially this man was a gift, but now she was going to give him a good wash and change his clothes. Aaron ordered 3 strong people to wash him, and in the kitchen to prepare food for the slave. Judging by Cassidan's face, the girl assumed that he was afraid that another slave would take his place. The Countess tried to support the guy, reminding him that he was her only brother, so he shouldn't worry so much about it. During the day, a cry was heard in the imperial palace. The emperor believed that his son was completely mad, but Leon was as calm as possible, as if nothing had happened. It was about marriage. His Highness believed that whoever heard this story would think that no one needed the status of the prince's bride anymore. His father ordered him to marry Lady Circia, but something was clearly going wrong. The crown prince tried to explain that the girl refused him when he proposed to her to become his wife. For him, it was funny. The guy was too narcissistic. If Aaron had accepted his proposal right away, he would have lost interest in her at that hour. The palace's reputation collapsed due to the incident at the ball, and Archduke Damien sued the emperor. With a smirk, Leon blamed everything on his father, since he had not taken proper security measures and still had not found the real culprit. The father grabbed his son by the collar. He was furious that the prince allowed himself to talk to him like that. The emperor had already started shouting. He began to point at his son that he took this throne because of him. Leon clearly didn't like his father. He blamed him for his mother's death. He didn't care that his father was doing everything for him, because this would in no way replace his guilt towards his mother. The prince made it clear that he never wanted this, neither the title of crown prince nor his father's concern, which only came out of guilt. Without listening to the end, the guy turned around and headed for the exit, asking his father not to bother him anymore over trifles. The emperor was left sitting alone in a depressed state. Leon admired the flower, which reminded him of Aaron Circia, and thought about her. The servants did not know what to do. In the entire estate, they could not find clothes of a suitable size for a slave. They did not sew such large sizes, since there was no need. Because of this guy, even Aaron's room began to seem cramped. His body was close to perfection. Like a cross between a bear and a panther, the girl knew that the prince would not get him so easily. The girl decided to independently search for clothes for the slave. When asked what his name was, the guy only remained silent in response. The servants began to get angry, believing that Aaron was spoiling him. The countess reassured them, saying that everything was fine, even despite the fact that the slave refused to eat and try on clothes. The girl asked everyone to leave and leave them alone. She tried to convince the slave to eat, citing the fact that he was probably tired after a long journey, and if this food was not enough for him, she would prepare more. Aaron asked not to pay attention to the words of the servants, however. The guy still did not react. The countess could not understand what was the matter. Had Damien decided to send the prince a disobedient slave? She decided to try something different by asking him to move the couch he was sitting on closer to her. This time, the slave stood up and obediently began to fulfill the request. Moving this sofa usually required 3 people. Aaron began to understand that the guy did not eat, did not talk, but only followed orders. It was creepy to realize that it was as if he was born only to serve. The slave also had strange wounds that resembled bite marks, but they were neither animal nor human. Because of the tranquilizers, his heart rate was uneven. Energy was bursting out of him, but at the same time, he was completely exhausted. Despite his impressive appearance, this man had many internal wounds. Upon inspection, Aaron opened the slave's mouth and reeled in horror. Someone had cut out his tongue. The countess studied various herbs and their reactions to poisons in her room. Of all the herbs, only thistle had a reaction, which reacted to poisons. Aaron realized that she was deliberately not allowed to know the composition of this drug, since it was a poison disguised as a tranquilizer. Damien wanted to buy His Highness's favor by giving him a poisoned slave. He could not allow such a strong slave to remain long with the prince, and therefore he took care in advance to remove the obstacle. The mistress ordered the slave to lie down on the bed. Even Cadan wasn't in such a bad state when she brought him to the estate. First, it was necessary to remove the poison from the body, and then return the tongue to the slave, but this would take a lot of healing energy. The girl would really like to talk to him. She hoped that when the guy came to his senses, he would certainly be able to tell her what the archduke did to him. Even with her fingertips, she felt how strong the poison was. This poison was not comparable to the one that poisoned the prince. Aaron's strength was not enough for healing. The girl needed to concentrate as much as possible and direct all her energy to him. After some time, the slave woke up. The first thing he asked was who was in front of him. Without having time to answer anything, Aaron began to lose consciousness. She did not think that she would weaken so much. Every time the count went on business trips, he brought his daughter a huge number of gifts. The count stood for 3 hours under the scorching sun to buy golden honey for the lady, because she likes sweets so much. The count had already taken it to personally take it to his lady. He was in excellent spirits. He knocked on his daughter's room, saying that he had returned. Having not heard an answer, he opened the doors and noticed a picture that was not the most pleasant for him. The gifts all fell to the floor in an instant, and he walked towards the stranger with fury in his eyes. The slave sat with a frightened face, not understanding what was happening. Cadan walked along the corridor and remembered how Aaron looked at the slave. He reproached himself, calling him a fool. Hearing the scream coming from the countess's room, he immediately rushed there. Count Oud drew his sword, pointing it at the stranger. He demanded to know what he was doing to his daughter. Seeing Aaron's body lying motionless, Cadan froze, unable to move. A moment later, he seemed to be released, and he hit the slave in the face with all his might, knocking him out. Cadan threatened to kill this bastard, but the count said that today he allows murder to be committed in his house. The slave still could not understand why he was hit and accused of something. It was as if he was defenseless. Approaching closer, he said that since he was not around, the guy allowed himself to take advantage of this and do something to Aaron. The guy began to defend himself as best he could, repeating that he didn't understand what he was talking about and didn't even know where he was. At that second, he realized that he could speak, although his tongue had been cut out. He asked Cadan if he wanted to know his name. He didn't care since he was preparing to kill the slave right now. The servants gathered near Aaron's room, not understanding what was happening. Sasha rushed to her mistress. At that moment, the lady came to her senses. A smile was barely visible on the count's face, that everything had turned out okay. The father began to apologize that he had recently been inattentive to his beloved daughter. He blamed himself for not even knowing that some black bastard had gotten into his pet's room. Erin realized that something terrible could happen now, and then she realized it. Cassadine cautiously believed his sister's words that she was so tired that she fell asleep on a stranger. The girl thought that she had finally managed to resolve the misunderstanding in this situation. Finally, the guy managed to introduce himself. His name was Tyr. Erin said that he arrived here in a terrible state, then asked if he could tell what happened to him. Unfortunately, Tyr didn't remember anything at all. The girl assumed that Damien had done something to his memory. Everything seemed to be covered in darkness. His memories were cut short. But Erin did not need details. What Tyr remembered was enough for her. The last thing he remembered before losing consciousness was saying that someone needed more blood, assuming that his words would sound like nonsense, but it was after this phrase that his tongue was cut out. When Tyr came to his senses, his tongue was in his mouth again. He could not say what had happened to him because he himself did not understand. The guy didn't see who cut out his tongue since he was wearing a bandage, but the man's voice was rather disgusting, as if senile. Also, the slave remembered that this man reeked of blood. Erin wondered if she might know such a person who smells of blood, but is experienced enough to cut out the tongue and not kill a person. Perhaps it could be the butler Kindle, Damien's close associate, who has been with him since childhood. Surely it was he who helped the archduke get rid of Erin's body. But unfortunately, that was all that she managed to find out about him in her past life. The countess promised that from now on, Tyr would never encounter anything like this. But for now, he could live in her house, where he would not need anything. She promised to sew new clothes for him, but she just had to wait a little. The guy felt awkward. He didn't want to bother Erin even more, considering himself an ordinary slave. Realizing that he was practically naked, the guy blushed all over. The lady just grinned, asking him to take the guy to his room. Turning to Cassadin, the girl hinted that it was time for him to go too. Without saying a word, he left. Erin tried to stop him and ask what was wrong, but the guy did not react. The Count was shocked. He came to terms with the fact that his daughter had sheltered Cassadin, but he could not understand why she brought this slave home. The man demanded to be sent back to where he came from, since one Cassadin was enough for him. The Count heard rumors that the daughter was bringing her brother to the palace. Because of this, there was a fuss, and now she brought home another slave. Erin assured her father that he had nothing to worry about. She would soon send Tyr to the crown prince. She explained that an aristocrat she knew asked her about this at the ball, and since she knew the prince, she agreed. Erin said that while her father was away, she healed the crown prince when he was poisoned during a ball in honor of his birthday, and after the prince recovered, he came to their estate. The Count gave his daughter a letter, which was most likely addressed to her. It was an invitation to a banquet at the palace. Due to the scandal associated with the archduke, the reputation of the imperial family had suffered. This banquet was supposed to show everyone that the prince was alive and well. Erin promised to send the prince away immediately after the banquet, when the situation in the imperial family was calmer. During this time, she needed to get the slave to talk so as not to miss the slightest detail about Damien. The next morning, breakfast with Cassadin passed in complete silence. The guy had a dissatisfied face. The brother parodied his sister when she ordered the slave to be sent to her bedroom, and then stood up and walked towards her. Coming closer, Cassadin said that if she needed a slave, she had better call him. Despite everything, he was just a dirty slave from head to toe. Brother Erin was sure of that. The girl assumed that Cassadin had gone crazy. He was quite sane, since he was not going to silently watch if Erin had another man. Without taking her eyes off the guy, the girl didn't understand why he spoke as if it was supposed to be so. Grabbing Cassadin by the face, Erin asked why he was measuring the degree of Tyr's purity at all. She asked him not to speak about him like that, ever. The Countess had saved Cassadin from the fate of a slave, and now he said this so calmly, as if he had forgotten about the times when he himself was treated like a thing. So he was no different from Damien. Their lips were very close. The girl asked if she kissed him, would she become dirty too? Irina's lips touched only Cassadin's forehead, although the guy was clearly counting on something else. The brother believed that if his sister became dirty, then the whole world would be dirty with her. The girl asked him never to speak like that again because, first of all, he is a noble man, a hawk with broken wings, so that he would no longer suffer from rotting wounds alone. Erin gave him her nest. Pressed close to the girl, Cassadin admitted that he had lied to her when he said that he hated her. From their very first meeting until now, there had not been a second when he hated her. Cassidan wanted to say something else, but fell silent. Erin didn't want to let her brother go through the same thing she did with Damien. For everything to fall into place, it was time for the Countess to make her move. The Archduke entered the room with a smile on his face. Erin said that she was really looking forward to him. The girl lied very skillfully. She said that she heard that the Archduke was freed, but did not contact her, so she was very worried that something had happened to him in prison. Of course, this could have happened, but the guy was only preparing a lawsuit. Taking Damien's hand, Erin's smile broke out and she said that she was very happy to see him again. As she thought, the guy had a very unstable heartbeat. He hid his chronic illness from her. But then the attacks began to happen so often that the Archduke began to lose consciousness right in front of the Countess. Around this time, she should have already healed him. Before healing, she studied a lot about this disease. One of the many causes of attacks was strong emotions, such as anger or overexcitement. Erin assumed that Damien had not received an invitation to the Crown Prince's banquet. She was going to bring a slave to the upcoming banquet, so she invited him to come with her. The Archduke thought this was a wonderful idea. The butler brought the guy a certain document. Looking at it, Damien laughed. It was a deed of sale for a slave worth 5 billion from Aaron Serkia. Returning to the estate, Tyre met the girl. He was glad to see her. The guy had already received the clothes. They fit him perfectly. Tyre didn't understand how his mistress could be so kind to a slave like him, but he was very grateful to her. Erin needed to discuss something with the slave, so she needed a minute of his attention. She told him her plan, that she wanted Tyre to go with her to the imperial banquet in a few days, but there he would face the Archduke who had done such terrible things to him. The slave was confident that he would cope with this, since in any case he wanted to repay the mistress for everything that she had done for him. After finishing the conversation with Tyre near the door to her room, Erin saw Cassidan, who was waiting for her. The guy wanted the Countess to take him with her. Although he understood that she could not do this, he tried to persuade her, promising that he would be as quiet as a corpse, that she would not even notice him. Erin could not take Cassidan to the palace. The guy thought that his real enemy was the Crown Prince. The lady asked if she took him to the palace. He would tell her what he was hiding, and in return, Erin promised to tell her something too. The Countess clarified that she is not forcing him, but if Cassidan does not want to tell her, then she will go to the banquet without him. Erin looked great. The maid Sasha was crazy about her outfit. The girl wished the lady a good trip, and she got into the carriage in which Tyr was waiting for her. Sasha was surprised that Mr. Cassidan was absent, but Erin's face showed that the guy would not go with her. The carriage had just begun to move when its door suddenly opened and Cassidan jumped in, saying that he would go with his sister. Trying not to show that she was happy, Erin smiled and told her brother to climb in. There were a huge number of people at the ball, even more than at the actual celebration of the prince's birthday. Most likely, the entire high society of the empire was invited here. Erin noticed that although there were many people, one person was missing. Someone called out to the Countess. It was the Archduke. The guy said that the Lord could see it even from afar. Bowing slightly before the lady, Damien asked the Countess for permission to be her companion for this evening. Seeing the Archduke, those present whispered that the guy was going to sue the imperial family, but nevertheless came to the banquet. There was feigned pleasure on Erin's face as she accepted Damien's proposal. The girl's hand was abruptly grabbed by her brother. He said that his sister promised him that he would accompany her to the banquet. The Archduke turned his attention to Cassidan, remembering that he had met him at the last ball. The lady was furious because her brother had promised her to be as quiet as a corpse, but now he had done this. With innocent eyes, the guy asked if his sister had really forgotten about the promise she made to him. Damien decided to attract attention and ask the lady if it was his younger brother. Erin confirmed this with even more malice. The guy said that those purple eyes are hard to forget. By the way, the Archduke said that this is their third meeting. Come to think of it, Lady Serkia was also nearby all 3 times, Damien added. Erin pretended not to understand what the Archduke was talking about, noting that as far as she knew, this was the second meeting of the guys. Damien insisted, saying that he thought that she had deliberately taken her brother with her to prison. The Archduke suggested that the brother was deceiving his elder sister. Then, changing the topic, He indicated that Lady Circia had invited him to the banquet, thereby he would accompany her. Cadan did not back down, saying that until his sister ordered, he would not let go of her hand. Leaning over Aaron's ear, Damien said that it was probably difficult for her, and how could this impudent slave even dare to bother her? The Countess stood and was silent, but her expression showed that she was furious and confused at the same time. The girl abruptly pulled her hand away from the Archduke. She was outraged at how he could say such a thing. She accused him of insulting her brother. Damien did not have time to answer anything, as the appearance of His Highness, the small son of the Empire, was presented. Leon immediately turned his attention to Aaron and greeted her. Whether he sincerely thought so or simply pretended to, the Crown Prince said that he did not think that the Countess would attend this event. But the girl could not help but accept his invitation. This wonderful meeting was interrupted by Damien, who intervened in the conversation, saying that he was glad that the prince was in good health. Narrowing his eyes, Leon said that he did not remember sending the Archduke an invitation. Even though Damien hadn't committed the crime, the prince still treated him that way. But the Archduke wasn't the type to just sit still. Leon publicly stated that the guy lost their trust immediately after he filed a lawsuit against the imperial family. But the answer immediately followed. Damien reminded that he had never had trust in this family. Turning to His Highness and Mr. Archduke, Cadan indicated that everyone was looking at them. Silence reigned in the hall. The Crown Prince smirked, calling Damien his father's son, noting that many people had come today who weren't even invited. Aaron realized that they were talking about her brother as well, but the prince was generous, so he closed his eyes to it or simply pretended to. However, Leon did not understand why his guest still continued to hold hands with her brother. Cadan replied that according to his promise, he was obliged to accompany her today, and if his sister allowed, he would not let go of her hand. Aaron didn't answer, just didn't take her eyes off her so-called brother. The Crown Prince, just recently, was thinking about whether his guest and her companion were really brother and sister. His Highness noticed that the way Cadan looked at Aaron was completely different from the way a brother looked at his sister. Wanting to quickly close this topic, the Countess shouted loudly if the prince would like to dance with her. The girl considered him a complete idiot to expose such absurd suspicions to everyone. Leon began to laugh loudly, thereby making himself look like a fool. Having calmed down, he told Aaron that she always exceeded his expectations. It was incredible. Usually men asked ladies to dance, so Leon made a gesture with his hand and invited the Countess to dance with him. Cadan did not want to let go of his sister's hand. He looked at her with such a pitiful look. Before the dancing began, the Crown Prince wished the uninvited guests to leave immediately, turning to Damien at that moment. After apologizing, the Archduke said that due to an agreement with Lady Circia, he could not leave this event yet. Turning to Aaron, he asked if she wanted to say anything to the Crown Prince. Smiling, the lady called Tyr. The girl introduced the man, who was a slave, saying that the Archduke was going to give him to His Highness at the birthday ball. However, before Aaron was going to explain why she brought him, she needed to make sure that if something happened, the Crown Prince would protect her. She believed that the Archduke would be very angry with her if she told everyone the truth. Damien began to shout loudly, as if trying to stop her. He pretended that he did not understand why the gentleman thought that he could harm her. His Highness shut the Archduke's mouth, citing the fact that no one here asked him. For that matter, Damien was considered the best swordsman in the Empire, which, of course, did not mean that he was capable of murder, Leon noted. The Archduke was angry. It was not enough for His Highness to put an innocent man behind bars, so he decided to publicly insult him. Leon noted that one must behave appropriately in public, which may be why Lady Circia asked for protection. The raven can never become a hawk, a man who wants to seize the throne that he believes is his birthright. Aaron thought it would be a good idea to turn them against each other, but she didn't think the prince would give Damien such a rebuff. This was not enough for the mistress. Her revenge was just beginning. The Countess began to say that she was fascinated by the Archduke, which is why she decided to see him in prison. Already at that moment, the guys realized that things were bad, no matter what Aaron said. The girl continued her story of how Damien decided to take advantage of her friendship with the Crown Prince and wanted her to convince His Highness to grant him his freedom. The Archduke began to shout that this was complete slander. Leon knew that the emperor released the archduke due to lack of evidence, despite all the dubious circumstances, and yet Damien decided to file a lawsuit against the imperial family. The advantages of friendship with the prince were different for everyone, but Aaron could not find out what the archduke really wanted. People who already had everything wanted more, because they looked not down, but up. Aaron believed that everyone knew what a person with a title like Damien could want. The guy was incredibly furious. Cassidan came to his sister's defense, forbidding the archduke to touch her. Damien grabbed Aaron's brother by the tie. He was angry, like some pathetic slave who was lying in the mud in the gladiator ring dared to stand in his way. Those present were shocked by what they heard, trying to understand whether this was really about Mr. Cassidan. The archduke seemed like a worthy gentleman to the guy, but he spoke about him as if Damien knew him, although they had only met twice. Cassidan reminded the guy that he was the main suspect in the assassination attempt on the prince, and then filed a lawsuit against the imperial family, so confidently opposing them, reproaching the archduke for not allowing himself to do this. These words simply drove Damien crazy. His teeth clenched. His eyes seemed to become even greener than they were with rage. Exhausted, the archduke clutched his heart. People surrounded him, trying to understand what was wrong with him and what help he needed. Aaron's eyes lit up. It had finally happened. She rushed to him, asking why he turned so pale. Did the guy have some kind of heart problem? The crown prince was surprised to learn that Damien had a weak heart. Lady Circia asked to urgently call the court doctor. The archduke began to shout that he did not need any doctor, demanding to call his butler Kindle. Aaron asked Tyre to help her lift Damien, but the guy resisted. When the slave called the archduke his original master, his eyes popped out of his head. He could not believe his ears, but Tyr was going to greet the master as expected. Damien began to lose consciousness. The last thing he heard was Aaron's words. She said that she knew a doctor who could identify and cure almost any disease. The gentleman was walking through the imperial park when suddenly she heard footsteps from behind. It was the crown prince. Aaron was so happy, as if she had been waiting for him to appear. She was sorry that this banquet was over, because Leon must have put a lot of time and effort into preparing it. The prince thought it would be strange to continue the banquet, when right there the archduke fainted. The countess pretended that she did not immediately understand that his highness had come for a reason, as if he had no intention of being alone with her. Leon was amused that the girl wanted to get down to business so quickly, without even intending to enjoy the local nature. Usually, the rose garden was inaccessible to anyone except members of the ruling family. Aaron reminded her that her brother was waiting for her, but the crown prince was not going to remember her strange brother just yet. His Majesty admitted that he arranged this banquet for the sake of Lady Circia. The girl ignored this, clarifying why he called her brother strange. Leon laughed in response, saying that she was not paying attention to anything. Aaron still continued to develop the topic about Cassidan, saying that she was extremely surprised when she heard that her brother was looking at her strangely. The crown prince saw nothing wrong with telling the truth. It was difficult to hold a decent banquet, and then the archduke also hid that he had a bad heart, and it seems that the situation could not be corrected, Leon noted. Damien had a very devoted butler. He believed that it was better to keep his master's illness a secret. Since such rumors would not bring anything good, the man was ready to bear responsibility for all the inconvenience caused. Leon did not understand the motive of people who conceal such diseases, and he also did not understand who gives slaves in the first place. Aaron wondered if she could really send Tyre to the crown prince, even if he was aware enough to be unbiased and regard Cassidan, a slave, as part of his inner circle. However, we were talking about a slave sent by Damien. In such a situation, welcoming Tyr would clearly not be the best idea. Most likely, the guy would simply be ignored. It was terrible when he couldn't turn to anyone. Aaron had already seen this from his own experience. The countess started a topic regarding Tyr, but the crown prince interrupted her and said that he did not need this slave, so she should return him to the archduke. The girl asked to keep it, because after talking with him, she realized that he was a very brave man. The prince happily agreed, saying that let it be his gift to her. From now on, Leon promised that he would monitor Damien more closely in order to immediately notice anything suspicious in his behavior, since he is now obliged to protect Aaron. Tyr could not be sent back to the Duke's estate, and for both her and the slave, this place was a real hell. Keeping this guy with her meant that the girl would break her promise to her father. The solitary communication between Aaron and Leon was interrupted by the appearance of Cassidan. It was strange for the prince that the girl's brother was here, because only members of the imperial family were allowed entry. The guy admitted that he came for his sister. A lot of time passed. She did not return, so he began to worry. Taking Aaron by the hand, Cassidan said that it was already very late and it was time for them to go home. In Leon's opinion, his brother's level of love was indeed above the norm, and he asked Cassidan if he would continue to behave the same way when his sister got married. Turning sharply to the prince, the guy replied that this would never happen. He was sure that his sister would always be with him and would never become anyone's wife. Turning to Aaron, Cassidan asked because he was right, but there was no answer. The brother still longed to hear the answer. He received it after a while. The girl confirmed his words. The prince noticed that the lady was thinking about the answer for a long time, and her brother was putting too much pressure on her. Aaron changed the subject, saying goodbye to His Highness, since it was already quite late, and it was time for them to go home. The crown prince wanted their meeting to take place again. He really liked it when Lady Circia visited his palace. Heading towards the carriage, Cassidan asked why Aaron was not looking at him at all, but the girl was worried about something else, why he was looking at her like that. Hugging the countess tightly, the guy said that he behaves this way because she is his sister, the only and most beloved in the whole world. Aaron didn't understand whether her heart was beating so wildly or his, and whether Cassidan really only saw her as a sister. She would like to ask about it, but if she hears the answer, there will be no turning back. Damien's butler stood over the girl's body. It was unclear whether she was alive, but he was clearly going to set her on fire. The flames burst out. The girl on fire was Lady Circia. The flames spread throughout her body. The imperial palace burst into flames along with Aaron's body. Everything was on fire. People ran wherever they could and begged for mercy. Someone had clearly started an uprising. The crowd shouted that the commander of the knights had rebelled, and it became known that the emperor had died. The old sun of the empire had set. People could not believe that God had turned his back on them. Only Cassidan was unperturbed. He officially declared that the time had come for a new sun to rise. Aaron jumped up suddenly, covered in a cold sweat. She did not understand what it had just been, a vision or a dream. Cassidan stood near the countess's bed. He noticed how the girl was sweating and immediately asked if she had really had a nightmare. The guy began to reassure his sister, repeating that nothing would happen because he was nearby. Cassidan said that they had recently returned home. Aaron was fast asleep, and he could not wake her. Then the guy apologized for taking the girl into the room without permission. Everything was in order, however, one thing embarrassed the countess. Her hair was loose, and she herself was in completely different clothes. Finally, Lady Circia realized what had happened. She paused for a minute, collecting all her thoughts into a heap. Then she began to shout at Cassidan what a scoundrel he was, because he was nearby all the time. But the guy began to make excuses that Sasha, the maid, Sasha did all this. Aaron suddenly calmed down, exhaled. Everything suddenly became fine. The girl would be lying if she said that Cassidan's smile didn't melt her heart. But there were some things that needed to be cleared up before she could move on. Something needed to be clarified about trust. Aaron recalled the guy's promise that he had to tell everything he was hiding if he went to the banquet with her, and then she would also tell something. Of course, Cassidan remembered everything. He just didn't know where to start. There was a kingdom called Chiron. It maintained neutrality because the king was a pacifist. But in the face of a more powerful power, the kingdom had no choice but to fall due to an undeveloped military sphere and a lack of good commanders. All members of the royal family died. Only the crown prince survived. The prince lost everything and became a slave, and he had only one reason why he could give up and die. This reason was revenge. The empire that destroyed his kingdom still exists. Cassidan decided to kill them all by tearing them apart. He wanted them to feel the same pain that he did. Aaron had to admit that her family has been under the patronage of the imperial family for many generations. The archduke, as she said at the banquet, wants to seize the throne. In case Damien was going to hurt them, Erin wanted to gather as much information as possible, and when she said she loved him, she was lying. Finally, Cassadine understood why his sister became close to the Archduke even while he was in prison. The girl decided to tell the whole truth, which is when she found out that Damien's father was the one who destroyed Chiron. In the Seville Empire, there was a soothsayer who had long since died when he prophesied that a great ruler was born in Chiron. The previous Archduke, who sought to seize the throne, felt threatened. This was sufficient grounds for the attack. The man responsible for the destruction of the kingdom, Cassadin, was already dead, and Damien was his only descendant. Arryn knew that this did not undo everything that the Empire had done to her brother and his family. However, it was not that she did not understand Cassadine's feelings. On the contrary, the Countess was glad that they had a common enemy. She was also glad that the guy decided to tell her honestly about everything. Still, for some reason, it was very strange to hear Cassadin's answer. It was just an ordinary nightmare, but Erin didn't understand why she felt this way then. Once when the guy came to his sister early in the morning, she healed his wounds. He was not happy. Cassadine was filled with resentment and hatred for this empire, but his mistress's help began to confuse him. He thought that she would never touch him again. He was sure that Erin would soon abandon him and had even come to terms with it. The girl accepted him despite everything she had learned. At that moment, Cassadin felt as if his life's purpose had changed. He had a new reason to live, and it was his sister who brought him out of this absolute hell. She was his salvation. Such words brought tears to Erin's eyes. Estate of Archduke Damien. The butler was very worried about his master. He wanted to find out what happened at the banquet, because the guy had been so carefully hiding his illness for a long time. It was all about Erin's Circia. In his opinion, the girl turned out to be crazy. Damien decided it was necessary to withdraw the lawsuit. Because of this girl, his position has been shaken. It will be bad if a rumor spreads that he is plotting an uprising. The Archduke could not understand when the ruling family and the Circe clan managed to come to an agreement. The butler said that Count Circia is quite close to the imperial family. At one time, he regularly visited the imperial palace with his daughter. Because of this, it was rumored that she could become the bride of the crown prince. Otherwise, why else would she visit the palace of the daughter of an ordinary count so often? Damien was confused by this version. He believed that there was another reason, especially since the girl at the banquet said that she knew a doctor who could cure any ailment, and this was either a family acquaintance or a family member himself. The butler tried to convince the gentleman that they had tried all the ways to heal his heart, and if there was some kind of doctor, they would definitely know about him. Damien did not let up, because the slave whose tongue was cut out had it reattached, and he spoke as if nothing had happened. It's as if the tongue had never been cut out. Archduke Damien was about to meet Erin again. Tyr sat in his room and thought about how good he felt. Comfortable clothes, a spacious and warm room, a lot of delicious food. The guy remembered little about the time when he was a slave, but this was enough to appreciate such luxury. Tyr was worried about how long they would allow him to stay here. Will he then become a slave of the imperial family or not? A stranger suddenly burst into his room. After a few seconds, the guy realized that Mr. Cassadin was standing in front of him. Tyr assumed that something had happened since the guy came to him alone and not with Mrs. Erin. Cassadin was very persistent, saying that he would ask one question now and wanted an answer to it right now. Tyr saw perfectly well that Archduke Damien was threatening his sister at the banquet. Even after this, Tyr still did not want to say what happened to him at the Duke's estate, since now Cassadine trusts him. The slave was depressed. He really couldn't remember anything, and if he remembered, he would immediately tell everything. As soon as Tyr began to talk about Lady Erin, who surrounded him with such care, Cassadin grabbed him by the throat and forbade him to say that name. The lady entered the room. She was confused by what she saw. Damien stood in his estate and admired the portrait of his father. Before his death, he said that even though he lost, his son should ascend to the throne, since he is the only one who deserves it. Although it was obvious to the Archduke, he did not know what to do with this damned heart disease. He would tear it out of his chest if he could. The butler brought Damien the medicine, informing him that more ingredients had also been obtained. Kindle reported that the medicine contained everything he needed, and he chose the healthiest ones. The man also said that the slave was still on the Count's estate. He sent a spy to check everything. The spy confirmed that the slave not only grew a tongue, but was also completely healthy. Also, tranquilizers were no longer used on him. It was surprising that such a large beast was able to be cured. Kendall had a bad feeling, since paradise in the hands of Aaron posed a great danger. It was also suspicious that a person who had not previously been mentioned anywhere as part of the family began to live on the Count's estate. Damien considered the Countess to be just a girl who tamed the beast. It was surprising to him that the butler spoke about premonitions. The guy ordered to get rid of all the extra ingredients without creating unnecessary problems. Aaron wanted Tyre to tell him what happened between him and Cassidan, to tell it like it was. The guy wasn't going to say anything. After some time, he nevertheless said that the guy only wanted to check whether he had really lost his memory, but he understood him. If he were in his place, he also would not trust the slave who was sent by such a terrible guy. Tyr knew that Aaron and Cassidan were not related by blood, but he was still worried that because of him, their friendship would be ruined, because he was only a slave who would soon leave this place. The Countess wondered if the slave would like to stay here. She explained that the guy had gone through so much during this time, and she definitely did not intend to return him to the archduke. Moreover, the crown prince had already given his consent to this. Tyre couldn't believe his luck. His eyes filled with tears. Was this really possible? He promised to definitely repay Aaron for her kindness if it didn't cause her any trouble. The Countess came to the garden to meet with Cassidan. The guy didn't understand why his sister wanted to leave the slave. Was he really not enough for her? The girl tried to explain that this was not the case at all. Cassidan asked his sister to repeat again that she loved him. This was important to him. Love, Aaron realized too late what this word really means. She asked Cassidan if words about love weren't something that lovers could say to each other, and not just brother and sister, but be that as it may, not a single drop of blood connected them. Moving close to Aaron's lips, the guy said that not for one moment did he consider the girl his family. Taking her hand, he noticed blood. It pricked itself on the thorns of a rose in the garden. He touched the wound with his tongue and licked the blood. Aaron pushed him away and demanded to stop. Anger was seething inside her, but at whom? Was it really Cassidan, who had severed the family ties that she so wanted to preserve? Or anger at myself for being afraid to push him away? Even if it was only for a short time. But neither of those matters now, because this strange game of being a brother or sister had come to an end. Cassidan admitted that he liked Aaron ever since he looked into her eyes in the damn gladiatorial arena. He tried not to cross the line and not let the girl into his heart. But the guy realized too late how much he began to value her touch or her friendly smile. Once Aaron asked what Cassidan wanted, but now he asked the question to her. For her sake, he was ready to become her sword, but he had to be the only one. The Countess pushed the guy away. She was, to some extent, angry with him, since she did not want him to consider her his sister. But that was the agreement. She believed that he shouldn't have talked about it. They are now brother and sister, and all the documents say so. Aaron insisted until the very end that she was only an older sister for the guy. The girl became thoughtful and began to compare all the thoughts in her head. And then she realized that Cassidan's smile was like the sun. She suddenly began to shed sincere tears because of those relationships that were for the sake of revenge. Cassidan asked Aaron to exclude him from this family. The girl couldn't believe her ears, but the guy was persistent. He believed that his sister thought he was strange, and if she hated him, she could expel him. The Countess was upset. She didn't understand why Cassidan was behaving this way. Did he really want to be expelled? The guy didn't want Aaron to be a weakness, so he asked to be excluded from the family. Count Circia was furious. He couldn't imagine who even dared publish such an article. At the estate, the servants were actively discussing an article that had been published about Mr. Cassidan. The Count was furious because the family's reputation had suffered. Mrs. Aaron locked herself in her chambers and has not left them since yesterday. The Countess sat with tears in her eyes. She did not know what to do. She could not answer Cassidan because she did not know what she wanted. Somewhere a mistake was clearly made. Like paint in water, Aaron hoped that the guy would turn into her colors. For her, on the contrary, it became a curse because its colors colored her. She had never thought before about what kind of relationship they actually had. The maid Sasha knocked on Aaron's room. The girl asked not to disturb her as she wanted to relax alone. but the Count insisted that she drink a cup of tea with him. The father was furious that the crown prince gave his daughter such a giant. Erin was sorry that everything turned out that way. She was going to send him to the crown prince. But due to the incident at the banquet, the slave now had nowhere to return. The Count hoped that his daughter would not be planning to add Tyr to their family registry. Erin promised that she was not going to add him to the family registry, but that he would remain as a slave, and not even as a guard. This time the father allowed it again. The Countess exhaled. She couldn't even count on that. The Count did not expect that this would cause such a stir, but he knew that sooner or later everyone would know about it, since the guy was attracting too much attention to himself. To be honest, at first everything about Cadan irritated him. The Count wanted to kick him out of the family at the first opportunity. The more she looked at the guy, the more she realized that he was not just a slave. The elegance with which Cadan moved, his handwriting and literacy, he completed the paperwork in a day when it would have taken the Count several days. The guy did an excellent job. If he were an ordinary slave, he would not have been able to assess the financial situation of the family from the papers that the Count provided. Surely, in addition to everything else, it is unlikely that an ordinary slave would be so elegant. It was these incidents that prompted the Count to think that Cadan was a fallen aristocrat who was sold and made a slave. Erin realized that her father also noticed this, but this was not surprising because the girl felt something strange from the very beginning. The girl was worried about the question. When her father finds out about Casadan's origins, will he kick him out of the house or will he regret it? The Count invited his daughter to have tea with him to discuss the situation that struck him. This morning, Cadan came to him and asked to be excluded from the family. The guy allegedly did not want the family's reputation to suffer because of this incident, and he also handed over the letter. The Count refused the guy, but asked why he was doing this, to which he received the answer that Cadan wanted to take everything into his own hands. How he said that he had to figure things out on his own and wanted to repay everything Erin's family had done for him. After waiting a pause, the father told his daughter that Cadan was no longer here. He had left. Damien's butler was tied up and was in some kind of house, judging by the surroundings, in which no one had lived for a long time. The cloaked stranger took the bottle from his robes and sniffed it to determine the contents. Smelling the scent, he remembered Tyr's words that those who held him needed a lot of blood. Pouring out the contents of the bottle, Cadan realized that the slave had not lied. The father tried to support his daughter by talking about a bird that lives in a tree for some time and then flies away, but with the change of season, it returns here again. The Count was glad to see from the window of his office how she chirped so that she could be heard even inside the house, but he had not noticed this before. In a way, Cadan reminded the Count of this bird. In fact, the man initially thought he was just an unlucky guy. He called the Count father only when Erin was nearby. One day the man got so angry that he insulted and was rude to Cadan, but the answer he received was not what he expected to hear. He thanked the Count for being the first to speak to a slave like him. Cadan was very happy to be with his sister, no matter what. Erin finally understood what her brother was thinking about when he was next to her. The girl blamed herself for everything. She didn't want this to happen. She just wanted to know about his past. The Count felt guilty before his daughter, even if he failed to dissuade the guy, and he was removed from the family register. But he promised to return and also gave Erin a letter. In the letter, Cadan asked his sister for forgiveness for leaving her without saying anything, but he promised to return as soon as he had done everything that needed to be done. 2 days later, the archduke's estate. Damien clearly did not expect to see Cadan at his estate. The guy was extremely surprised. The archduke immediately realized that the disappearance of his butler Kindle was the work of his uninvited guest. Cadan knew that news reached Damien extremely quickly, which meant that it was not something new for him that he was excluded from the family of Count Circe, and therefore had nothing to do with them. The archduke laughed. He was glad that finally the slave who had been unfairly lucky got what he deserved. Damien assumed that the guy came to take revenge, but as the guest said, he came to offer a deal. The archduke laughed out loud, amused that Cadan imagined he would agree to the deal. Damien was too self-confident. He told his interlocutor that if he thought that having dealt with the butler he could stop him, then he was very mistaken. The guy insulted Cassidan, calling him so stupid and disgusting from birth, but Cassidan stood silently and listened. The Archduke heard what tricks his interlocutor performed in the gladiatorial arena, although he was a slave. But thanks to this, he began to admire him. Finally, the guy found something to answer. He sold his life in order to survive. Damien drinks the blood of other people for this, and this seems even more disgusting. This is what the Archduke definitely didn't expect, that his secret would become known to someone. Cassidan presented a bottle with the words that he knew that the master had many more like him. When he fell due to a heart attack, he refused the help of the palace doctors and immediately called his butler. Damien began to lie, citing the fact that this medicine was made from the blood of goats, and his butler knew better than anyone how to treat it. Kindle had too much work to do, helping his master, studying medicine, coming up with treatments, and looking after the sick. Cassidan was easily able to get close to him, because it was the butler who was looking for servants on the estate to work, young, strong, and without chronic diseases. Another important condition was that these servants should be without any connections. Servants were hired quite often, however. There were few of them on the estate. It was then that Cassidan made Damien emotional, offering to find out where these people had disappeared to. The Archerkrog grabbed the sword and, putting it to the throat of his uninvited guest, said how dare some slave threaten him. Cassidan did not move from his place. He just smiled, looking into the master's eyes. Damien put a sword to the throat of a stranger. He knew that his heart condition had improved significantly. The master needed to know the secret of this. The Archduke threatened the man that if he did not start speaking, he would have to find another way to loosen his tongue. The man gave in, promising to tell everything, but begged him not to tell this secret to anyone else. "Blood, you need to drink blood. It will not cure the disease itself." The stranger made the medicine from completely different ingredients, and by chance human blood got there. Then he noticed that his heart began to hurt much less often. Only human blood worked, but at the same time the medicine only removed the symptoms themselves. Not believing the man, Damien said he would test it all on his blood. A few minutes later, he was dead. Cassidan asked the Archduke to calm down, promising to keep his secret a secret and even return the butler back. But for this, the master would need to fulfill his one request. Damien was very interested to know what this slave was up to. Although he annoyed him, he was agile enough to dodge a sword strike with one movement. And besides, the guy was quite knowledgeable about slavery. He decided to try to convince Cassidan to side with him, in which case he would be much more useful than Kindle. Damien decided to listen to what kind of deal they were going to offer him. Cassidan had heard that the founding day of the Seville Empire would soon pass, and he would like to take part in the nightly tournament that would take place on that day. The Archduke never took part in it. His interlocutor really wanted him to fight with him in the arena. Every year, in honor of the founding day of the empire, a festival tournament is held, which is organized by the emperor on this day. This tournament is the most anticipated event. Anyone can take part, regardless of their origin or status, and since it was allowed to use any weapon, participants often died in the competition. The winner receives a valuable prize from the emperor. If a commoner wins, he is also awarded a title. Damien had never entered this tournament because he didn't want to waste his time fighting all sorts of brats. But it was a tempting offer, if that's all that was required of him. Cassidan said that if the Archduke fought him during this tournament, then that would be enough. At the same time, the guy warned that he should not be underestimated. Several days had already passed since Erin's brother left the estate. She still could not come to her senses, rereading his farewell letter several times. Suddenly, the girls jumped up and demanded that Sasha get ready urgently. They needed to go to the same place for a meeting. Erin could not sit idly by. She had a lot to do. She also warned Sasha that another person would go with them. This man was Tyr. While the girl was getting ready to go out, she asked the maid to put his hair in order. Meanwhile, the slave was chopping wood in the yard, gathering crowds of admiring maids around him. Sasha didn't understand why someone was constantly hanging around Tyr. Approaching the guy, the maid said that the mistress had called him. He immediately threw the axe and headed towards her. Before this, Sasha was going to cut the guy's hair. During the haircut, he admitted to her that the lady was so kind to him that he would like to help her with something. It seemed to the maid that the guy was overwhelmed with work, and she began to worry. But as it turned out, this was not a burden to him at all. A few minutes later, the girl finished her work, so Tyr felt much better. His blue eyes shone. Looking at Sasha with them, he expressed gratitude to her. The lady entered the room. She assessed the maid's work, saying that the carriage was already ready and it was time for them to move out. Still, Sasha was eager to find out who Aaron needed to meet so urgently. The flower that Aaron revived still withered. Prince Leon remembered a childhood memory of how Count Circia talked to his mother, telling him that the soul is not as easy to heal as the body. He also buried his wife, and he only had a daughter, the same age as the crown prince. The count knew what it was like to feel pain and loneliness. He came to test Her Majesty's heart. A marriage of convenience. The crown prince's mother did not want to marry, but her heart meant nothing against the imperial power. In all of Leon's memories, his mother's face was full of tears. The crown prince was about to leave the palace when his father stopped him to find out where his son was going without notifying anyone. Leon was surprised that the emperor cared about what he was doing and was not just busy ruling his empire. His Majesty could not believe that his son was communicating with him like that. But the crown prince sarcastically said that in this case it was necessary to have children from concubines who would definitely live up to his hopes. The emperor was furious at what he heard. Leon's mother didn't want this marriage anyway. She wouldn't care about other women. The crown prince confidently stated that he was not going to repeat the path of his father. The emperor did not let up, trying to find out where his son was going. And finally, the prince said that he was not going anywhere, but was going to meet his guests. Leon was very happy to see his guest, who was Mrs. Aaron. His Highness was already tired of waiting. The girl promised to visit the palace, but then there was no news. He was already thinking of going to her himself. But now the girl was here, and the prince could calm down. Leon was glad that everything was fine with his guest. Aaron admitted that thanks to the prince, Tyr got used to life on the estate and helped his father with some work. In fact, the countess came for a reason. She had a request. She would like to visit the archduke's estate in the north. The crown prince was surprised by such a request. He was wondering what the girl could need there. Aaron referred to the fact that although Leon gave permission according to the documents, Tyr was still a slave of Archduke Damien, and with this visit she wanted to prevent possible conflicts on this matter. The prince still did not understand why the countess had to go there herself. The archduke was already a rather gloomy person, but recently he had become even more aggressive. Breaking into the sweetest smile, the girl reminded that His Highness had promised to protect her, so there was nothing to worry about. Leon considered going with Aaron, but then realized that his visit would be misinterpreted due to the near trial for the attempt on his life. However, the prince ensured that the imperial family would protect her. Everything was prepared for the trip north. Looking out the window, Damien was extremely surprised to see a carriage from the imperial palace. Aaron was going to see if the fish took the bait. With flattery in her eyes, Lady Circia greeted the archduke cordially, saying how long it had been since they had seen each other. Without reciprocating, the guy asked why she came here without warning, and even with the imperial knights. Aaron explained that this was an escort provided by His Highness, and she did not come here to fight Damien. Squinting his eyes, the archduke thought that he himself was planning to contact this girl. Aaron's every move was planned in advance. She decided to protect herself before going here, but Damien didn't know what she needed. He understood perfectly well that the girl had no reason to worry about his health, so the reason lay in something else. The archduke could not help but take advantage of this chance, so he invited the lady to go inside the estate and talk there. The girl thanked them for accepting her despite the sudden visit, but Damien understood that he did this solely for his own benefit. With a smile on his face, the archduke asked Aaron why her brother did not come with her. Lady Circia guessed that Damien already knew that Cadan was expelled from the family. She wanted to find out if he had appeared here. If the archduke did not already know about this, she should not have made the task easier for him, so she replied that her brother had left for a while. Although the countess was angry that Damien insulted her brother at the banquet, she was still worried after the heart attack occurred. Turning to Tyr, Aaron asked to be left alone with the archduke for a moment. The slave left, remaining to wait outside the door in case he might be needed. Turning his attention to Tyr, Damien noticed that both the guy that Lady Circia sheltered were slaves. With malice, the Archduke said that apparently Aaron managed to tame this wild beast, but everything was much simpler. The girl only healed his wounds. Finally, the time came to talk. The gentleman was wondering why the lady had come such a long way, and where she found such a good doctor who could return Tyr's tongue, without showing it with her appearance. But in her heart, Aaron was happy. Damien took the bait. The girl said that in fact he was rather not a doctor, but a person with healing abilities. But what she was about to tell was a secret. Such healers were only allowed to treat the emperor and his children. Outsiders could not know about the existence of such healers. Tyr also did not know how his wounds were healed. Aaron indicated that if anyone from the imperial family finds out that she told everything, she will be punished. So the Archduke must also keep this information secret. Damien warned that if Lady Circia lies to him, then she must be prepared for the consequences. The girl played her role perfectly. She apologized for her rudeness, since she did not know about the master's illness, and now she wants to make amends by going to tell about who is able to cure him. It was this man who helped save the crown prince from poisoning. Damien was eager to find out how Aaron found out about this man, but first he wanted her to tell who this healer was. After a pause, the countess admitted that it was she who was the healer, and she returned Tyr's tongue. The Archduke froze in surprise. What he wanted most was to heal his heart. In a previous life, Aaron immediately healed him, but now she was not going to step on the same rake again. She was not going to cure his heart, but only to pacify the pain, which would periodically return, and Damien would cling to a thread of hope, not knowing that this thread had long been rotten, and if it broke, it would send him into the abyss. The girl said that since childhood she had often been to the palace, so the first thing the emperor ordered was to call her when the crown prince was poisoned. Damien finally understood why Aaron had such a close friendship with the prince. It was because she was a healer. The girl asked to be taken to a place where she could prove her abilities, and for a few more days after that she would need to monitor the Archduke's condition. Aaron offered to forget about past grievances and make peace if Damien believes her words and is ready to try. The guy's eyes lit up. He grabbed the Countess's hand and demanded to prove her incredible healing abilities right now. The Archduke led the girl and Tyr to his room. The corridor turned out to be incredibly familiar to Aaron. This is where Damien killed her. Lady Circia still couldn't ask him after his father's death why. If he was also on the battlefield, he could not protect him. Then the girl could not even think that Damien could kill her father. When the Archduke informed the bride of the Count's death, he said that the body was too mutilated to be identified, and if she went to the funeral, she would feel much worse. With tears in her eyes, Aaron begged him to see her father one last time. Damien hated repeating the same thing. Without his permission, the girl could not take a step from the mansion. The Archduke was all she had left. The Countess was very sorry that she realized this only now. Fate gave her a second chance, but she would never be able to trust or love someone again. Since Aaron couldn't get rid of her anxiety because of Damien, she was going to fight him head-on because she would never be happy living under the same sky with him. The Archduke opened the door to his room and hurried his guest and slave. Lady Circia thought she saw Cadan in this room, but to her great regret, she only imagined it. She missed him so much. She missed his smile and warm hugs. Aaron reproached herself for letting her beloved brother go. She realized this only after arriving here. She knew full well that if she could love anyone again, it would undoubtedly be Cadan. There was very little time left until the founding of the empire. Cadan reassured himself that he was doing all this not for the sake of revenge, but for the sake of him and Aaron. He missed her. He missed her so much that he felt like he was about to go crazy. He kissed the sword his sister gave him, thinking about her. Damien lit the candles in his room, thinking about what was now on the line between good and evil. Aaron found books on philosophy on his shelves. She loved such literature, and one of the books was her favorite. The Archduke said that it was also his favorite book. The girl remembered everything he liked and didn't like. She tried her best to make him love her. The Archduke quoted a phrase from the book that there is nothing that can completely distinguish between good and evil. What some consider evil is perceived as good by others. The third section, the fourth chapter, really made you think, Aaron noted. The girl asked Damien to take off his coat and shirt so that she could begin the treatment. While the Archduke was undressing, the Countess decided to ask a question. Although it might seem a little rude, she was wondering where the butler had gone. Without changing his face, the guy answered, "The one who usually extinguishes the candles in the estate and helps him change clothes is now away." It was very strange for Aaron that Kindle left Damien alone. It was completely unlike him. After some time of healing, the girl said that, unfortunately, she was unable to help even such an eminent person as the Archduke. The disease was too advanced and would require several sessions. This was not a problem for the guy. He was too hopeful to see the healing abilities of Lady Circia. The Countess did not intend to rid him of his illness, but only to temporarily improve his condition. When the pain returned, she intended to return to the Duke's estate again. After some time, Damien's face radiated genuine surprise. The pain disappeared, which means his guest really had healing abilities. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, the gentleman could not believe it. The Archduke immediately offered to shake hands in honor of their reconciliation. He apologized to Aaron for the misunderstanding, admitting that he was very rude to her. Damien asked the girl what her favorite quote was in the book, which is called "The Line Between Good and Evil." "Sinners do not know that I am a villain, the righteous do not know that I am a good person. When the time comes, my sins will fall on the scales and I will pay for everything I have done." This phrase was Aaron's favorite. The Archduke also loved this passage. As it turned out, they had a lot in common. He invited his guest to talk more. The Countess stood up, refusing the master since it was already very late. She knew that even if they were just talking, if she stayed overnight at the Duke's estate, rumors might start spreading. Aaron reminded that she was not able to cure him in one go. The pain would return until the treatment was completed. In that case, Damien wished to visit Lady Circia when the pain returned. Smiling, the girl happily agreed, saying that this is what real friends do. Gently taking Aaron's hand, the Archduke said that in this case they had agreed, calling the lady his friend in response. Kissing her hand, he added that it was good that they were starting with friendship. Accompanying the Countess to the carriage, Damien reminded that the day of the foundation of the empire was coming soon. Does this mean that the girl will come to the festival? But Aaron has not yet discussed this topic with her father. If she comes, the Archduke has promised to show something special, so he will be eagerly waiting for her there. This intrigued the Countess, and she immediately became interested in what Damien was going to show. If he tells now, then it won't be interesting later. So the girl could only wait for that day, which fueled her interest even more. Other people found it difficult to maintain eye contact when talking to the Archduke, but Aaron did not avoid his gaze, and he liked it. Because of his cold gaze, people misunderstood him, thinking that he was a scary person. But the Countess, when she first saw Damien, thought that he was handsome. Grabbing the girl's hand and pressing closer to her, he asked what the 4th section of the 4th chapter of their favorite book said. "Don't give your heart away without a second thought, but don't doubt the person who gave you his heart reluctantly." Damien promised that he would never again doubt the one who heals his heart. He wanted Aaron to trust him too. The girl immediately agreed, but in her head, she only thought that she was being asked to trust a man who would burn in hell because of her. The guy said it so thoughtlessly, she thought, but she only answered that she believed him. Aaron approached the carriage where Sasha was waiting for her. The Archduke said goodbye to her, saying that they would soon see each other at the festival. After seeing his guest off, Damien stood and thought about her abilities that were given by God. He thought that the girl was crazy, but for him she became a goose that laid golden eggs. The pain went away from drinking blood, but the heaviness in my chest always remained. But now my chest felt light, as if a piece of lead had been taken out. The Archduke was very angry that, until now, the imperial family had a monopoly on Aaron's abilities. His eyes lit up. He was sure that now her abilities were his. The girl did not go home, but to the palace to the crown prince. He, as usual, received her with cordiality. He was eager to find out how the conversation with the Archduke went, whether there was anything interesting. Aaron thanked her, saying that everything went well enough. Leon offered to organize an escort straight to her house, but the girl refused, since it was not far from her estate. She thought that the prince would be worried, so she was in a hurry to tell him everything. The crown prince was going to invite Aaron to drink tea with him, but he thought that while they were drinking it, it would already be completely dark. Lady Circia was already very grateful to His Highness. She did not want to cause him even more inconvenience. Without taking her eyes off Leon, the Countess asked why he was so kind to her. Once again, the guy laughed out loud. Then, coming closer and hugging me, he said that he didn't know why. This behavior made Erin very angry. She began to shout at the Crown Prince. He only wished him a good trip and see you later, then left. Leon really was a very strange person, the girl noticed. At dinner, the Countess told her father that the Crown Prince had done her a very great favor. At that moment, it seemed to the Count that his daughter was special to His Highness. In his memory, the Crown Prince was not particularly interested in other people's lives. He had been like this since the death of the Empress, but be that as it may, it was worth treating this with gratitude. Leon never seemed to Erin to be a person who was interested in others. In their previous life, they didn't even exchange a few words. If it weren't for Cadan, they would never have spoken. The Countess found herself thinking that she was missing something. Erin asked her father if there had been any news from Cadan. The Count immediately changed his face, answering that they had not even received greetings from this impudent person. Not much time had passed since he left. The man suggested waiting a little longer, believing that the guy would return. The Countess asked her father for permission to get up from the table first. She also needed to go somewhere today. She was going to find the one who ran away without telling her a word. Erin was going to take matters into her own hands. Cadan wrote in a letter that he would return as soon as he had done what he had to do, either due to the fact that his past as a gladiator slave had become known, or due to the destruction of his home kingdom of Chiron. It was unknown what Cadan was trying to achieve, but one thing was clear: Damien was involved in both options. The Archduke was sure that her brother was a slave. He could not insult the noble family without having evidence, which means he learned everything that could be known about him. At first, Erin was going to find out where and how Damien found information about Cadan. The proof that he was a slave was the bill of sale. She had one of 2 copies of it. Erin went to the person who had a second copy of her. The man who conducted the gladiator fights was glad to see Lady Circia. After all, the girl paid him 5 billion gold. Looking at him point blank, she asked if he wanted to tell her anything. The man began to apologize. How sorry he was. He had told Cadan everything he knew. But why did the Countess come now? Erin was surprised that her brother was already here. Lady Circia realized that the man knew nothing that Cadan had been expelled from the clan, so it was necessary to change tactics. She asked on what basis she should believe him, but the man convinced her that there was no point in him lying to her. That man was wearing a robe, but it was clear from his voice that he was not young. He immediately took the bill of sale and left. Surely it was Kindle. He was the one who did all the dirty work for Damien. The man thought that Casadan's past was known to everyone. Since he was a fairly popular gladiator, he could not have imagined that the bill of sale was so important for the Countess. The man even managed to sell the bill of sale. He was only interested in money, so much so that he forgot about principles. He clearly didn't care how Casadan's life would turn out after he stopped being a gladiator. He had absolutely no feeling of guilt. This man understood only one word, and that word was money. Erin was angry. She warned her interlocutor that even though he had exploited Cadan in front of thousands of spectators, this would not be possible in the future. Then the girl switched to threats, saying that if his mouth uttered something regarding her brother, she would easily cover his shop. Looking in the wake of the leaving carriage, the man wondered why Lady Circia was suddenly acting like this, since Cadan was not even her real brother. Not long ago, someone knocked on his door. He clearly did not expect to see Cadan in front of him. He came to find out if anyone had recently tried to confirm that he was a slave gladiator. After telling the story with the man in the robe, Cadan pressed the gentleman to the wall, threatening that if he tries to harm the Circius family again, then he will have to part with his hands, which so love to hold money. The lady returned home. He kept thinking that he still doesn't know where her brother is. Most likely, he contacted Damien. First, she was going to attend the festival in honor of the founding of the empire, deciding that the more she communicated with Damien, the easier it would be for her to find clues regarding Casadan's whereabouts. Near the entrance to the estate, Erin discovered a cart. Turning to the maid, she asked if they had guests. Sasha asked to quickly go inside, in the hope that the lady would want to see everything with her own eyes. Lady Circia discovered a huge amount of gifts, dresses, jewelry, all of which were sent by Archduke Damien. The attack of gifts continued for several more days. These expensive spices and precious stones were sent as gifts. The father could not understand when his daughter managed to become such friends with the Archduke that the gifts kept coming and coming. Damien also asked for messages that she wanted to meet tomorrow in the square to go to the festival together. The Count immediately agreed, just to get rid of new gifts. Just in case, the Count asked his daughter if she liked the Archduke, but she denied it. The girl understood that the Archduke treated her this way because he wanted to be healed. He was still ready to manipulate the feelings of others in order to get what he wanted. The guy didn't even suspect that this time he had fallen into a very terrible trap. Erin could not sleep for a long time. She kept thinking about Cadan, whom she had not seen for 10 days. He first came to her room just on the night of the full moon. Memories of him became brighter day by day. Cadan was in many ways like the Countess. She would like to tell him so much, ask him so much. Erin dreamed that the guy would return. Going out onto the balcony, the girl heard someone calling her. She went downstairs, began to look around, and heard a voice from behind her again, a voice similar to Cadan. Turning around, she saw him, the man she had saved, her beloved brother. The guy hugged Erin tightly. The girl did not yet have time to understand what was happening. Realizing that Cadan was really standing in front of her, she became angry and began hitting him with her fists, shouting that he had left without saying anything, not even suspecting how disgusting she felt. Squeezing Erin's hand tightly and not taking his eyes off her, the guy said how much he missed her. It was time to confess his feelings for her, which he did. He liked her so much that he couldn't do anything about it. Cadan confessed his love to Erin. His words sounded sincere. Without waiting for an answer from her, he asked if she really hated him for this. The Countess's eyes filled with tears. Cadan's riveted gaze seemed to have trapped her. She thought about how strange it would be to answer that she was no longer afraid. Erin believed that she would never be able to love again. His gentle touches, his blinding smile, as if intended for her alone, she treasured all of this very much. Unfortunately, the Countess only realized this when Cadan left. She was really very glad that he was back. Erin admitted that she doesn't hate the guy even if they call her crazy, but he doesn't have to call her sister anymore. The girl could not admit that in order to create for everyone the appearance that they were brother and sister, she mistakenly tried to tame him. If being with Cadan was a crime, then Erin was ready to accept it. Taking the guy by the hand, the Countess said that she wanted to confess her feelings when he returned. Judging by Casadan's look, he was not surprised. Most likely, she felt how his savior treated him. The guy changed the topic, saying that when he left, he reapplied the ointment that Erin used to treat him. He did not notice any improvement, and at that moment he realized that it was she who cured him. She said that the gift of healing is the reason that their family has been under the patronage of the Emperor for many years. If a greedy person becomes aware of this, it could destroy them. Erin recalled the incident at the banquet with Damien. She knew that he was terminally ill and would do anything to be healed. The Empire was aggressively seeking to expand its influence, and the Countess would not be surprised if war broke out soon. She was afraid that Damien would pose a threat if he decided to take advantage of this. If her father did not return from the war, then she would fall into the hands of the Archduke with no one to protect her. Finally, Erin admitted that this is why she brought Cadan into the family. The only question the guy asked was how the Countess knew about Damien's intentions. She tried to assure Cadan that the Archduke was as much an enemy to her as he was to him. Damien would try to kill her father and then capture her. Erin found it difficult to explain everything right now. There was something else that the girl could not understand. But if the guy does not believe her, then he may not answer. Taking the Countess's hand, Cadan assured her that he was fine and she could ask whatever she wanted. She was surprised that he did not despise her. According to the guy, this was impossible, since he also used Erin to achieve his goals. Cadan thought the Countess's concern for others was stupid, but stayed because he understood her motives. Those words, the touches that he received, he did not think that they could calm and save him, if not for Erin. The guy would have been overwhelmed by a misguided desire for revenge, but their anger was directed at one person. The guy touched the Countess, looking into her eyes. He said that he was her sword. Cassidan was going to tell him that he had learned something new about the Archduke, which could shock the girl. Everything as Aaron said. In order to get rid of pain in his heart, he drank human blood as a medicine, hired different people as servants, and then killed them. That's why Tyre remembered the words that more blood was needed. Aaron did not understand how Cassidan was able to find out all this. He said that he used the butler Kindle to get to the truth. This was very important information for the Countess. She hoped that Damien would now stop killing, because he thought that he could be healed thanks to her abilities. Initially, Cassidan thought of returning a little later, since he had other plans, but he simply could not watch Aaron collect mountains of gifts from this guy. He was ashamed to talk about it, but he wanted them to no longer be like brother and sister to each other. Squeezing Aaron's hand tightly, Cassidan said that he still had things to do. If she trusted him and waited a little longer, he would proudly return and tell her everything. Touching his face and approaching, the girl asked him to return safe and sound. He kissed Aaron deeply. He promised her that everything would be so. The morning of the founding day of the Empire arrived. The festival was filled with people. Some bought waffles, others bought wreaths of fresh flowers. A man approached Lady Circia to greet her and ask how she was enjoying the festival. The girl came to the celebration with her father, Count Cadan. The man said that Archduke Damien asked to accompany her. The girl did not understand and asked again what this meant. It turned out that the Archduke had reserved a good place in the tournament arena in advance. Father and daughter went to the places that were reserved for them and saw His Majesty the Emperor. Count Cadan greeted the shining sun of the empire. His Majesty was surprised to see the Count here, since these places were intended for members of the ruling family. The man began to make excuses that they were led by a messenger from Archduke Damien. Some kind of mistake must have occurred, and he was about to leave the Emperor when His Majesty stopped Cadan, saying that it would not be so boring with him. The shining sun of the empire was just about to talk to Lady Circia, so this meeting was beneficial for him. The Emperor realized that the Archduke had recently sent the girl too many gifts. He wanted to know when they had become so close and whether Aaron had any feelings for him. Cassidan gave the Countess courage. Now she had nothing to fear. So she told the Emperor that she liked one person, but it was not Damien. The father was furious at what he heard. He did not know that his daughter was in love with someone. Count Cadan immediately began to apologize for his daughter and her rudeness, but the Emperor only laughed. He understood perfectly well, because he himself was a father. His Majesty hoped that this was about his son, since he had heard rumors that Aaron had been seeing him often lately. The girl really didn't want to offend the Crown Prince's honor, so she beautifully changed the topic so that no one noticed it. The Emperor asked Count Cadan if he had ever attended a tournament, but this was his first time. The man somehow did not like such events. These were quite brutal competitions where all types of weapons were allowed. It is not surprising that this tournament was so popular. Death in the arena was not a shame or a crime, but only part of a fair competition. If the winner wants the title, then he will get it. If he wants enough money to not worry about it for the rest of his life, then so be it. The host announced the beginning of the 34th tournament, named after the Emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire. His Majesty said that the winner would be richly rewarded for his strength and courage, blessing all participants in the tournament. All 50 participants who participate in this competition are talented warriors who have passed the qualifying rounds. The tournament takes place in the form of fights, where each participant will be able to use any weapon. The first participant was the one whose name was known to every inhabitant of the empire. Swordmaster Archduke Damien Kindius. It was a little exciting for the guy to be the first to enter the arena. Aaron and his father were frozen in surprise at what they saw. None of them clearly expected this. The Emperor was also not in the know. He immediately asked Lady Circia what the Archduke had forgotten and whether she knew that the guy would participate. The girl really had no idea. Everyone wondered why the Archduke, who already had enough merit, decided to take part. In addition, this tournament was the only way to get the title and become a higher class. The Emperor knew that Damien was a greedy person, but now he was convinced of this personally. The presenter announced the start of the fight. A few minutes later, the Archduke's opponent was defeated. The man missed quite a few blows and was also not in the best position. Frightened of death, the opponent immediately surrendered. The leader announced that this was impossible at the very beginning of the fight. Otherwise, the victory would automatically go to the archduke. Damien was bored. For him, this was not a duel, but a laughingstock. Thanks to Aaron, he felt better than ever, and was already wondering what prize he should ask the emperor for. The host announced the start of the second fight, saying that in this case, the opponent decided not to reveal his identity, so he was called the Nameless Warrior in a Black Cloak. The guy turned and looked at Lady Circia. The girl almost screamed, covering her mouth with her hand in time, but her father noticed this and asked if she knew him. Aaron justified that she had simply made a mistake. She couldn't believe her eyes, not understanding what Cadan was doing here. Then Aaron remembered Damien's words that if she came to the tournament, he would show her something special, so that's what he was talking about. The girl tried to reassure herself that there was no reason to worry. Cadan had probably calculated everything before participating in the tournament. She believed in his promise to return safe and sound. After all, now everything was not the same as before. People noticed that the crowd was buzzing very loudly about the new warrior today, and there were rumors that his first fight didn't even last 5 minutes. Some thought about Archduke Damien, who took part in this tournament for the first time, believing that he would undoubtedly win. But it was not about him at all. Someone in the crowd said that it was about a warrior who reached the very end with an old sword in his hand. This was the first time the emperor had seen someone take part with such a sword in his hand, and he moved differently than everyone else. It was surprising to him that such a talented young man lived in their empire. At the end, the emperor added that he felt sorry for this talented warrior, because he would have to fight Archduke Damien, and the talented warrior would die. The time has come for the final fight. Everyone was probably waiting for this very moment. Archduke Damien Kindeus against a nameless warrior in a black cloak. The fight was declared to have begun. It was obvious that the guys met on the battlefield, as Cadan asked, but the Archduke did not understand what it was all for. For the guy, it was all for the sake of honor. For Aaron, the fight was extremely tense. Calling Cadan a gladiator slave, Damien asked why he always blocks his blows but does not land his own. After making fun of him, he will ask if he wants to disappoint him. The Archduke knew or guessed where Cadan's weak point was, so he offended Aaron by saying that he liked her little sister. The rival did not react in any way. Then Damien reminded him that he had been expelled from the clan, and now the Countess was not his sister. Cadan could stand it no longer, threatening that if he said Aaron's name again, he would die right there. This made the Archduke laugh. He believed that you had to be extremely confident in your skills to say something like that to someone you couldn't defeat. As Damien spoke, Cadan went from defense to offense, hitting his opponent. This made the Archduke extremely angry. He did not expect this puppy to be so fast. Swinging his sword once again, Cadan struck his opponent again, wounding his face with the tip of his sword. At that moment, Damien really feared for his life, because Cadan could have easily decapitated him, but for some reason he did not do this. The Archduke realized that the guy initially knew that he could defeat him, so he set up all this. This made him very angry. What angered the guy more was that Cadan dared to look down on him. Knowing that he could easily defeat Damien, Cadan said that he understood why the Archduke so easily agreed to take part in the tournament, because it was extremely boring to watch from the stands, but now it would be worth reducing his pride. Now the green-eyed man was furious. Some slave dared to talk to him like that. While Damien expressed his emotions, Cadan once again took advantage of the opportunity and disarmed his opponent, who fell to his knees. The spectators were in complete shock. Everyone shouted that this was impossible, looking at how the Archduke fell right in front of his opponent. Damien turned his gaze to Lady Circia. He needed her help. Cadan immediately noticed where he was looking. Leaning towards his opponent, he whispered that if he dared to harm Aaron, he would beg him for death. The guy warned that if he did not dare to desire or even look at her, then perhaps this would save him. The Archduke began to lose consciousness. The leader announced that he was no longer able to continue the battle. The winner of the 34th tournament was a nameless warrior in a black cloak. The spectators burst into applause. No one expected such a spectacle. The emperor ordered the Archduke to be taken to the palace. Finally, Aaron was able to calmly exhale that it was all over. The emperor approached Cassidan to congratulate him. He admitted that it was the best fight he had ever seen, then asked the guy to introduce himself. Without hiding anything, the guy said his real name. After thinking a little, His Majesty said that if his memory serves him, then that was the name of the gladiator whom the Count adopted. He asked the guy to stand up and look at him. Standing up, Cassidan revealed that he had indeed been a slave before he became part of the Circia family, but then left the family so as not to cause harm, and now he was a slave again. This means that those rumors were true. The emperor had long wanted to meet Cassidan. His Majesty admitted that the guy could have taken advantage of his luck and lived in comfort, but he acted on honor and decided to take part in order to get a title, or something else. Cassidan was going to ask the emperor for the best he could give him. Strada immediately went on the offensive, saying that how dare he say such a thing to His Majesty, but the emperor stopped them. Among all the wishes of the winners, this was the boldest, however. Since the guy left the Count's family, the emperor did not think that the guy was driven by greed. After apologizing, Cassidan said that in fact, he had a wish that he would like to make come true. Despite the fact that he left his family, the guy really appreciated the kindness with which he was treated in this family, where he was helped to accept himself and thereby be saved. Aaron watched what was happening very carefully, but unfortunately did not hear anything. Cassidan was going to repay the Count's family in the way he was most confident of. In the event of war, he wanted to fight on the battlefield in Count Circia's place. The guy had just asked not to call up the Count in case of war. If this was his desire, he had to remain part of the clan. But this could have been done in this situation. The only problem was that the Count's reputation would suffer greatly if a gladiator slave went to war instead of him. Circia was the only family of healers in the empire. The emperor himself did not want to send the Count to war. However, he did not have the privileges that would allow him to stay. Now, fortunately for him, such an opportunity presented itself. The emperor stated that Cassidan had the right to make such a wish, but this was impossible given his current position, hoping that the guy himself would understand that he was asking for too much privilege for the Count. His Majesty asked if he fulfilled his wish, what would he receive in return? Pressing his hand to his chest, Cassidan vowed that he would carry out any order of the emperor. He received another question. If the promise is not fulfilled, then how is he going to pay for the deception? In this case, Cassidan promised to repay with his life. The slave's skill in defeating Damian, the best swordsman in the empire, and his blind loyalty to the kindness he received showed that he was indeed a very valuable man. The emperor did not know how this slave could see the signs of the coming war, but Elsia, a small country in the northeast, was rapidly growing in strength. Damian's rise in influence thus far had been due to his mastery of the sword. His Majesty knew that when the war with Elsia began, he would need Damian to strengthen his position. At any moment, someone could appear who could restrain the archduke, although His Majesty did not know whether he could make a faithful dog out of him, but decided to try. The emperor invited Cassidan to accept the title of Marquis. The audience couldn't believe their ears, especially Aaron and her father. After some time, Damian came to his senses. He had a hard time understanding where he was. The imperial butler explained that His Majesty had ordered him to be looked after, but with their capabilities, it was really difficult to help him. The archduke was more interested in what happened after he lost consciousness. The butler said that the winner received the title of Marquis, and preparations are underway at the palace for the award ceremony. The Count didn't know what would come of it all. Everything was too confusing. He was wondering if his daughter knew that Cassidan would participate in the tournament, but Aaron didn't even think about it. In any case, she was glad that the guy was found, and later he would explain everything to them anyway. Someone called out to Aaron from behind. It was the archduke. The girl inquired about his well-being, saying that she was very worried when he lost consciousness. Looking at his face, she realized that he was in unbearable pain. His face was pale, and his breathing was intermittent. It seemed that the guy had lost control of his emotions. The Count extended his hand to Damian, saying that he was glad to meet him. The guy reciprocated, saying that he himself wanted to meet. Having apologized in advance for possible rudeness, The Count asked when the Archduke managed to become so close to his daughter. Damien believed that it was too early to talk about their intimacy. He was sorry, but he was going to keep the details secret, offering to drink a cup of tea next time. The Archduke asked the Count to speak with his daughter alone. Erin noticed that there were no palace guards around. This gave her the idea that the guy wanted to ask for treatment, but he reassured her that he was not going to ask for it now. Damien said that he thought a lot about the Countess and wanted to see her. The girl admitted that she was honored to hear this, saying that she could not believe that the Archduke thought of her as soon as he woke up. Damien said that he heard that Cadan received the title of Marquis. In an attempt to humiliate him, he said that he now understands the phrase rags to riches. He asked to convey his congratulations to the winner, then corrected himself, making it clear that they probably no longer communicate, as he was expelled from the family. Grabbing Erin by the waist and holding her close, Damien said he couldn't hold back any longer. The girl began to struggle, but the Archduke did not let her do this, whispering in her ear that butterflies always fly to fragrant flowers. But not only butterflies like flowers, dirty flies also fly to them. Some of them are poisonous enough to destroy the flower. Looking at Cadan, who stood behind him, he continued, "Can you really call someone who is now looking at him from afar as if he wants to kill him a butterfly, or is he still a poisonous insect?" Cadan walked over and pulled Erin out of Damien's arms, asking if he had hurt her. Approaching the Archduke and looking into his eyes, the guy said that it was a pity that His Excellency did not like him. Damien was extremely persistent, making it clear that Cadan was just a slave and nothing more, adding at the end that he was still waiting for him to return his butler to him. Cadan whispered that Kendall was not so far from his master. Let him try to find him. The Archduke decided to tell everything to Erin that the gladiator slave, having forgotten about her kindness, decided to take part in the tournament because he was eager to get the title, and in order to drag him into the tournament, he took his butler hostage. Damien pressed for pity, because Lady Circia did not even suspect it. He extended his hand to the girl, saying that he was very sorry that she had to encounter such a dangerous man, but he could help her get out of his snare. The Archduke still did not let up. In his opinion, Cadan was inadequate. He could tell a lot about him. Moreover, he believed that this man was experiencing a perverted attraction to his sister. He believed that a man who always took advantage of Lady Circia's kindness had no right to such feelings. He called Cadan an animal. That is, it turns out that Erin took not a person, but an animal from the gladiatorial arena. Taking her lover by the hand, the Countess said that, obviously, there was a misunderstanding between her and the Archduke. Her so-called brother was not an animal at all. Not wanting to develop this topic further, the lady said that if the Archduke had nothing more to say, then it was time for them to go, since the award ceremony was very soon. Coming closer to Damien, Erin whispered that if he calmed down, she could come to him in a few days to conduct another healing session. Preparations for the award ceremony were declared completed. The Emperor highly appreciated Cadan's spirit and the way he showed himself in the tournament, and for this he granted him the title of Marquis. The guy will receive an estate and land plot corresponding to the title. Cadan will receive the surname Deus, which will also be on his coat of arms, and he will also have a hawk with outstretched wings. Bowing before His Majesty, the guy thanked the Emperor. Returning to the Count's estate and starting dinner, the Count said that he was waiting for explanations, which should be as detailed as possible. Cadan lied, saying that he suddenly learned about the tournament and decided to take part in it. The Count was angry with the guy because, in his opinion, he didn't even think about Erin at that moment, and his daughter was worried and spent several nights without sleep. The girl tried to protect the guy, citing the fact that he had now become a marquis, but the Count did not care, even if he became a duke. He trusted him and let him go, expecting that he would return when he had resolved all his affairs. Cadan, without saying anything, decided to participate in the tournament, putting his life on the line, and then, in front of everyone, declared that he was a slave. The Count considered this a real representation. The guy began to make excuses that he didn't want to cause trouble before he won, and even dyed his hair dark for this reason. Cadan promised to return when everything was over, but he thought that if he did not take the risk, His reputation would suffer, and he could not return in disgrace. He wanted to return to the family of Count Circe with his head held high, and besides, the emperor allowed him to fight in the war instead of the count. The guy wanted to somehow repay the kindness of the family that saved him. For this, he was ready to do anything. At the end of his monologue, he apologized to the count and his daughter for making them worry. Aaron did not know about this. Since the emperor did not announce this decision, she could not believe that Cassidan was really going to go to war in her father's place. The guy admitted that even though he was now given the title of Marcus, being with them is the same as being in heaven. Cassidan asked that the same close relationship be maintained between them. The count admitted that the guy is now as close to them as before, but what he asked from the emperor is hardly acceptable. According to the count, the title of Marquis is not given just like that. The emperor will probably want to know whether Cassidan will remain on their side or will still follow his majesty. It is for this reason that if the guy goes to the estate tomorrow, Count Singan will treat him as a marquis and not as a family member. Today is the day when they could still consider each other close. The count knew that Cassidan cared about them and believed that this concern would not disappear in the face of political intrigue, so the guy could trust them to follow his own path. Aaron almost burst into tears at her father's words. Finally, those gathered could start dinner, especially since the count ordered all of Cassidan's favorite dishes to be prepared. After dinner, the countess was in her room and thought about her father's words. He was right. It would be better if he behaved formally with Cassidan in public. There was a knock on her door. It was her lover who asked to come in for a while if the lady didn't mind. The girl said that not today, since it was already very late. But the guy was not going to leave. He wanted to thank his savior. Before he died, his mother told him something. She told her son to survive at any cost, forget about everything, and be happy. Cassidan did not understand how he could find happiness when he had lost everything he had. He was unable to fulfill her posthumous wish. All this was exactly until the moment he met Aaron. Now the guy just wanted to be next to her. When it was all over, Cassidan asked the girl to marry him. Lady Circe just listened and was silent. She could not answer him. The girl was still obsessed with revenge. She thought that this was how it should be. She thought that by achieving her goal and taking revenge, she would find heaven, and for this she used Cassidan. The guy was supposed to become the captain of the emperor's knights and the right hand of the crown prince. He was supposed to kill Damien in a duel, and not just beat him in a dangerous tournament. Aaron herself ruined everything. Despite the fact that she knew the future, to ensure her own safety, she made the guy her brother. Even knowing all this, she no longer hoped that he would love her. Cassidan became incredibly strong and dreamed of a happy life with her. The countess was still thinking about revenge and about her past life. From the very beginning, it was not Cassidan who was lying, but she. The guy didn't demand an answer right now, he just wanted to say it all. Aaron sat in despair and blamed God for everything that he allowed her to be reborn. The next morning, news was brought to the emperor from a port on the North Sea. The emperor did not think that such an opportunity would arise. Even before Cassidan had time to arrive in his new possessions, His Majesty ordered him to be brought to the palace. Aaron's soul was so heavy that she could not sleep properly and felt overwhelmed. In the morning, Sasha brought a fresh newspaper and asked to look at the front page. There was an article about how pirates of the northwestern seas were robbing the merchant fleet of their empire. This was the first time they had encroached on such large ships. People in the empire were concerned that this situation could cause armed conflict. The girl tried to remember if anything like this had happened in her past life, but if it had, it clearly would not have escaped her memory. Aaron asked the maid if Cassidan had woken up. Sasha forgot to tell her that the master had already gone to the imperial palace early in the morning. Although pirates from the northwestern seas often sailed into the waters of the empire, this happened in the north of the country, and therefore it was the responsibility of the archduke to deal with them. This time, the emperor was going to test Cassidan. The archduke was just now ill, so the chance came to send the imperial guard to the north. His Majesty ordered Marquis Cassidan Deus to stop the crimes of pirates in the northwestern seas. The family of Count Singan accompanied the Marquis to his first task from the emperor. The Count was sure that the guy would undoubtedly cope with it. Erin stood and barely restrained herself from crying and throwing herself on Cassidan's neck. The guy came up to her and tried to reassure her that everything would be fine with him, and he would return soon. Leaning closer to the girl, the Marquis said that he had hidden the butler Damien not far from his estate, and for some time the Archduke would only be concerned with his search. The Countess didn't care about Damien and his butler. She was worried about Cassidan, whether he would return safe and sound. Hugging the girl by the waist, the Marquis said that the only person he could not defeat was her, his Erin. Sasha was in the kitchen preparing everything for tea. The cookies were already ready, and she began to lift a heavy bucket of water. The girl almost fell when Tyr caught her from behind, who did not allow her to hold such a weight. Sasha tried to make it clear that she was able to carry a bucket of water herself, but the guy insisted that he would help her. The maid did not resist. Something was bothering her, and she decided to share it with Tyr, saying that Cassidan went north during the day, and the mistress was depressed, so she decided to cheer her up. Tyr also wanted to be useful to Mrs. Erin, so he asked Sasha how he could help. Lady Circia sat in her room and kept thinking about what Cassidan told her regarding Damien, how the Archduke drank human blood to maintain his vital functions. In fact, the Marquis revealed Damien's main secret. The problem was that the Archduke, like a goose, would get away with it if there was no solid evidence. Surely Kindle was the only one initiated, while the other servants remained in the dark, and with a high probability he knew much more that would confirm Damien's guilt, which is why the Archduke would send as few people as possible to search for the butler. Erin thought that when Cassidan returned it would be too late, so there was only a chance now. The mistress's thoughts were interrupted by Sasha, who brought her tea and something sweet. The Countess ordered to close the door and go through. She was just about to call her maid. Erin had an errand for Sasha. The girl was immediately happy, but the mistress stopped her. The assignment was dangerous, so she had to listen first before agreeing. The order concerned a matter at the estate of Archduke Damien. At the same time, a poor area on the outskirts of the capital. The robbers discussed today's loot. It was quite good, a huge amount of jewelry. The girl in the cloak was thinking about something. The leader of the robbers asked what she was thinking about. The girl said that she was only thinking about these beautiful jewelry. The man clearly flattered her. Compared to her, these jewels were just stones. She would have known how surprised he was when he met her. He immediately thought that the girl deserved a better life than here. For him, she was like a goddess who had descended from heaven. After drinking a glass of wine, the man wrinkled his face. The taste of the wine was somehow strange. At that same second, blood poured from his mouth and he fell dead. The last words before his death were that he asked the girl to take the key to the safe and live with his wealth and not deny herself anything. Taking the key, the girl left the tavern, dropping a bottle of some liquid. Most likely it was poison from which the gang leader died. Taking off her hood, the girl said under her breath that she asked not to call her Lillian. This pathetic bastard, he stole so much, but it was not enough for the girl. She didn't need these scum, but someone who would lift her much higher. At the market, she heard Marquis Cassidan being discussed. The guy actually defeated Archduke Damien, even though he had previously taken first place for 10 years in a row. Turning to the stranger who was discussing the Marquis, the girl asked him to repeat it again. Erin arrived at the Archduke's estate. The guy came out to meet his guest, expressing his cordiality. The first thing the Countess asked was how Damien was feeling. He proudly said that the Emperor was fulfilling all his duties due to illness. Moreover, he called on Cassidan for help. The girl believed that health came first, so she asked why the Archduke met them himself and did not send one of the servants. Damien got out of it by saying that he was obliged to greet such a guest personally, adding in a whisper at the end that he had no servants left. Erin ordered the maid Sasha and Tyr to wait for her in the carriage, since she needed to discuss one very important matter with the Archduke. Damien did not understand why this slave became so accommodating, and did not even try to object. Lady Circia did not answer this question, since she came here to improve the guy's health. After a few minutes, the pain disappeared as if by hand, yet the mistress had an amazing skill. The girl apologized that the Archduke had to wait so long, but the guy said that he was not waiting for her in order to cure his heart. He was waiting for her to turn her against Cassidan, starting with the fact that the lady supposedly exposed herself to great danger by being next to him. Damien asked Aaron to listen to him, as he believed that he could protect him from the Marquis. The Archduke listed everything that Cassidan had done that concerned the girl in one way or another, making it all sound like he posed a threat to her. Aaron, of course, did not fall for this. After listening to Damien, she assumed that he had reason to think so, but she believed him, which she admitted to her interlocutor. The guy didn't understand this. For him, there was the limit of holiness, and Cassidan was not even a member of Lady Circea's family. This all began to anger him. He came closer to Aaron and asked persistently what was the matter, why she accepted the monster's hand and not his. If Damien needed to know the reason, the girl was ready to reveal it. She said that while Cassidan might not be her family, he was still her person. From the Archduke's face, the girl suggested that she was annoying him. He clearly hoped that she would fall for his sweet speeches. Aaron decided to smile as if she was not to blame for anything. The more she delayed the dialogue, the more time she had to find evidence. Finally, Sasha and Tyre opened the door to which the key given by the mistress approached, but the maid began to worry that this was all in vain, and there might be nothing behind this door. This was the last place that the lady pointed to, showing a rough plan of the Archduke's mansion. The key was the thing that Cassidan took from the butler. If there is any evidence left, it is behind the door from which this key is. Damien's mansion was large, but access was limited to only a few rooms. Here in the back of the mansion is this storage room. Sasha found another hidden door. The room looked more like a workshop than a storage room. All the shelves were filled with empty jars and bottles. The guys assumed that all the evidence had already been destroyed. When the maid found something that horrified her, the lady turned out to be right. The Archduke killed people for their blood. Tyre suddenly grabbed his head. He felt sick and dizzy. The guy felt sick that Damien was capable of this. If not for Lady Circea, he would have been among these killed people. It was decided to take away all the evidence. Noticing that Sasha and Tyre were already waiting for the lady near the carriage, the girl realized that she could go. Looking in the wake of the leaving carriage, the Archduke thought that if this girl was just from the street, she would not have irritated him so much. It just seemed that she was in his hands. And then the Countess immediately slipped away. Aaron's words that Cassidan was her man still made her very angry. The guy decided to do everything so that he would no longer be her man. Cassidan sailed on a ship in search of that same pirate ship. The object they were looking for was discovered. The captain ordered everyone to take positions and prepare their guns. Cassidan could not understand whether it was really necessary to approach the enemy ship, which he immediately asked the captain about. The Marquis had a strategy already prepared. He was confident that the pirates had enough resources for a 30-minute firefight. But if the Imperial Guard shot at them first or simply fired blanks, they would be taking unnecessary risks, and they could get hurt. The guy suggested leaving the ship in the same place and launching the boat at night. The captain was not happy with this plan, since, in his opinion, it was impossible to organize a battle on board an enemy ship. The first captain of the Knights, Rumen, decided to put Cassidan in his place, saying that he apparently did not understand that the battlefield and the tournament were completely different things. Rumen did not perceive the Marquis at all, believing that no matter what power he was endowed with, his knights went through both fire and water. All their victories were won thanks to courage. The captain understood that Cassidan wanted to move as quickly as possible, but on the battlefield, victory could not be won by luck alone. The Marquis insisted on his own, believing that winning without losses would be lucky. However, if they took advantage of this chance, then there would definitely be no losses. Rumen considered Cassidan too self-confident and daring a boy, and now he had to fight side by side with a former slave. But nevertheless, he asked the guy what kind of squad would be needed on deck. The Marquis stated that he would only need one person. The captain was seriously angry. His voice turned into a scream. He thought that the guy was joking. Otherwise, what could two people do? Cassidan's plan was that one would remain on the boat to give a signal if everything went well. But if after some time there was no signal, then the boat would simply return to the ship. And then he would no longer mind if the guns will go. The Marquis was going to board the pirate ship alone. The pirates were happy with their booty. This time it was what they needed. When they return, they will be able to swim in gold. Suddenly, Cadan suddenly appeared on their ship. The pirates did not even have time to understand what was happening. They immediately began shouting that there was an enemy on board, while simultaneously drawing their swords in preparation for battle. The pirates immediately realized that the uninvited guest on their ship was the Knight Seville. One of the knights kept trying to find out from the captain why he acted so recklessly. Even for the emperor, it was too much to send a slave along with the knights on a military mission. It turned out that the emperor ordered the guy to be tested. If his youthful naivety failed him, then His Majesty would deal with him personally. The captain stated that the time was up, as agreed, and the order was received to prepare for boarding. One of the knights stopped the captain, noticing that Cadan had given a signal, but the boat had not returned. The Marquis gave the signal to capture the ship, and the sortie ended successfully. The captain of the knights could not believe his ears. 42 people were all captured, including the captain. Despite what Cadan managed to accomplish, he had not yet had time to inspect the hold, which he immediately reported. Captain Rumen was still silent. He thought that it was impossible to capture the entire crew on his own. It was much more difficult than just killing them. Even if some were unconscious and others were bleeding, the most important thing was that there was not a single mortal wound. Finally, Rumen broke the silence, ordering that they check if anyone else was left on the ship. After checking the ship, the knights captured several hidden pirates and found everything they had plundered. Judging by the volume, the enemy was more than serious. The captain said that it was necessary to prepare for departure when he saw that the Marquis was purposefully heading somewhere. Cadan discovered a hidden door, opening it to reveal a room in which the pirates hid their most valuable loot. In one of the chests, the Marquis found a certain stone. He read a lot about it in various literature. It was braunite. The captain could not believe his eyes. He did not understand what the stone was doing on the pirate ship, because it is mined only in the mines of the Seville Empire. Cadan asked if the stone was not on a merchant ship that was captured by pirates. It seems that the Marquis was not aware that braunite was used to strengthen their army, ensuring national defense depended on it, so it was not just a metal, but a strategically important resource. This thing was simply forbidden to be taken abroad. He could not be on a merchant ship, and certainly not on a ship going to Elsia, which was actively increasing its power. The largest mine where braunite was mined was in the north of the country, which means it was located on the lands of Archduke Damien. The Marquis decided that it was necessary to conduct an interrogation. The one-eyed pirate began to make excuses that he knew nothing about this stone, especially since it was so valuable. Cadan was interested in what kind of ship they robbed, where such stones were. The pirate said that they took him from a merchant ship that was heading to the Seville Empire. There was a lot of stuff on the ship, so they took it all. After exchanging glances with each other, the captain and the Marks decided to immediately return to the port. Damien said that the northern mines belonged to Count Kristin, and they mined diamonds, not braunite. All braunite mined in the south of the empire was strictly controlled. Therefore, due to the extreme importance of this matter, the emperor ordered an inspection of all northern mines. Since all the northern mines were located on the territory of Archduke Damien, he too would not be able to escape responsibility. The guy offered to detain Count Kristin and investigate all the circumstances. His Majesty was very serious. He said that the Archduke should not interfere in the process until the results of the investigation were announced. The Emperor ordered Count Kristin to be immediately brought to the palace and a message to be sent to Elsia. The Emperor next summoned the Marquis of Deus. He had already heard that Cadan had performed admirably, not only taking control of the ship and intercepting the smuggling of a strategically important resource, but also doing it without a single casualty. Although this was very unusual, the guy truly exceeded all of His Majesty's expectations. It was a great honor for Cadan, but the guy said that he did not make a big contribution to the success of this business. According to the Marquis, it was Sir Rumen who controlled the course of the operation, and he, realizing the seriousness of the situation, decided to immediately return to the port. There was nothing more gratifying than seeing commanders being saluted. Cadan truly was a valuable warrior. The Emperor thanked Sir Rumen for his service. The captain bowed and said that he only did what he had to do.
His Majesty announced that in honor of this feat, a banquet will soon be organized. But for now, you need to rest properly.
Then, turning to the Marquis, who had shown himself worthy during the first task, he said that he would expect even greater feats from him. Meanwhile, Erin was wondering where Cassidan was now. It was all very strange. She expected that he would go to war instead of her father. Now, when he was ordered to capture the pirates, the girl was very worried about him. Sasha came into the mistress's room with the news that a message had arrived from the imperial palace. Cassidan was promoted to second captain of the knights. Right now, the Marquis is heading to Lady Circea's mansion. The girl was beside herself with happiness. She could not even imagine that she would miss him so much. The Countess rushed to meet the newly arrived carriage. It was her beloved Cassidan who had arrived. The Marquis rushed to hug his beloved, but Erin sharply backed away. She saw her father leaving the mansion and heading towards them. Lady Circea greeted the guy, saying that she was very glad that he returned safe and sound. They looked at each other like they were trying to show with their eyes how bored they were, but unfortunately, they couldn't say it now. The Count also approached Cassidan to greet him, and good news regarding the Marquis also reached him. It turned out that the guy came for Erin and her father. The Emperor personally ordered them to take part in the ceremony of appointing captains of the knights. The same day, the imperial palace. Word was sent to His Majesty that Elsia was having difficulty fighting the pirates. The country's authorities had nothing to do with the theft of Brownite. The authorities apologized and regretted the attack on the merchant ships of the Seville Empire. And Elsia also expressed hope for maintaining friendly relations with the Seville Empire. Cassidan, along with Erin and the Count, arrived at the Emperor's palace and headed towards him to greet the son of the Empire. His Majesty asked Count Circe and his daughter to come. Since they were the ones who found such a gem as Cassidan, they had every right to take part in the ceremony. For the Count and his daughter, it was a great honor. Information reached the Emperor that Erin Circea personally took the guy from the gladiatorial arena. It was for this reason that His Majesty wanted to personally talk with the former members of the Marquis's family, since they obviously knew him better. If he understood correctly, then having recognized his talent with a sword in the Marquis, they made him part of their clan. Erin understood that they were invited only to show that the Emperor had eyes and ears everywhere. This is exactly what the girl's father was worried about. His feat should not have given the Emperor any reason to test his loyalty, but it could also have meant that Cassidan had become the Emperor's favorite. Therefore, Lady Circea could not make a mistake here, saying that nothing would escape His Majesty, but it was not a matter of skill at all. Before, not a single noble family had accepted a slave. It would have been difficult to avoid condemnation for such a thing. The Emperor did not understand why the Count and his daughter would do this, risking their reputation. The condemnation of others had no meaning for Erin and her family. The girl told His Majesty as much. The girl said that she simply felt sorry for the guy. His bloody face and indifferent gaze directed at her looked devastated. Erin brought him to be Cassidan's sword and didn't pay any attention to what he wanted, so he became the only one on her side. Of course, the girl didn't tell the truth, saying that she wanted to give the guy family warmth, that's all. Prince Leon intervened in the conversation. He was clearly angry, saying that he could no longer watch this, first the Marquis, then the captain of the knights, how well everything was going. The crown prince was interested in why Cassidan. The Emperor could not understand what exactly his son meant. He asked his father if he really didn't feel anything when he heard Erin's words. Is it really just because the Count is here that the Marquis is silent about the fact that he never perceived Erin as a sister? The girl stood as if doused with ice water. She didn't know what to say or how to react to this statement. The Count asked what Prince Leon meant. The guy laughed and mockingly asked if he really didn't know anything. His Highness began to shout at Erin that he had warned her so many times. Why didn't she listen to him? The Emperor did not tolerate such behavior from his son. He shouted at him. If he has nothing more to say, then let him leave. Apologizing, Leon turned around and walked away. He knew that he would certainly have a dialogue with Cassidan. This whole situation shocked those present. None of them could say or ask anything else. When the Marquis left the throne room, Leon was waiting for him near the door, who was the first to start the conversation, saying that he didn't like Cassidan from the very beginning, and always looked strangely at his sister. The guy asked the crown prince not to interfere in their relationship, since this concerns only him and Aaron. In the end, adding that he and Lady Circia are no longer brother and sister, so they can easily become husband and wife. The crown prince laughed loudly. For Leon, it was too strange. The archduke, who was not interested in the tournament, suddenly decided to take part in it. And then, having previously not hidden his obsession, decided to leave the family, since everyone knew that he was a former slave. The crown prince called Cadan an ungrateful beast, promising that he would destroy any relationship between him and Aaron, even if she felt so sorry for the slave. He threatened the Marquis that if he approached the Countess, he would tell her father everything. Cadan asked if he could tell the whole truth to the Count when he himself had feelings for Lady Circia, thus disgracing her. Leon began to justify himself that this was a lie, but the Marquis interrupted him, saying that he also did not like him from the very beginning, since the prince dared to invite his sister to become a princess. Cadan asked why all these threats, if he could simply be thrown in prison for insulting the honor of the imperial family, thereby solving all the problems. Smiling slyly, the Marquis added that if the prince does not have feelings for Aaron, then he will not care whether she hates him or not. Leon realized what a disgusting bastard Cadan was. If the Countess knew what he really was, she would never have looked in his direction. The Marquis knew very well that it was not for the crown prince to decide. Cadan was informed that his residence was ready, so he planned to head there. His Majesty granted land in the capital, so the Marquis would be close to the Count and his daughter. But the Count did not think so, since he was sure that the guy would now have many new worries. Having finished the dialogue, Count Zingeg called his daughter, getting ready to go home. Seeing how the girl shrank from the cold, Cadan took off his cloak and put it on her. The Marquis gave his military cloak to his beloved, saying that it was rightfully hers, since he fought every moment for her. Already, when the girl was getting into the carriage to go home, Cadan called out to her, asking her to look at him. After a short pause, the guy confessed his love to her. Aaron laughed stupidly in response, noticing that the Marquis said this with just his lips, and the anxiety that she felt before immediately let go. Perhaps this is what helped the girl relax a little. Finally, the Count decided to have a serious talk with his daughter, asking if the person she was in love with was not the crown prince. The girl confirmed this, but after apologizing to her father, she added that she could not tell the whole truth yet, but as soon as she was ready for this, he would definitely find out everything. The Count decided that one day his daughter would probably explain everything to him, so he did not insist, adding that anyone other than Cadan would suit him. The man was against Cadan because he considered him, after all, Aaron's younger brother. The Countess remained silent, only tightly clutching her cloak in her hands. Aaron searched for a long time in the home library for a book about Elsia and finally found it. Cadan discovered the smuggling of brownite. Bowing their heads, Elsia's ambassadors declared their innocence. Aaron did not know how this would further affect relations between the two states, but in a past life, Elsia was the first to attack the Seville Empire, and a war began. Elsia was a rapidly expanding country whose target was small kingdoms, so a sudden increase in power and an attack on the empire seemed very strange. The northern part of the empire suffered less, since it was fortified the most. The war was not yet over. Cadan was always next to the prince, so Damien did not have enough strength to seize the throne. The archduke killed Aaron without any regrets. Most likely the guy had something in which he believed so ardently. If Damien had a secret agreement with Elsia, with the help of which he wanted to overthrow the emperor and take his place, then the attack would not look so strange. The only thing that stopped Aaron was that this suspicion was too serious even for her. The archduke showed up at the countess's estate. The girl was not happy, since it was too late for such visits, especially without warning. Damien said he missed him. Aaron pretended that she did not hear what he said and asked if he had come so that she could help relieve his pain. The girl began to assure him that the disease was not a vice. The more he hid it, the worse it would be for him. The countess handed her uninvited guest a cup of freshly brewed tea. He tried to touch her but failed, as Aaron managed to dodge. Damien had a feeling that he could touch the girl, but he couldn't. The reason he couldn't catch her and she eluded him was because of Cadan. The Archduke said directly that after everything he told Aaron, she still chose this heartless beast. Damien believed that poisonous insects kill even such beautiful flowers as the Countess. The flower will suffocate in this poison because it will not allow other butterflies and flowers to fly to it. Smiling, Aaron asked if the Archduke was talking about the poisonous Violo butterfly. Once she read a book that described creatures with an unusual way of life. Violo sprays its poison everywhere. The butterfly did this only for one flower. To protect the flower she liked, the butterfly sprayed poison from its wings until it ran out, and at the end sat on this flower. Damien admitted that he did not know this, but Aaron thought the story was beautiful. Having placed a cup of unfinished tea on the table, the Archduke stood up from the table, displeasedly saying that this was the girl's answer. Approaching Aaron closer and taking a strand of her hair, the Archduke said that it was very strange because she and Cadan were no longer family, but he was still so dear to her. The Countess confirmed this, adding that she would not punish anyone who would harm the Marquis. What happened next, Aaron did not expect this and could not even imagine. Damien bit her on the shoulder. The bite was so strong that it left teeth marks on the girl's collarbone. Looking at Aaron, the guy asked if he could heal himself now. The Countess could not believe her ears. For a second, it seemed to her that the Archduke had gone crazy. The girl persistently asked her guest to leave, pointing to the door, because not only did he show up at night without an invitation, but he also allowed himself to be behaved like this. Trying to touch Aaron, Damien asked if he had really upset her that much. According to him, he did not think that the girl would be so offended, so he asked her forgiveness. The lady's patience was running out. She again repeated that he should get out of here immediately. In parting, Damien said that when Aaron calms down, he will visit her again. The girl was incredibly angry with the Archduke. She was the one who suffered. Then why did he make such an offended face? Aaron understood perfectly well that the Archduke was the last person who could call anyone a monster. Cadan was called to a duel. It was a training battle. Archduke Damien fenced excellently without any excesses. For this reason, the guy considered his defeat to be a pure accident. But when he saw how the Marquis fenced, he personally wanted to see his skills. Cadan immediately warned that his technique was still far from perfect, thus asking for leniency. Getting a master swordsman to become the new captain of the knights was, of course, a great achievement, but the emperor was still worried about something. His Majesty believed that since the Count's safety was guaranteed, he did not need to worry about the Marquis. The emperor asked his right hand where Marquis Deus was now. He was informed that the guy was now at the training ground. The emperor ordered the captain of the knights to be called, as he had a conversation. In less than a few minutes, Cadan and the captain of the knights arrived at the emperor, greeting the shining sun of the empire. His Majesty called them to convey good news. Thanks to them, the empire was able to gain an advantageous position in negotiations with Elsia. The banquet that the emperor promised to host will take place in December, and he would like all the imperial knights to attend. The Marquis also received a special gift during the celebration. Elsia proposed an international marriage as proof of their friendship. It was rumored that the youngest princess was incredibly beautiful. The emperor meant that this princess would be a wonderful bride for Cadan. The Marquis was angry that the old fox wanted to separate him from Aaron, but did not show it, saying that he did not deserve it. He had already been generously given. Cadan was very grateful, but he was only following the orders of Lord Rumen, the first captain of the knights, and believed that it would be fairer to bestow such an honor on the lord, and not on him, who had only recently become part of the knightly order. Rumen was very ashamed in front of the Marquis. He realized this when they crossed swords. The guy was much superior to him. His level of fencing made him shiver. The lord looked down on Cadan. Since he was a slave, he easily defeated him, but did not mock him, but on the contrary attributed all the merits to him. His Majesty still insisted on his own, believing that perhaps the Marquis would change his decision when he saw the princess in person. But for now, they all needed to have a good rest before the banquet. In the end, the emperor added that the former Cadan family would also get good seats at the banquet, asking that they be sure to persuade the daughter of Count Circe to come to the banquet. Clenching his fists tightly behind his back, the Marquis listened to His Majesty's order. After leaving the negotiation room, the guy was heading towards the exit of the palace when he heard Rumen's voice behind him, asking him to stop. Bowing before Cassidan, the guy asked for forgiveness for everything, including his ignorance and rudeness. The Marquis asked the Lord to rise, convincing him that he had absolutely nothing to apologize for.
Lord Ruman had never seen such a high level of skill before. He tearfully asked to be trained.
One title bestowed by imperial grace is not enough to stand firmly on one's feet. To rise to the place that will allow Cassidan to protect his beloved, one must have people on his side. The Marquis easily agreed to teach everything he could to Lord Ruman. Arryn received a letter from her lover. He wrote that she and Lord Ruman often conduct training battles. The Emperor also asked to invite her family to a banquet that will take place in December. At the end, he added that he hopes that everything will be fine with her until then. Having become a Marquis, Cassidan found himself in the center of attention of the entire empire. He and Arryn could no longer meet freely as before. The girl was sure that the guy was coping well without her. Even the first captain of the Knights recognized Cassidan's skill, and soon the last dissatisfaction with his origin also disappeared. Everyone around was discussing the Marquis and the captain of the Knights. What an incredible person he was. The girls dreamed of meeting him. Arryn caught herself thinking that Cassidan was able to fly so high without her help, so high that his eyes began to blind. Lady Circia arrived at the atelier, where she was warmly greeted and immediately offered the first dress. It turned out to be too open for the girl, so she asked to bring another. Sasha was surprised that the lady did not like the dress, but the girl said that the banquet would take place in December, which means it would be cold in it. Arryn could cure someone else's incurable disease, but she was powerless in the face of her own wounds. They hadn't seen each other since Damien had bitten her, but the fact that the imprint of his teeth was still on the Countess's body terrified her. Whether in a past life or in this one, the nightmare never stopped. A red-haired girl approached the Countess, introducing herself as Lillian Grace. The girl had not yet made her debut in high society, but wanted to meet Lady Circia. Arryn froze in her tracks, looking at Lillian. The girl kept talking and talking. She knew that it was the Countess who took Cassidan from the gladiatorial arena, and she was waiting for confirmation of this. Lady Circia could not understand how this girl ended up here. She tormented her with her lies again and again. Damien's lovers, Lillian. She grabbed Arryn's hand, pressing it to her chest, and said that she was so glad to meet them, in the hope that they would become friends. The Countess still stood there without uttering a word, but Lillian kept talking incessantly about how she wanted to find out more about her new acquaintance. Someone called the girl, saying that it was time for them to go. Squeezing Arryn's hands tightly, Lillian Grace said that she was very sorry, but next time they would definitely talk. Sasha also stood in bewilderment. She asked the lady if this was her friend or who. The seamstress considered the girl very cheerful. After Viscount Grace's carriage hit this poor girl, the Viscountess took pity on her and decided to shelter her. In her past life, Lillian settled with Damien before the end of winter. A lot has changed compared to the past that Arryn knew. Autumn flew by unnoticed. Winter has finally arrived, the long-awaited December. Damien's butler reported to him that he had tracked down everyone who was at the Count's estate when Cassidan was staying with him, as well as his slave owner, and he said that the guy was wearing very expensive clothes. The Archduke knew that the Marquis's behavior and level of swordsmanship were completely different from those of an ordinary slave. Judging by the description of his clothes, he could be from Chiron. Moreover, the butler found a merchant who claimed that the Count's daughter had bought a sword that was completely unsuitable for her. Without listening to the end, Damien ordered the investigation to continue. The means didn't matter to him. They had to be prepared for anything. Imperial Palace, first day of the banquet. Arryn was incredibly happy, because today was the day she would see Cassidan. Here he is standing in front of the Countess, the one for whom she is ready to change her life. The Marquis approached Arryn and apologized for the fact that she had to wait. He admitted how much he missed her. The girl could not take her eyes off her lover. He was not late at all, since she was still not ready for the entrance. Cassidan believed that nothing bad would happen if they did not arrive on the first day of the banquet. The Emperor gave him special permission to do this. Instead, the Marquis was going to invite his beloved to another place. Cassidan brought Arryn to an estate she had never seen before. This was the new villa of the Marquis Deus. Few people knew that it belonged to him. The guy specifically did not let anyone in there. Cassidan wanted no one to bother him when he was here alone with someone. Looking sarcastically at the guy, Aaron asked who he was talking about. The Marquis became embarrassed. Gently taking the Countess by the face, he asked if she really had no idea who he was talking about. Cassidan gently kissed his lover's forehead. Aaron thought that the mansion was too empty and there were not enough servants, but the Marquis objected, saying that there were enough people in his mansion. Pointing to the door that was nearby, the guy said that it was a pantry with food. He offered to cook something for Aaron. The girl was extremely surprised that Cassidan also knew how to cook, which this guy just couldn't do. He wanted to see with his own eyes how the girl eats with appetite what he prepares for her. The Marquis used to do this often when he had time. Aaron didn't take her eyes off Cassidan. He was too handsome. She did not at all expect that he would pull her towards him so sharply and suggest something that they could not talk about before. Squeezing the girl's hand tightly, the Marquis kissed her. The Countess reciprocated. They seemed to dissolve in each other. The kiss was saturated with passion. When Cassidan suggested talking, Aaron didn't even think that he meant talking with bodies. The guy noticed that his lover's skills had improved since their last meeting. If they really talk through their bodies, then with a high probability, the Marquis will not be able to go to the banquet tomorrow, because he is unlikely to be able to stop after one time. Gently laying the girl on the bed, Cassidan told her not to be afraid. Without her permission, he would not lay a finger on her. He kissed Aaron because he fell for her provocation and simply couldn't resist. The couple felt incredibly strong and warm love feelings for each other. The Countess decided to ask if Cassidan had been very busy all this time, why he never visited her with his father. 2 months ago, Elsia proposed to the Seville Empire to enter into an interethnic marriage. The emperor, an old fox, decided to marry the Marquise, the youngest princess of the kingdom, he said. Aaron couldn't believe her ears. The Marquis added that he did not need anyone except the Countess. He told the girl his assumptions that the emperor probably ordered to invite her to a banquet to find out about their relationship and see the reaction when she learned about a possible marriage. Since Aaron and Cassidan were no longer brother and sister, there could be no other reason for the invitation. The Marquis admitted that he missed his beloved madly, but he could not meet her due to the constant supervision of the emperor. Cassidan promised Aaron that he was not going to spare those who would so arrogantly try to separate them. The guy couldn't even imagine how much she missed him. His ashen hair, violet eyes, and such gentle hands. The Countess did not want to let her beloved go even for a minute. She missed him more than anyone else. Hugging him so tenderly, Aaron clearly wanted to test Cassidan's willpower. Her finger ended up in the guy's mouth. He gently ran his tongue over it, flirting with her. At that very second, the Marquis stopped. It was impossible. When he was next to such a pure person as Aaron, he felt too dirty. Without letting go of the guy's hands, Lady Circia recalled her words that she once told him that if he is dirty, then the whole world is drowning in dirt. I pulled Cassidan closer to me. The girl whispered that she wanted him. She really needed him. The Marquis wanted her even more. Goosebumps ran through his body. He was very afraid that Aaron would later regret it. The Countess gently began to pull off his shirt. Looking her straight in the eyes, Cassidan admitted that he had wanted this since their very first meeting. Even the sound of his voice touching Aaron's ears made her feel dizzy. There was still a worry in her soul that she didn't deserve to be with him right now, but she loved how he turned a blind eye to all her mistakes, which is why the girl treasured this moment so much. Gently touching Aaron's body, Cassidan again told her of his love. Finally, the girl reciprocated. She loved him. She was able to admit this not only to herself, she felt calm with him. In her dream, the Countess felt warmth. Her nose was enveloped in a certain aroma that seemed to instantly carry away all her experiences. Opening her eyes, she saw Cassidan in front of her. The guy had already woken up and could not take his eyes off his beloved. Aaron admitted that she likes this scent. It turned out that she is crazy about the perfume of the beast. Cassidan smiled. He knew Aaron would like it. He asked a question that, most likely, the Countess was also thinking about. How are they going to go to the banquet tomorrow? She didn't know what to say because she didn't have an answer either. The Marquis was so happy now that he couldn't understand whether it was a dream or reality. Aaron came to him in his dreams every night, and finally, his wish came true. It turned out that Cassidan was incredibly worried during these 2 months of separation that someone would be able to steal his beloved from him. The girl laughed, but in fact, she also thought about it every day. A carriage drove up to the Countess's estate. It was Archduke Damien. The servants did not expect to see him so late. The unexpected guest persistently asked where Aaron was. Cassidan carefully tied a bow on his beloved's dress. He would really like to stay with her, but he had to leave. He was going to take Aaron to the mansion. Without taking his eyes off the girl, he saw that he had done a poor job of hiding the marks he had left on her. Sniffing her skin, he admitted that it was even much better, as if she were soaked in her Cassidan. Putting the shoe on Aaron's foot, the Marquis asked, while he was away, if this Archduke Damien had done anything wrong. The Countess thought about it. The scar on her shoulder from the bite has long gone, but if Cassidan finds out about what happened, then irreparable things could happen. She didn't want him to worry about such nonsense. The guy already had enough problems that he was worried about, including the Emperor. Aaron wanted to keep this moment perfect while her heart was fluttering so much. Returning to the estate, the Countess froze in place, not understanding what this man was doing in her home. Turning around, Damien saw Aaron with Cassidan, the couple holding hands, which the Archduke immediately noticed. In his head, thoughts could not come together. It seemed to him that this was some kind of madness. The Countess, knowing what a dirty man the Marquis was still with him. The first to begin the dialogue was Marquis Deus, turning to the Archduke and asking what His Excellency was doing at the Serkiev estate at such a late hour. Ignoring this question, Damien said that he found it strange that Cassidan was not at the banquet, but it turned out that he was with Aaron. Contorting his face with regret, he called Aaron a poor thing, adding that from the very beginning he knew what kind of animal the Marquis was, but did not even suspect that everything was so serious. Gritting his teeth, the Archduke said that Cassidan would not be able to get what he wanted from her. The guy couldn't even imagine that so many people would stand in their way, passing by Damien. He casually said that now he should deal with the man who was transporting contraband to Elsia. Marquis Deus promised not to stand by, turning a blind eye to his crimes. Putting his robe on Aaron, Cassidan said in a gentle voice that it was time for her to go home. He promised the girl that he would come and pick her up tomorrow morning. Left alone with the Archduke, the Marquis said that it seemed that she wanted to tell him a lot, so he was completely ready for dialogue. Damien again moved away from the topic, citing only the fact that he came to see Aaron, and with such animals as Cassidan, he had nothing to talk about. For some reason, this made the Marquis laugh. It seemed that the wounds he inflicted on Damien during the tournament were not enough. The Archduke was very angry, but he was not the type to be enraged by such insects as the Marquis. It was funny. Cassidan understood that Damien was interested in such insects. He promised him that if he did not interfere in his business, he would not touch him. The Archduke did not believe a single word, because the last time the Marquis almost killed his butler Kindle. He believed that Cassidan was driven only by animal instinct, and not by human reason, so this animal did not even know what he was talking about. Looking the Marquis in the eyes with his bright green eyes, Damien said that the kingdom of Cadan was destroyed, the last crown prince. Since Cassidan's body could not be found, the Archduke thought that he had died in some ditch, but he was hiding here like a rat. It took Damien several months to realize who his enemy was, and he turned out to be the noble crown prince. With a smirk, he said that he did not hope that the prince was alive, especially living such a vile life. The Marquis did not show any emotion from what he heard, only saying that he did not understand what was being said. The Archduke's opponent was either arrogant or he didn't care that his secret was revealed. But what really interested Damien was whether Aaron knew about this. Approaching close to the Archduke, Cassidan recalled what he had said at the tournament, so that he would not even dare to say her name. Damien noticed that the Marquis seemed to have left his footprints on the freshly fallen snow. But the purity of this snow cannot be so easily stained. No matter how much Aaron is with him, she will never be enough for him. With a smirk on his face, he asked if Cassidan felt uneasy when their bodies were reunited. But there was no reason to worry anymore. Due to the Marquis's hunger and lack of restraint, marks remained on Lady Serkia's body. Damien abandoned and turned around and walked away. He believed that the guy had put his beloved in a dangerous position with his own hands.
Since the Archduke's threats to reveal Cassidan's past did not work, Aaron will be his next target. And if the girl is in danger, the Marquis will have no choice but to remove what threatens her. She was his ray of light after a long life in the dark. He didn't need anyone but her. He only wanted her. Imperial Palace, the day of the banquet has arrived. Like a gallant gentleman, Cassidan helped his lady out of the carriage with his hand outstretched, the couple looking stunning together. Aaron hoped to have a wonderful evening with her lover, who accompanied her, but they had to act as if they did not have such passionate feelings for each other. The table at the banquet was full of an abundance of various dishes. As soon as Marquis Deus crossed the threshold of the celebration hall, a crowd of girls immediately drew attention to him, as if they were just waiting for him. They all looked at Cassidan with loving eyes. It turns out that not only Damien noticed his absence on the first day of the banquet. Aaron was ready for people to swarm around them like bees today. Everyone was discussing how the Marquis defeated the pirates from Elsia. Everyone already knew that they were transporting contraband of a strategic mineral, and there were also rumors that these mines belonged to Count Kristen. One of the ladies drew Cassidan's attention to a girl of inconspicuous appearance. It was the daughter of Count Kristen. The lady was outraged that she was allowed into the banquet. Evely Kristen, of all the people at this banquet, she was the last one Aaron wanted to see. The impudence of the unmarried ladies crossed all boundaries. Despite the fact that Cadan stood with Aaron, he was still called to look at the ice statues standing in the garden. The guy politely thanked for the invitation, but refused because he wanted to hold this banquet with his sister. The ladies were also aware that the Marquis was quite close to the Countess. They even came to the banquet together. Finally, Aaron broke the silence, saying that it was the Emperor who insisted on their visit together, since he knew that they used to be family. A voice was heard out of nowhere. It was Evely Kristen. The crowd parted. The girl demanded not to lie, even if it was the order of the Emperor. But people are not blind and see what is happening here, the girl said. These two were too close, although they were no longer family. Aaron tried to explain that even when they were brother and sister, people already had misunderstandings. The conversation with this unpleasant person was interrupted by a girl who ran up to Lady Circia. It was Lillian. She reminded Aaron of how they met in the boutique. The girl was extremely persistent. She wanted to talk to the Countess right now. The lady couldn't understand what Lillian was doing here, because she shouldn't be here. The girl pretended to be very upset that Lady Circia was not understood, since they became so friendly with Cassidan after he came into their family. Finally, the girl realized that she had interrupted the conversation. She immediately apologized, citing the fact that it was her first day in high society. Lillian turned to the daughter of Count Kristen, saying that she really wanted to meet her. The girl froze in bewilderment. Breaking into a smile, Lillian still did not let up. She had heard a lot about Evely, since she was the star of this season. Her name could be heard from everyone's lips. These words aroused anger in the Count's daughter. It seemed that something terrible was brewing. As if nothing had happened, Lillian repeated that Evely was the main heroine of this banquet, or wasn't she right? The Count's daughter's anger went beyond limits. She grabbed the girl's hand and squeezed it tightly. Tears flowed from Lillian's eyes. The ladies immediately ran to her aid. The girl pressed for pity, as if not understanding, because she just wanted to make friends. But they treated her like that. Evely began to draw attention to herself, trying to explain that she did not even squeeze this girl's hand, but she was suddenly interrupted. One of the knights approached, taking the Count's daughter by the hand. He was going to put her out, since only those who had received an invitation from His Majesty the Emperor could attend the banquet. Aaron remembered a situation from a past life, how Damien did not believe only Lillian's words, blaming the Countess for everything, including the wound on Lillian's wrist, which was allegedly inflicted by Aaron. The Countess demanded to check if there was a wound under this bandage. Then she wanted the girl to take it off. Hearing this, Damien immediately swung his hand and hit Aaron in the face with all his might. She suddenly remembered that day. That was when the Archduke hit her for the first time. Lillian stood aside and quietly mocked. The girl again drew all attention to herself, loudly introducing herself as Lillian Grace. She immediately attracted attention to herself. People didn't know that there was such a beautiful girl in the Grace family. Everyone began to worry about her hand. Lillian said that Viscountess Grace said that she looked like her daughter, whom she lost when she was very young, which is why the Viscountess made Lillian her adopted daughter. Since they were not related by blood, the Grace's daughter, like no one else, understood what it was like when others doubted the affection of family members. Lillian decided to involve Aaron and Cassidan in this, so that people would not question her past during her debut in high society. If the girl wanted only this, it was not clear why make such a fuss. She dropped the fan and publicly asked the Marquis to pick it up if it would not be difficult for him. Cassidan stood in incomprehension, but Lillian said honestly that it was very difficult for her to bend over because of her dress. At that moment, Aaron realized that the target of this insidious girl was her beloved Cassidan. The Countess did not understand why this was so because this girl was supposed to be with Damien. The Marquis was not only gallant, but also cunning. He provided the opportunity to raise the fan to Lillian, the young gentleman, who did not take his eyes off her. He really liked her, because the girl was even more beautiful up close. With a grin on his face, Cassidan took Aaron and they continued on. At this point, Lillian was left with nothing. Clearly, her plan had failed. The guard took Evely Kristen out, but the girl was not going to leave. She needed to talk to the Emperor, and she was wondering how to do it. Suddenly, someone called out to her. It was Archduke Damien. The girl attacked him. It turns out that she was waiting for him, but he was still not there. Damien asked Evely Kristen why girls from a family who had not received an invitation came to the banquet. The girl began to scream. She was forced to come since the Archduke ignored her, no matter how she tried to contact him. So she decided to visit the Emperor. This made Damien laugh. He personally ordered Count Kristen to keep his mouth shut, and his stupid daughter decided to set him up. The girl's scream turned into anger, which was about to get out of control. Her father trusted the Archduke, and he ended up making him out to be a traitor, so she decided to take everything into her own hands. Damien remained calm, and, in an even tone, he asked Evely if she even understood who she was raising her voice at. The girl slowed down. Inside herself, she sensed the danger that came from this guy, but she was very worried about her father. The Archduke was too cunning. He secured himself on all sides. According to the documentation, the mine belonged to the Kristen family, which means those who committed the crime did not even dare to blame Damien for everything. The guy was sure that no one at the banquet would believe some Evely Kristen. The girl acted very rashly, no matter how regrettable it may sound. Only the Archduke could protect her and her father. Damien tried to calm the girl down. If she trusted him and waited a little longer, he promised that Count Kristen would receive a reward for everything he had done. Cassidan was still the center of attention. He was the hero of this banquet. Yesterday, everyone noticed that he did not appear, but today he came, and not alone, but with Lady Circia. Aaron noticed that Cassidan did not look as if he was uncomfortable with everyone's attention, and there was no sign of any embarrassment either. The guy was like light from moths. The herald announced the appearance of the Crown Prince and His Majesty the Emperor. Aaron's gaze crossed Leon's eyes, as if the prince wanted to tell her something. Everyone lowered their heads, saluting the son of the Empire and the young son of the Empire. The Emperor announced the arrival of the second day of the banquet, thanking the distinguished guests who accepted his invitation. Special mention to the Marquis of Deus, since this celebration was in his honor, so he should have enjoyed it to the fullest. His Majesty then introduced another special guest attending the banquet, King Elsia's beloved youngest daughter, Princess Bella. Thanks to the service of the valiant knights of the Seville Empire and the initiative of King Elsia, the princess was sent to forge an alliance between their states. The emperor was ready to guarantee that there was not a single man in the hall who did not want to marry such a beautiful lady as Princess Bella. His Majesty believed that this marriage would be a symbol of friendship between the Empire of Seville and the Kingdom of Elsia. He would like to give such a wonderful chance to marry the princess to the knight who accomplished the feat, Marquis Cassidan. Aaron tried to look as surprised as possible. If Cassidan had not warned her about this in advance, she would have been embarrassed in front of the Emperor. He decided to make the princess and the Marquis his pawns. He had an incredible chance. In his previous life, when Cassidan served the Crown Prince, nothing like this happened. The Emperor's mind was more corrupted, to some extent even similar to Damien. Addressing the Marquis, His Majesty said that his loved ones probably want him to be happy, but maybe vice versa. This could upset them. The emperor then turned to Aaron, asking what the previous family thought about this situation. Before the girl had time to answer, the crown prince appeared out of nowhere and shouted and demanded that this farce stop. Grabbing Aaron by the hand, Leon began to contradict his father. Because the countess saved his life, they should be grateful to her. But instead, they disgrace him in front of everyone. Lady Circia couldn't understand how the crown prince could say something like that right in the middle of a banquet. In addition, Leon remembered very well that Mr. Cassadine had valiantly given this award to the first captain of the knights. He asked his father if he really wanted to keep him at his feet so much. His Majesty was furious. Not only does his son dare to behave like that, but he is talking some kind of nonsense. Looking his father in the eye, the crown prince admitted that his actions disgusted him. The emperor had no words left. He was incredibly angry with his son. Wild laughter rang out in the hall. It was none other than Damien. He publicly stated that the royal family should maintain their dignity more than anyone else. Yet they had such a conversation in front of everyone. This situation only made the archduke happy. The crown prince asked Damien not to get involved in this matter in a threatening tone. Placing his hand on the prince's shoulder, the archduke said that he could not help but do this, since despite all the differences, they were still blood relatives. Then he turned his gaze to Cassidan and Aaron and asked to pay attention to these brother and sister who were not connected by blood ties. Even if they are so close, shouldn't they, like cousins, help each other? Crazy bastard, Aaron thought. The emperor did not understand what the archduke was talking about, so he asked him to tell him in more detail. Aaron intervened in the conversation. Turning to Damien, she asked why he allowed him to talk about her and Cassadine like that. As usual, grinning maliciously, he apologized to the girl without sincerity in his eyes, citing the fact that he was jealous. That's why he said this. There was supposedly no other meaning in his words. The Marquis asked why the archduke would become jealous of him. Damien replied, even though Cassidan no longer belongs to the Circe family, he still tries to be close to the person who has fallen into his heart. The emperor clarified whether he understood correctly that the archduke was hinting that the Marquis was in love with Aaron. Damien replied that the fact that Cassadine was holding the countess's hand did not confirm his words. The girl could not understand why he did this, as if he was not afraid of dying from heart disease. Has he really found another way to be cured? But this can't be true. Aaron took a risk and talked about her abilities, while doing everything not to heal him completely. Turning to Damien, the countess said that if this is how he sees the friendship between her and Cassidan, then perhaps the emperor and the banquet guests misunderstood him. The crown prince laughed loudly, advising his brother to make his confession in a more private place, and also to be more careful when talking about matters of the heart. The emperor, who broke the silence, said that he was only worried about the happiness of his knight. Many ladies would like to marry Sir Cassadine. He was more than sure of this. This girl may be the princess of Elsia, but she is beautiful and noble. There was no point in refusing such an offer. There must be a good reason for this. If Cassadine's heart is occupied by another, then His Majesty demanded to tell her name here and now, and perhaps then he will change his mind. Thanking the emperor, the Marquis said, wasn't it he who personally asked him and Aaron to come together? But His Majesty would like to believe the knight. But after Damien's statement, he began to doubt. Laughing again, the archduke pretended that it was not he who had just provoked this conflict, citing his jealous nature. Grabbing Aaron's hand, he said that it was his mistake and he had to explain everything. Turning to the girl, he loudly said that they decided to keep their relationship a secret, but unfortunately, they had to reveal everything to everyone like this. Those around them opened their mouths in surprise. It was not a banquet, but some kind of show. Aaron's eyes lit up. She finally understood what Damien was up to. The emperor decided to check the relationship between her and Cassidan, and this was no different from a confession. This will come as a shock to Aaron's father, but it will be impossible to avoid constant checks from the emperor. So this confession and the way he took her hand was an attempt to drive the girl into a corner. The archduke decided to use this lie as an excuse that would help him keep Lady Circia under control. Aaron was not simple. She was not afraid of almost anything, publicly asking if she was his beloved because they had not spent a moment together. The emperor asked the countess if he understood correctly what she wanted to say about Archduke Damien agreeing. The girl confirmed. The gentleman did not give up. He was not a bad actor, trying to prove that he would never lie to the emperor, looking him in the eyes. Erin was asked that this was her way of confirming that the scandalous relationship between her and her brother was true. Those around did not understand what was happening. Who was telling the truth? The ladies were confused because quite recently they were talking about strong friendship between brothers and sisters. Many believed that the Archduke had no reason to tell a lie. Erin was about to tell His Majesty the Emperor something, but Cassidan interrupted her, asking her to give him the floor. The Marquise admitted that the girl who fell into his heart from the very beginning was his sister. It was not easy for the guy to talk about this, since it was the first time he admitted it, and he was not going to hide his feelings anymore. Erin had been his lover for a long time. Cassidan hugged his beloved and whispered in her ear to push him away, insult him, call him a last bastard. The emperor would no longer trust them. Now at least his heart would belong to her, but the girl had to pretend that she did not accept him. To save herself from the emperor, Erin had to reject Cassidan and Damien. The Marquis decided to stop this scandal, which unfolded right in front of the emperor, by personally turning the whole situation around. Rumors about what happened will pass from mouth to mouth throughout the empire. Cassidan fell in love with the one who saved him from slavery and made him her family. The one who was considered a friend turned out to be a traitor. Now the guy could stand up to the emperor alone. Erin had to do everything as he said, the only way Cassidan would be safe. It was not so difficult to push the guy away after a desperate confession, because the countess had already done this many times. Lady Circia began to shout at the Marquis. How could he say such a thing in such a place in front of everyone? Once they were one family, the girl also wanted to use him, but she did not want to truly become a family. The emperor could deprive Cassidan of any power, could begin to treat him even more harshly and tighten his control. But the guy decided to give up everything that he was able to achieve during all this time and sacrifice it for the sake of his beloved. His sincerity was clearly visible in his gaze and shone brighter than any precious stone. Looking into Cassidan's eyes, Erin loudly declared that she loved him more than anyone, as a man, not as a brother. She whispered in his ear that she didn't want him to face everyone alone. The girl asked to trust her only this time. Looking at His Majesty the Emperor, Erin said that she was the one who brought the former slave, Cassidan, into her family. After a life in the gladiator arena full of danger because of the warm care on her part, the Marquis developed feelings for the girl, and this was quite natural. However, her falling in love with Cassidan could be considered her personal choice. If this whole situation looked scandalous, then Erin took full responsibility on herself. The emperor didn't know what to say. He just bowed his head. Damien was the first to speak. He knew that the girl always protected her little brother, even when he was ungrateful for all the kindness he was given. He believed that Erin was doing all this in order to protect Cassidan. His Majesty the Emperor shouted loudly, ordering to stop this farce that was staged at the banquet, promising that he would not spare anyone who lies to him. The Archduke thought he had found the Countess's weaknesses, but she had already made her choice. There were too many people here, so the girl asked the Emperor to talk privately. She said that Damien knows about her healing abilities, which is why he lies to the Emperor. Erin decided to turn the attention of the Emperor, who was going to control Cassidan, back to the Archduke. His Majesty decided to postpone the discussion of all this until later, since such things could not be said at the celebration, but now he was going to continue the banquet. The Emperor ordered Erin to come to him as soon as the holiday ended. Damien wondered why the girl decided to complicate everything herself if he had come up with a way for her to get out. She didn't know which path would be easy and which would be difficult, because everything depended on her own perception. It was too difficult for the Archduke to understand the girl. Cassidan approached, saying that he was not required to understand her, asking her to move away from Erin. Damien considered the Marquis's behavior stupid. He should be pleased with the princess given by the Emperor, because it was a more than worthy reward for someone like him. Cassidy noticed that the Archduke was too rude to Princess Bella. The girl left home in such an unstable time, and all for the sake of a marriage that neither she nor the potential groom needed. Bowing her head, Bella asked what she should do. The girl was completely at a loss. Cassidan promised that he would try to stop rumors about their wedding, and after that, she could do as she saw fit. She was given the idea that she would become the Marquise's wife, and they would have to take care of each other. That's all she knew. Aaron noticed that the princess was very worried. Bella was not here by choice. Due to the imperial ban, none of the retinue was allowed to set foot on the territory of the empire. It turns out that the princess could not even take a maid with her. The girl was completely alone. Since Cassidan was no longer in any way connected with the princess, he could tell her what to do next, but promised to talk to His Majesty. Sir Roumain promised that he would continue to accompany the princess, so there was nothing to worry about. Damien appeared again out of nowhere, saying that the rumors were true, regarding the fact that the first captain of the knights and the Marquis had become close. The aristocrat, who turned out to be a slave, now taught the captain of the knights fencing. This is how the archduke presented everything. Not wanting to listen to all this nonsense anymore, Roumain called the princess to leave here. Turning to Damien, Aaron asked to stop all this and to never try to contact her again. The countess was unable to understand the archduke, which she certainly did not want him to ever mention her or Cassidan. Damien warned the girl that she might regret what she just said. Holding her lover's hand tightly, Aaron proudly declared that she had absolutely no regrets. The archduke left, saying in parting that she was saying that now, but the moment when she would begin to regret would definitely come. From his lips, it sounded like a threat. Sensing his beloved's anxiety, Cassidan reassured her, saying that he would protect her and there was nothing to worry about. From whom but from the crown prince? The girl definitely did not expect this. He also promised to protect her, so she had nothing to worry about. Leon and Cassidan began to argue among themselves about which of them would protect the countess and who was the first to promise this. Having pushed away this small scuffle with herself, Aaron said with a grin that, for that matter, she would protect both of them. The realization that she was not alone gave the girl confidence. Immediately after the confrontation with that slave from Hiran as punishment, Damien's heart began to ache again. The pain was corrosive from the moment he touched Aaron's hand. The archduke had never wanted to take anyone's hand so much. Recently, Damien had a conversation with the butler Kindle. The gentleman said that he was again going to win the girl over to his side, but he chose too difficult a path. Kindle believed that in this situation, using the count, her father, thereby threatening her, it should have worked. It was important for Damien that Aaron herself wanted to help him. If he hurt her father, then she would never heal him. It seems that this insensitive guy who only seeks to benefit himself has developed feelings for Lady Circia. The archduke's thoughts were interrupted by Lillian approaching. The girl saw him at the banquet, and now she decided to come up and introduce herself. Damien remembered her. She was at the banquet, this commoner who used Kristen to get attention. The guy was rude to her, saying that if she needed male attention, then she should look for it at the banquet and not here, and he would not fall for such a cheap trick. This is not what the girl came here for. She was going to talk about Lady Circia. Damien was not going to discuss anything with her. As he was about to leave, he heard a question that infuriated him. Lillian asked if he liked Aaron. Lady Grace did not want to upset the guy, but hinted that she knew Lady Circia. She decided that she could help Damien because she had also recently become a member of the family, and she maintained such close friendships with her siblings for the sake of the Marquise's well-being. However, thanks to the Archduke's revelation of the truth, Lillian felt as if Lady Circia, with whom she was supposedly close, had betrayed her. The girl suggested using it once, since most likely they had common goals. Lillian seemed to give Damien a choice, but covertly insisted that they achieve their goals together. Basically, the guy had nothing to lose. From the very beginning, it was clear that Lady Grace would do anything to achieve her goals. She wisely took advantage of Evely Christine's provocation, and Damien immediately noticed that the girl knew how to manipulate situations in her favor. Every time the Archduke looked at Aaron, he was moved by something that he could not control. Just like that day, she was indescribably soft and warm, with a faintly sweet scent emanating from her skin. Even if Damien tried to control his impulses, if he left Aaron, his thirst only became stronger, because the girl was something that was not so easy to get. He thought about if he drove the girl even further into a corner. Would he see her tears? Would Lady Circia begin to hate him even more? Finally, in her eyes there would be only him and not this slave. Once again, remembering the situation that occurred at the banquet, the Archduke decided to trust Lillian in the hope that she would live up to his expectations. Damien asked to prove its usefulness to him. He was definitely going to get what he wanted. The Crown Prince was going to go with Erin. He didn't want her to be alone with the Emperor. The butler forbade anyone to go with her, since His Majesty ordered the girl to be brought without unnecessary noise. Leon didn't understand why Cassidan decided to tell what he was hiding in front of everyone. The Marquis admitted that he thought that if he showed that the love came only from him, then the girl would be safe. The Crown Prince was angry. He didn't know what Lady Circia told the Emperor to smooth things over, but she clearly didn't do it for herself. His Highness knew full well that the Countess did this to protect Cassidan. The Crown Prince still could not understand why Erin fell in love with someone like Marquis Deus. Approach the throne room. The guys quieted down to hear everything that was happening there. Erin was sitting on her knees with her head bowed. The Emperor demanded to raise her head and specified that she had told the Archduke about her healing abilities. It seemed to him that the girl herself did not understand the seriousness of this situation, because she personally pointed to him as a suspect in the poisoning of the prince. Damien's attempt to shield the girl like this immediately made sense if he knew about her abilities. Erin was sorry to say this, but the Archduke found out about her abilities due to her carelessness. She was no longer going to contact him. Lady Circia promised to do everything so that His Majesty the Emperor would no longer worry about this. The Emperor was very careful about the girl's entourage because she was a trump card that no one should get. Therefore, when Damien learned about the abilities of the Circius family, the Emperor should have directed his anger at him and not at Arryn. The next thing that interested His Majesty was that Lady Circia accepted Cassidan's feelings only to thus refuse the Archduke. With a trembling voice, Erin replied that this is not so. She really loves Marquis Deus. Not a single word she said in the banquet hall was a lie. Sir Cassidan never forgot the kindness shown to him, just as he was devoted to Lady Circia. So he will be a loyal knight of the Emperor. If anyone made a mistake, it was the Countess herself. The girl asked not to be too strict with Cassidan. From what the Emperor could see over the past months, Marquis Deus was indeed an outstanding person, so he understood Erin's feelings towards him. Probably when they talk about an ideal person, Cassidan immediately comes to mind, because even he was able to win the heart of the Emperor. The girl now heard something that she did not expect to hear at all. His Majesty said, since she lived with this man under the same roof, she clearly confused these feelings with love. He believed that Arryn had confused ordinary sympathy with love, although this was strange, since the Circi family had sensitive hearts. The Circia family has always served the Empire faithfully with its devotion. Especially Arryn was able to show the greatest power of healing. The Emperor thought that Leon's childish actions were because he liked the girl, but he let her think about his words again. His proposal to make Arryn a princess would be a very wise decision, the Emperor believed. The Crown Prince and Marquis of Deusa froze in surprise at what they heard. The Emperor remembered the moment when he and Cassidan played chess. His Majesty taught the guy that having reached the end, the pawn turns into a knight. If the son had moved the pawn, he could have won this game, but it looked like he decided to give in. Marquis Deus began to justify himself that in no case did he intend to do this to the Emperor, but only wanted to predict his intentions. His Majesty reminded that there can only be one king, but now Archduke Damien, not counting Leon, is closest to the throne. Not a single pawn can become a king. Even after being promoted, it becomes only a shield for the king. To stop the Archduke, Cassidan suggested using it. The Emperor smiled. Using it sounded too rude. His Majesty told Arryn that Marquis Deus would fight on the front line, and he would look forward to new exploits from him. According to the laws of the Empire, His Majesty could not remove Count Singen from fighting in the war. The only reason why the Emperor decided to fulfill this difficult request was the request of the knight who swore allegiance to him to repay him for his past exploit. It was also of great importance to Sir Cassidan, His Majesty was sure. Finally, the Emperor said if he could trust the Marquis and fulfill his request. Looking closely at Arryn, he again asked how about becoming a princess. On the chessboard, all the pieces should have existed only for the king. Arryn was furious at what that son of a bitch told her. Count Singen immediately arrived at the palace. He was extremely worried. The man was informed that his daughter had to stay in the palace. The emperor revealed that one person had learned of Lady Circea's healing abilities. In order to ensure her safety, she would have to stay in the palace for a while, all for her protection. Also, the girl was forbidden to contact anyone. Aaron now seemed to be in a real prison. At first, Lady Circea was of interest to the crown prince as a healer. She could say unexpected things with a completely calm face. Leon realized that all this time he was afraid to leave her, because she saw in him not only the crown prince, the guy was happy to be next to her. Aaron will quickly become his bride. The girl was sure that the prince did not love her at all, but he tried to convince her of the opposite, intending to make her happy. Leon didn't know what else he could do to save Aaron. When a girl becomes a princess, this means that Count Singen will become a hostage and the emperor's horse. The prince understood this perfectly. Cadan knew only one way to force His Majesty to listen to the crown prince. However, in this case, Leon will have to trust Aaron, perhaps risk his life, and follow the instructions of the Marquis. Sir Cadan told his plan. This infuriated the prince. He grabbed him by the collar and began shouting what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The guy asked to think again. Although Leon didn't like this method, it was the only option to resolve this situation. The crown prince was not going to go so far as to prevent this wedding. Although he had initially guessed this, Leon now definitely thought that Cadan was crazy. This only meant one thing. The crown prince was also crazy. The emperor came to Aaron's room to inform her that her father had arrived. His Majesty did not tell him anything, because if the count found out that his daughter had feelings for Cadan, he would probably be very upset. The emperor believed that he had given the girl enough time to make a decision. Will she become the princess of this empire? Aaron didn't have time to answer anything when the butler burst into the room along with the first captains of the knights. They came to report that the crown prince was unconscious. Leon drank poison. Palace of the Crown Prince. Bursting into his son's room, the emperor saw Cadan. He immediately attacked the guy, demanding to explain how it all happened. The Marquis began to say that when he came here, the prince was already in such a state. He called the palace doctor so as not to attract attention. The palace doctor reported that the poison had spread so much that the antidote was no longer effective, and Leon refused to take any treatment. Gritting his teeth in anger, His Majesty ordered the courtiers and knights to wait outside the door. The emperor took his son's hand, but he pulled it away. His Majesty immediately turned to Aaron with a request to immediately cure his son. The girl could not understand why the prince drank poison so suddenly. Even at the banquet, he had been so bright, persistently offering his help, but now he lay half dead. Looking at Leon, Aaron realized that the prince had kept his promise and risked his life. She didn't know whether to consider this reckless or a last resort. Lady Circea, after the emperor's order, did not budge. His Majesty began to shout at the girl. How dare she disobey his orders? Did she really not understand the first time that she had to cure the prince? Leon turned to his father that neither he nor Aaron wanted this marriage. Then he demanded that the girl be freed from this. The emperor opened his mouth in surprise as to whether his son really drank poison to avoid getting married. Leon was waiting for his father's decision or threatened to renounce his title. He was fed up with it all. His Majesty shouted at Lady Circea non-stop, but the girl stood there without moving from her place and remained standing. The prince did not let up, threatening that he would take this poison as long as needed, either until his father fulfilled his request or he would die. It was impossible for the emperor to understand how his son could think of blackmailing him at the cost of his own life. Finally, the father gave in, promising to leave Aaron alone as long as his son accepted treatment. Lady Circea instantly flew up to Leon and immediately began to heal him. A few minutes later, the crown prince stood up, feeling as if nothing had happened. The emperor looked very worried. He asked his son to never do that again and to pour out the remaining poison, and he would fulfill his request. Leon asked his father to guarantee Circea's family freedom and the protection of the emperor. His Majesty considered his son a fool because he himself wanted Aaron to become his wife. The guy turned out to be a noble man. He was not going to do such things, taking away freedom from another person just for the sake of his own happiness. Leon thanked the girl for saving him. Aaron was much more grateful to him. Meeting with Cadan in the winter garden, Lady Circea informed him that the crown prince was in good health. The Marquis hugged his beloved tightly, trying to convince her that this was the only way to save her. He didn't understand why Erin stood up for him at the banquet, because she put herself in such danger. Cassidan was very worried about her, because everything could have ended differently. The girl admitted to her lover that he was dearer to her than anyone. Everything she did was for him. The Countess did everything so that she and the Marquis could be together. She told him that Damien once became engaged to a girl for the sake of his ambitions. Only one man could stop the Archduke. Erin said that thanks to his outstanding talents and efforts, Damien was able to obtain the position of captain of the Imperial Knights. He did not communicate with his bride at all, and when he no longer needed her, he killed her. It was a story like a dream, but this girl closed her eyes 4 years ago on her birthday, and when she opened them again, she met a man. At that time, the man had not yet become the captain of the knights. The girl accepted him into the family. For her own sake, she stole his future. The Countess asked Cassidan if he could believe that the story was about them. It seems that heaven punished Erin for all this. When she had to use it, she fell in love more than herself. Cassidan had every right not to believe everything the girl said, but all this time, she had the feeling that she was deceiving him. She really wanted to tell him this, and finally, she was able to do it. Her soul became much easier. Cassidan sat in his estate completely immersed in some thoughts. His solitude was interrupted by Sir Rumain. The Marquis was surprised that the captain of the knights came to him without warning. Sir Rumain came to talk to Cassidan quietly, and besides, today was not an easy day for everyone. Princess Bella was staying at the Imperial Palace. The captain of the knights came to ask permission to accompany her tomorrow. The Marquis realized that Rumain liked the girl, so he would only be glad if he paid attention to her. The roses were still in bloom. It turned out that Cassidan had a beautiful garden. However, the captain noticed that all the roses were blue. Remembering his beloved and her beautiful blue eyes, the Marquis replied that blue was simply his favorite color. That's all. Sir Rumain wondered if Cassidan was such a secretive and careful person that he even built this mansion in secret. Why didn't he keep it a secret until the very end? If the Marquis had been sure that it would remain a secret, he would have kept it a secret. Cassidan asked the captain of the knights a question that puzzled him. He asked his thoughts about whether it was possible to return to his past after death. Sir Rumain did not understand the question at all. He thought that the Marquis was going crazy and was going to return to the past after his death. The captain remembered that the great prophet Notios had once written about something similar, but the meaning of this statement was difficult to interpret. The saying said that when the gears of lives intersect, the present goes away and the past comes to replace it. Sir Rumain didn't know what this meant. He only started thinking about it after Cassidan asked, but people said that every prophecy of Notios had come true. The Marquis remembered him, the great prophet Notios, who left a prophecy that a great king would be born in Cadan. The guy kept thinking about the words that said that the present goes away and the past comes. As always, Erin walked along a thorny path, and although it was dangerous, and although she remembered what happened to her and her family, the girl looked very calm. The girl was able to erase all his scars thanks to her incredible strength. She received Cassidan with incredible warmth, although everything was wrong with him. He did not even understand that his desire to be with her was such. Now he has already decided to trust her or not. His beloved Erin lay on his cloak, which he gave her, and thought about her lover. The girl missed Cassidan madly. Early in the morning, the maid Sasha burst into the Countess's room, screaming and holding a newspaper in her hands. The girl was eager to find out if what was written in the newspaper was true. It turned out that the popular Marquis Cassidan Deus was in a romantic relationship with the daughter of Count Serkia. It was never confirmed that Erin made a public confession. Maybe Cassidan took care of that. When the mistress confirmed that this was true, Sasha immediately grabbed her hands. The maid was incredibly happy. She considered it very romantic. The girl congratulated her mistress with all her heart. It turned out that when Cassidan lived on the Count's estate, the maid immediately realized that he liked the Countess. She saw him burn letters sent to Erin. Cassidan burned only those letters that were sent to Lady Serkia by the young gentleman. Immediately after this, the guy left the house, so Sasha was in a difficult position and did not know whether to talk about it or not.
Apparently, only the maid was happy. Count Singen, having read the news, could not believe it. He simply lowered his head and did not know what to do next. While drinking tea with his daughter, the man was silent for a long time. Erin could not stand it and began to speak first. She really was very sorry to disappoint her father. What was even worse was that he found out about it in this way. The Count said that he learned from the Emperor that someone was trying to take advantage of his daughter's healing abilities, and he had time to think about everything. The girl found herself in such a dangerous situation that she was not allowed to meet with anyone. The Count thought that Erin was trembling with fear. He was hurt by the thought that it was unknown when he would see his daughter now. Since childhood, Lady Circia was forced to spend a lot of time alone. For Count Singen, the most important thing was not the title and the opinions of others, but the health of his daughter, so that she would not have any problems and would be happy. In the Count's opinion, Cadan was responsible and smart enough to rise through the ranks and become a marquise, so he could be by his side. The man admitted that he trusted the guy. Whatever happened, he knew that his daughter would be protected. Erin couldn't believe her ears. Out of happiness, she threw herself on her father's neck and hugged him tightly. With a smile on his face, the father asked how he could separate his beloved daughter and the guy who was about to go to war with him. The girl was very grateful to her father. The banquet will last until this evening. Erin was sure that their story would be interesting to everyone. She would like not to appear there again. The door to her room suddenly opened. It was none other than Cadan. The guy looked incredibly handsome. Judging by his outfit, he was planning to go to a banquet today. Erin was worried that everyone would only look at them, but for the Marquis, this was one of the main reasons to go there. People's imaginations will fill the empty space. If they don't appear there, then rumors will spread. So it's better to go and show everyone the truth, Cadan believed. He extended his hand to his beloved and offered to go to the banquet together as a couple. The girl realized that she had nothing to fear, because her loved one would be next to her. As expected, all attention in the banquet hall was focused on Lady Circia and Marquis Dios. People whispered that they had just recently been brother and sister. Despite the many glares on the couple, Cadan spoke to Erin in his calm voice. He publicly confirmed that the article was telling the truth. That's why he agreed to the interview. In front of everyone, he called Lady Circia his girlfriend, whom he loves with all his heart. Having gotten rid of the glances and whispers, the couple went on to the balcony where they could be alone. The Marquise was very courteous with his beloved. She thought that he would leave her, since what she told him was very similar to some kind of nonsense. Looking tenderly into Erin's eyes, Cadan said that she was all he had. He could not help but trust her. The girl herself did not know how she was able to return to the past, but the Marquis still believed her words. Holding his beloved tightly, Cadan said that even endless pain ends one day, so she should not worry about anything, since she has nothing to worry about. The Marquis promised Erin to be with her until the very end. Gently kissing the girl's lips, he promised to make her happy at all costs, happier than anyone in the world. All this time until now, Erin thought that if this time travel was for the sake of meeting Cadan, then this moment was priceless. If she had not made him her goal from the very beginning, then they would not have been so happy. Looking into the bright purple eyes of the Marquise, the girl asked if his proposal to get married when everything was over was still valid. The guy did not expect such a question. Of course, the offer was still valid. Erin was ready to give the answer right now. She was ready to marry the man without whom she could no longer imagine her life. All this time, the lurking Archduke Damien watched the couple. The girl thought that someone was watching them. It suddenly became dark. Cadan decided to check what was going on, leaving Erin on the balcony for a short time. Sir Ruman protected Princess Bella. The girl was fine, but was shaking with fear, as it was too dark in the banquet hall. Marquis Deus entered the hall and asked what happened. It turned out that the chandelier had fallen, but why it happened was not clear. It all happened too suddenly. At the same second, Lillian ran up to Cadan. The girl was crying. She allegedly twisted her ankle from the surprise of what happened. She asked the Marquis for help. She wanted to get out as quickly as possible. Without giving any answer, Cadan immediately ran into the street. Behind her, Erin heard someone's footsteps. This person was not Cadan. It was too dark. It was Archduke Damien. The guy began to assure that there was no need to be afraid of him.
He only came to check if everything was okay, because he was worried. The guy said that he doesn't know why, but a chandelier fell in the main hall. The Archduke thought that the girl was here with Cassidan, but it turned out that he left her alone in such a dangerous situation. Hearing this, Aaron got angry. Damien again spoke badly about her lover. He offered to protect the girl instead of the Marquis. The Countess immediately hit him on the hand that he was trying to reach out to her. Unafraid, Lady Circia declared that she would be more dangerous with the Archduke than with Cassidan. Aaron saw Damien have a sword and immediately asked why he brought weapons to the ball. Smirking, the guy quipped, "Was the Countess really afraid that he would hit her lover with it?" Aaron was also not simple. She answered without being taken aback that it seemed that the Archduke had already been cured if he allowed himself to say such things. Damien grabbed the girl's hand and put it to his heart, saying that his heart still hurts. Lady Circia pushed him away and shouted that she and Cassidan were together, so that he would no longer dare to approach her with such intentions, or even talk to her. The Archduke recalled that the girl was the first to try to get close to him. First she came to him in prison, and then came to the mansion, but now she rejects him. Aaron found it hard to believe that Damien came here at the very moment when Cassidan left. It looked suspicious. The hall is in disarray. The masquerade has turned into chaos without light. If a suspicious person enters here now, it will be very difficult to notice him, the Archduke said. Just like the last time, when the prince was poisoned. But probably this time the criminal decided to do everything right. Aaron couldn't believe her ears. Damien threatened her that if she refused him, then most likely Cassidan would be the main suspect in the murder of a member of the royal family. The Archduke needed only one thing for Lady Circia to become his bride. The girl thought that this madman didn't even know what he was asking her for. Did Damien really decide to harm the prince just to frame Cassidan? Did he really forget who was in prison as a suspect in poisoning the prince? The Archduke did not know whether the emperor would believe his words. When he thought about it, it seemed that it would indeed be very unfair. Approaching Aaron, he whispered in her ear that there was a person who had more motives to kill the crown prince than anyone, for example, the crown prince of the destroyed kingdom of Hiran, the girl's lover. Damien's eyes filled with madness. He asked Lady Circia, when the truth came out, whether Cassidan would continue to be safe. No matter how much Aaron rejects the Archduke, even if she is in a relationship with that damned Marquis, it still won't bother him. This madman believed that he always gets what he wants. The girl replied that even if he gets what he wants, it will never be enough for him. The Archduke grinned. She spoke as if she knew him well. It was true, Aaron knew how many people Damien had killed. She made him understand that she knew everything, that the Archduke's butler's hands were up to his elbows in blood from killing people in order to heal his heart. The guy began to deny, but Lady Circia interrupted him, saying that she was not a fool to accuse someone so confidently without evidence. Posted by Damien Tier. The way he led her into his mansion is full of evidence. Trying to take advantage of her healing powers? These were all Archduke Damien's mistakes. Of course, if he killed the girl right here, no one would be able to reveal the whole truth about his crimes. Aaron also said that the emperor was also aware that the Archduke wanted to take advantage of the girl's healing abilities. Damien also did not expect such a turn. But now the emperor, who is now wary of the guy, will know whose hands the murder of the prince was. Therefore, if the Archduke even touches Cassidan with a finger, the last shield that protected him will collapse. The girl with her head held high began to leave when Damien rushed to her, hugged her tightly, and began to beg her not to leave. He did not ask to be forgiven. Even going back in time, he was made the same decisions. The guy said all this sincerely, but the girl was completely sincere with him. Aaron nevertheless broke free and ran away from the hypocritical scoundrel. The girl sat on the stairs and trembled with fear. Cassidan came up from behind and hugged her tightly. The guy asked for forgiveness for being so late. Lady Circia smelled blood from her beloved. He immediately began to calm her down. The blood was not his. The Marquis saw suspicious people on the street. Aaron shared that she learned that Damien was behind it all, but it was better not to spread the word about it for now, since they had no evidence. The Archduke knew about the origins of the Marquis, so it was necessary to find out where they went. No one even suspected that the chandelier fell not by accident. The light was restored. Cassidan and Aaron met face to face with Damien. Lillian Grace screamed that the crown prince was nowhere to be seen. He was missing. Archduke Damien was the first to volunteer to immediately go in search of the prince. The crown prince appeared out of nowhere, with a look of bewilderment on his face as to why they thought they needed to look for him. The question on Damien's and Lillian's faces was clearly how this could happen. Leon clarified whether it was true that the chandelier fell on its own. His Highness said that he was tired, so he went out for a while to get some fresh air. Soon after the hall had gone dark, Sir Cassidy found the crown prince in the garden. The Marquis insisted that the garden was too dangerous now, so they returned to the banquet hall. Leon was distracted. Too many people were worried about him today. Both the Marquis and the Duke. The Crown Prince once again clarified what the problem was. How self-confident Damien was to do such a reckless act. Cassidy defended the prince. Now that the prince confirmed Cassidy's innocence, all suspicions began to fall only on the Archduke. Now it was necessary to carefully consider the next steps, whether to start the battle right now or achieve a short truce by putting pressure on Damien's weak points. Aaron was going to calculate the pros and cons of each option. The Archduke blatantly lied to his face, saying that he was frightened by what happened, but now he is very glad that everything is fine with the Crown Prince. This was probably their last truce. Damien was angry. Out of anger, he threw away his mask. Lillian immediately came up and picked it up, saying that you can't throw away your mask like that. The girl wanted an explanation of how it all happened, that in the end, nothing important happened. Sir Cassidy suddenly came out, although he is so attached to Lady Circia. At that moment, Lady Grace touched Damien. He shouted loudly that she should never dare touch him. She asked the guy to stop acting like a child. There are too many people watching them, especially since she did everything she could. The Archduke was serious. He threatened Lillian that if she crossed the line, she would know what death was. Even though he is an Archduke, he behaves like a real idiot with a woman, Lady Grace thought. Now that the whole situation had been resolved, Cassidy invited his beloved to return home. She immediately agreed. Lillian appeared out of nowhere, asking the couple to have more fun since the banquet was not over yet. The girl expressed a desire to spend a little time with Aaron. Supposedly it was so noisy in the hall that they could not talk calmly, but now the opportunity had arisen. Lady Circia said something that Lillian clearly did not expect to hear, apologizing. She said that she did not intend to become friends with her, and she also did not plan to get close to the Archduke. Lady Grace pretended that she did not understand what was going on at all. She was only trying to be kind to Aaron. Coming close to Lillian, the Countess whispered to her that this was why she needed Cassidy, and was it really not enough that the Viscount adopted her? Lady Circia knew very well that the girl had arranged everything so that the Crown Prince was in danger. Then it completely coincided with the Archduke's plans. Aaron only wanted honesty. Lillian decided to become honest, but where it was beneficial for her, she said that she was very jealous of Aaron because she was born into a noble family. She has a beautiful appearance and a wonderful younger brother who is no longer just a brother. The girl was not going to give in to the Countess in any of this. Lady Grace was able to get out of rags to riches and got the opportunity to talk with her mistress on an equal footing. Lady Circia asked to tell how the girl feels, parasitizing on other people like this. She doesn't even know what kind of person Damien is. Aaron recalled that Lillian's well-being all this time was only temporary luck. The girl was too self-confident, brushing her hair from her face. She said that luck had smiled on her so far, and it would continue to do so, and then she left. Cassidy approached Lady Aaron and asked if she was okay, if this girl was annoying her. The Countess did not want to discuss this. That was enough for today. She was going to go home with her beloved, where only the two of them would be. Combing his beloved's hair and then inhaling its sweet scent, the Marquis asked what it was like in her past life. 6 months later, he was noticed by the Crown Prince. Being his right hand, he often visited the battlefield. And that's how he became the captain of the knights. It was strange for him to think that he could be close to this idiot. One day, about 1.5 years after Aaron and Damien became engaged, and after her father died, the Archduke and she went to an audience with the Emperor. The Archduke thought that His Majesty was worried that the girl like a deity was now his. He demanded that Aaron smile as if she were happy. It was then that the only meeting between the Countess and Cassidy that she remembered took place. Seeing him, Aaron immediately realized that this was the same Cassidy who had caused a stir in high society. The girl assumed that she was reborn in order to meet the Marquis again. Cassidan gently hugged Aaron and thanked her for finding him, his beloved. Before changing clothes, we had to take a bath. The guy suggested we do it together. A little embarrassed, the Countess agreed to do it together. Having taken off her dress, the girl found herself in only her underwear, and then Cassidan noticed a bite on her shoulder, immediately asking who did this to her. She admitted that it was Damien when the Marquis briefly left the terrace. Gently kissing the bite site, he said that he would kill him for this. Tyr began to feel unwell. The cup of tea fell out of his hands and broke, and the guy himself leaned on the cupboard with dishes. Sasha immediately flew up asking what happened. She realized that the guy had some kind of memory. Waking up, Aaron noticed Cassidan. He gently ran his hands through her hair, as if he was waiting for her to wake up. The girl didn't remember how she fell asleep. In the morning, a wonderful breakfast was waiting for her, prepared by her beloved. He thought that she would be hungry, so he prepared it for her. The Countess slept for a long time. The Marquis touched her face with his gentle hand. Aaron felt the incredible softness of his hands. Their lips merged together. It was wonderful to start the morning with a kiss from your beloved. For a moment, in the warm sunshine, she imagined how happy she would be if she married Cassidan, but now was not the time for that. After learning the new news, the Emperor was furious. He did not understand how these barbarians had the courage to set foot on the Seville Empire. Sir Ruman asked permission to attack, but His Majesty forbade it. According to his orders, the second captain of the knights, Marquis Deus, was to take charge of the attack of Baron's barbarians. The kingdom of Hiran bordered the great Seville Empire. Its fertile lands were conquered as a result of the aggressive attack of the empire. Now it became part of the eastern region of the empire. Cassidan was supposed to go there on behalf of the Seville Empire. He was going to leave immediately after handing Aaron over to the Count. Sir Ruman was supposed to go on a military mission, but it was rumored that the Emperor had forbidden him to do so. The Marquis knew that His Majesty did this on purpose, and if the guy failed to do anything about it, then he would have to let his beloved go. Cassidan knew full well that this damned empire had the two of them at its feet, trampling and using them. Because of their own greed, they tried to separate the couple. The Marquis was no longer going to tolerate and forgive this. Aaron remembered the words of the prophet that all countries, including the empire, bowed at his feet and he would rule over everyone. With complete seriousness, Cassidan declared that he would become the ruler of this country. Prophet Notios was not mistaken. This man said during their meeting that the prophecy had entered a new stage of development. Then Aaron did not understand what this meant, but now it turned out that Cassidan was going to carry out a coup. The girl was wrong in her guesses. Marquis promised that he would never upset her or hurt her. He was not going to commit treason now, just for the sake of their future. He was going to always be close to his beloved. Sir Rumain did not understand why Sir Cassidan was sent there, because these were ordinary barbarians from abroad. "Yes, it will be easy to deal with them, however. One annoying thing has arisen," the Emperor said. They had too many hostages. They put forward demands, but they should not forget that the opponents were barbarians, which means that casualties were practically unavoidable. No one would dare take such a risk, so Sir Cassidan was perfect for it. Sir Rumain was worried about this, as he thought the refusal to marry the princess had a bad effect on the Marquis. Because of this, even such a talented warrior had a bad attitude. The border of the empire is east. Cassidan's heart sank, because here used to be the kingdom of Chiron, and now it is part of the Seville Empire. Young knights approached the captain, introducing themselves as an eastern detachment of knights. 4 days ago, Cassidan was informed that armed robbers who had crossed the border had taken hostages. This would not be easy to deal with. There were casualties, but no deaths. Marquis Deus heard about Baron's warriors. The Empire called them barbarians just to humiliate them. They had their own system, and there were never any conflicts between them and Chiron. Cassidan was going to find out the reason for the attack, and first of all, it was necessary to ensure the safety of the hostages. First, it was necessary to find out their demands. The second captain of the knights ordered to send a request for a meeting with their leader, and then conquer them. The meeting had to be organized in the place where these alien warriors would be most comfortable. Cassidan's plan was to enter their camp. The leader of the barbarians was informed that the Seville Empire had sent its people here. Cassidan began the first dialogue. He knew that there must be a basis for capturing civilians. He wanted to know what the enemy wanted. It was very strange. The people of Baron were quite strong hunters. But why were there people among them who were not ready for battle? The leader did not think that the Empire would fulfill their demands. The warriors came to return what was taken from them. They were not as greedy as the people of the Empire. Cassidan realized that the opponents did not realize the difference between them and the Empire. If negotiations were unsuccessful, it would lead to the death of the people of Baron. It turned out that they were ready for this. Their people were already on the verge of death. The strange thing was that the people were led by an old man. The Seville Empire invaded their lands, killed the young warriors, and took away their leader. The warriors of the Empire came to take away their leader. They treat him like an animal. They turned him into a slave. Cassidan asked if the leader they were looking for happened to be called Tyr. The Marquis's guesses were confirmed. It was him. The guy immediately had a question whether there was a man with green eyes among those who kidnapped him. It turned out that he definitely was. The elder immediately became wary. He thought that Cassidan was at the same time with them. Marquis Deus promised to tell everything in detail, but first he said that he comes from a count's family, which did a lot of good things for him, and security and freedom were important to him. The leader thought that they were being deceived, so why don't they just let their leader go? Cassidan said that in order to tame Tyr, he was given very strong poisons, as a result of which he lost his memory. The Count's family saved him and cured him. The leader was allowed to stay within the walls of the mansion, since he did not remember anything. The Marquis promised to return the guy to his tribe. The leader could not understand what the catch was, because in front of him was also a subject of the Emperor. The Marquis said that he was a slave, and then he was taken from the gladiatorial arena. Even the knights standing outside knew about this. Cassidan promised to give their leader a letter from his warriors and assured that Tyr was safe. Aaron stood near the window and watched, no matter what day, the same picture. It was Damien who stood outside her window every day before sunset. For lying Circia, this was disgusting. She could not understand. The Archduke had already met with Lillian, so why was he standing under her windows and not spending time with the girl? She endured and never opened the door for him. The girl could not believe that he did not listen to her. Aaron's patience ran out, and she asked Sasha to send a servant to Damien to take him to the farthest corner of the garden from the mansion. If he was armed, the maid had to immediately inform the Count about this. The girl was going to go out to him. This was the only chance for him to leave. Otherwise, Aaron decided to ask for help from the Imperial Palace. While the Countess was getting ready to go to Tiura, Sasha had to prepare her cloak, that same cloak. With a smirk on his face, Damien noticed that the girl had come out to see him, but was wearing Cassidan's cloak. Aaron clarified whether it is forbidden to wear the clothes of a loved one. The girl was waiting for the Archduke to tell her something important. Otherwise, why would he stand under her windows for several days? It turned out that he just wanted to meet her, which is why he so insistently came to her estate. Damien said that last night he dreamed of a girl and he was holding a book in his hands. Aaron was surprised that the Archduke sees her in his dreams. In his dream, she was with him the same way as with Cassidan. This was strange, since Lady Circia did not remember this in her previous life. Without allowing the gentleman to finish, Aaron interrupted him and asked why he came here in Cassidan's absence. It was unlikely to just share his dream. Damien grabbed the girl's face sharply. There was still so much resistance in her gaze. However, it didn't seem like she didn't like it. With hatred in her eyes, Aaron removed his hand. Lady Circia was so kind to the slave, but could not bear even the touch of the Archduke's hand. Looking into her eyes, Damien asked what he could do to make the girl stop hating him. Moving closer to him, Aaron whispered that she was promised a future that could make her the happiest in this world, so she would rather die than be with Damien. Because of his too much self-confidence, the Archduke could not understand why the girl did not like everything he did for her, how low he had to fall. Out of anger and humiliation, he grabbed Aaron by the neck and began to slowly squeeze it. At the same second, Tyr ran up and snatched the Countess from the hands of the scoundrel. It looks like Lady Circia has stepped on the same rake again. She just shouldn't have dated Damien in the first place. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have had to go through all this again. Now, with even greater confidence, Aaron declared that she did not want to see the Archduke anymore. She took Tyr and headed away to call the guards. At that moment, Damien seemed so defenseless and abandoned.